All right, Carlos. Can you please tell my audience who you are, man?
Yes, absolutely. So my name is Carlos, and I am, I guess, the founder of Prime Animations, and we're just a fan-based studio right now that's working on some cool fan-based Transformer stuff.
Yeah. I actually found you years ago from how long is it? I know it was like a year or so after you guys started this. Like, how long has it been again? Because I forgot about that.
We started January of 2014.
Wow, like it's been a while. And I've seen a lot of your text, a lot of my your text stuff, like all your the images and like videos and stuff like that. I'm like, wow, like these guys are actually legit. You're not like a professional or anything. You're just like doing this on your laptops. Like I've never seen this before, because especially with something like Transformers, which Transformers is very dear to my heart since I was a little kid, because it I remember watching it as a little kid with my father, because he grew up watching G1, and I just watched G1 with him, and it was amazing. Like I still have those fond memories. Like they mean a whole lot to me.
That's awesome. Well, you just made me feel old because, I mean, I watched it. I think I was like 4 or 6 when G1 first came out.
Yeah,
So that's how far back I go. But
yeah,
I agree with you. So my uncle actually was the one who introduced me. My uncle was like 5 years older than me. He introduced me to Star Wars and Voltron and GI Joe and all that cool stuff, right? Thundercats. And so
yeah,
I grew up in the '80s.
yeah,
But
yeah.
what I liked about Transformers was, with the toys, you got two toys for one
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah. My father, he's actually a Transformers fan. My uncle, his brother, is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan, and I love both of them very dearly. Yeah, yeah. They grew up in the '80s, so they know what it was like.
Yeah. It was a cool time, and so were the '90s. I mean, I can't take anything away from the '90s, right? We had Beast Wars, we had X-Men from
Yeah,
Fox, Spider-Man, Batman
yeah,
animated series. We had a bunch of the Gargoyles. There's a bunch of good stuff in the '90s too.
yeah. What were some of the others? I'm trying to remember, because there's a lot of good ones from the '80s and '90s. God, I'm trying to remember. Like, you have any off the top of your head? Because I have a lot. There's
Well,
like,
like I said, you have Thundercats, Silver Hulk, Voltron, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
oh yeah,
I mean, if you're a
yeah.
He-Man fan, you're watching
Oh,
He-Man and She-Ra.
Oh yeah, I love He-Man. I hated Master of the Universe Revelations. That was awful.
To
Like
be honest with you, I didn't watch it at all. I saw some of the reviews and I saw some of the things of where it was going. I mean, just off of the trailer alone, I didn't even read anything. I saw the trailer,
well,
loved the animation, the look
yeah,
was nice, but I
yeah,
could tell off of the story I could tell what direction we were going in, and it just
yeah,
wasn't for me.
yeah. Like, did you hear about what happened in the first episode?
I did, I did, and it confirmed why I didn't want to watch it.
Yeah, like when I'm a huge He-Man fan too, and when I saw that, I couldn't get through the first half. I could not get through it, and I did have not watched the second half. I do not care, and if they do a second season, I am not watching it. It does not
I
mean
am
anything to me.
I am a source material guy, and when you start to change things that don't make sense and have no bearing on the story whatsoever, and you're just trying to uh, put in your ideology, it just to me it's a turn off. I like source material stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Like Transformers is at the top thing for me. It always has been. But right up with it, you could argue. I think it may even be up with it. Is Star Wars, which I love Star
Yeah,
Wars,
Star
but
Wars.
I've fallen out of love with it the past few years because of how Disney's handled it. Like
Yeah,
and all.
yeah. The last three movies were terrible. I mean, the plot is horrible. I mean, who has? I mean, I can understand you having a map to something or some
Yeah.
place, but a map to a person. What if that person decides to move?
Well, here's the thing, though. The stupid thing about that was Luke left a map in The Force Awakens so they could find him. But when you watch The Last Jedi, he didn't even want to be found. He came there to die. That doesn't make any sense.
Nothing makes sense. It doesn't make sense how Leia was able to use the Force the way that she did, and it's now no longer where you need training to use the Force. Now it's just like magically you have it, and Rey, because of the movement that they're going, and she's the most
Yeah,
powerful with no training. With
yeah, yeah. And also, probably something incredibly stupid. You can't weaponize hyperspeed. It changes everything in Star Wars.
it does, it
Yeah,
does. There's a number of the problem is when you start to inject certain things, you start
yeah,
to lose reality, and that's one of the things that I really like more so in the '90s is that due to the increase of science, things started to make sense.
Yeah.
right? More so as far as the cohesiveness of the story,
Oh
and I
yeah.
feel like we're starting to lose that.
Yeah, like and like also the biggest thing, obviously that everyone talks about is Luke in the Last Jedi because that was not Luke at all.
No,
Even Mark Hamill knows that wasn't Luke,
I
and
agree.
he was even trying to tell people about it. Then Disney told him to shut his mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
like
higher up Disney are really doing Disney a disservice. I would imagine Walt Disney, the founder, is just
yeah,
like shaking his head, turning
yeah.
over on his grave. I can't imagine him being happy.
Especially which I'm not going to comment on this right now, but the recent stuff that's been going on with Disney in Florida. I'm not going to
Yeah.
comment on that, but you get what I'm trying to mean. So
Yep. Yep.
yeah, but let's try to move on to like something positive now. Let's talk about the project because that's what I invited you on here for.
Sure.
Like basically like from the last clip that I saw, where basically you have the Combaticons, I believe, and also the Autobots actually engaging on Earth, and basically like at the end they formed into Bruticus. So
Yeah.
can you guys tell like what we could see going forward after that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to start to see, right, the story continue to progress. We're going to start to see the Bruticus, right, and he's going to start doing what he does, right, destroying things, giving the Autobots, hell, and the Autobots are up for a challenge. They haven't faced in the Prime universe. They haven't faced someone like Bruticus before, and they're going to struggle, and it's going to show.
Yeah, and because like I'm a big fan of Bruticus. Like even though he wasn't in the GM1 as much, and he was in there for like I believe it was a little bit in season 3 and a little bit in season 4. I could be wrong if you can correct me on that, but
I know
I was
it's been a while. I couldn't.
yeah, I just love Transformers as a whole, and basically from what you said in your last project update, you said that Ratchet has his own little story going forward. That could you elaborate on that a little further? Like,
Sure, sure, absolutely. So one of I like a lot of different continuities of Transformers. One of the biggest ones that I liked, actually the biggest one that I liked before Prime was Beast Wars. I'm a huge Beast Wars fan. I loved it. It took me a while to warm up to it, like the first season, especially with how new CGI was
yeah,
in the '90s. I was like, oh, but then the story pulled me in, and how they were able to tie G1 aspects to it. I was like, wow, this is really good. I like this. And so by the second season, I was just hooked. Third season, I was blown out of my seat. So Ratchet is very reminiscent to Rhinox in the sense that he's got a good partnership with Optimus Prime, the way Rhinox had with Optimus Primal, and he can't accept uh, Optimus's sacrifice. He just can't. So he's trying to find a way to save everybody.
yeah, yeah, and basically like this takes place after Predacons Rising, right?
Yes, our story takes place after Predacons Rising. How much we don't really touch on that because it's irrelevant. It's a good amount of time because Cybertron, or at least an aspect of Cybertron, is being rebuilt and has been rebuilt. So the city where the Autobots are functioning from, that's been rebuilt. So there's been a couple of cycles.
Yeah, and because like you also showed a brief clip in your last update where you saw Ratchet and trying to connect with Primus. You didn't hear the audio, but you could clearly tell what he was trying to do from basically. And also, I remember seeing your first trailer where you mind if I say this because I think I may have saw something in one of your previous first trailers where you saw like Primus like in like a robotic form, like a humanoid form. If
Yep.
that's yeah.
Yep.
Basically, from what I implied, is that he found some way to activate Primus, and Primus gives him some information or something. That's what
Yep.
I'm
That's
taking.
actually coming. That's actually coming up in the next scene. So that'll be scene 15, where we'll see what happens in the middle of Cybertron's core. So yeah.
Yeah, and basically like also the Destructicons, my mistake. They're actually going to back to Earth to try to reanimate Unicron. So
Correct.
I kind of figured out where this is going. Like where
I mean,
because
you could tell by the end of scene 11, the very end of it, that they took the spirit of Unicron and they're going back to Earth because that's where Unicron is at right now.
yeah, basically like I don't. I'm not sure if they'll reanimate them. Don't to say that, which I'm leaning towards that may happen. But then you might see like a big fight between Primus and Unicron or something like that. I don't know.
I can't give that out, but I can tell you that a lot of cool stuff is getting ready to happen. We're gonna see things that the Prime show should have done, in my opinion, right? And
Yeah.
just seeing some really cool characters, some really good action,
Yeah.
and really just the threat of the universe is on the line.
Yeah, and also like a lot of people say with like would this be based on anything or like that, because like it has been like said in the past like by Hasbro that the Prime universe is connected with the War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron universes, and they've even had comics that lead up from those games that lead right into Predacons Rising, or the end of it I should say. So would you like to explain to my audience like what you guys are taking from that, or if you're not taking anything at all?
Yep. We're not taking anything at all. We're sticking to the show. Why? Because I wrote the story out the year Transformers Prime ended. Like at the very tail end of that year, I
Yeah,
wrote out the story. And the story I wrote it in a way that it connects to our trilogies, right? To our sequel films. And
yeah.
so if I were to take anything else into consideration, it changes the story, it changes the trilogy, and I would never be finished.
Yeah, like you would just be wasting your time, like, and it wouldn't make any sense.
Correct.
Yeah,
And so what happens is that's the beautiful thing about being a fan based project. I don't have to adhere to anybody. I don't have Hasbro coming down and say, hey, you can't do that because that changed and that doesn't make sense. I don't really have that since it's a fan based project. I
yeah,
can continue my story based on what happened in the show and only in the show.
yeah. It's like the podcast platform, like where like the media networks, like they have to answer to like a hierarchy. Where the
Correct.
podcast, like what I'm doing is, I just answer to myself. I just do what I want. Basically, I
Correct.
have all the freedom. I mean, as long as I stay within certain guidelines on the platforms, but I won't get into that. But yeah,
Right. But yeah, so that's the thing that we're doing. I mean, it'd be great if Hasbro came in and said, "Look, we can do an alternate universe type of thing." That'd be awesome. I don't know if that would ever happen. Um, uh, you know, who knows? But
yeah.
it would be nice. But the important thing is, I get to tell my story, and I feel that I get to do the Prime universe some justice because I think it ended too quick and it had so much more potential.
Yeah. Would you like to explain how you like came up with the idea, without getting into any specifics, but like because like I'm pretty sure there's a lot of interesting stuff that you went through that you discussed with your team and all of that.
Believe it or not, I had my story put together before my team came on. The core of it happened actually just dialogue between actually me and my kids. My kids at the time were little and small, but they watched the
Yeah.
show with me. And while we would drive to wherever park, beach, whatever we were doing, and we would talk about how great the show was, and wouldn't it be cool if we saw this and that, and oh man, what characters would we have liked to have seen, and that's where it all started. And I just started to, while the kids may have been playing on the playground, I started to jot down some notes and put it all together. And what characters would I like to see? Oh man, I think I'd like to see Springer and Hot Rod
Yeah.
and this and that. And that's how it started.
Yeah. Oh, how'd you decide what characters that you wanted to use? Like, because like there's like I don't know how many characters there are in the Transformers universe. There's hundreds, maybe even thousands. Like, how do you
Sure.
decide on the ones you have?
It's a little bit of the story and characters that I liked. So Springer's a character that I love. I loved him from the first time I saw him in the 1986 movie. He was the first triple
Some here.
changer Autobot. Blew my mind.
Yeah,
We didn't really see any triple changers in the Prime universe, so I definitely wanted to bring him on board.
yeah,
And I thought it would be cool to bring Hot Rod and bring in that. Honestly, I love Lamborghinis. It's been my childhood dream car,
yeah,
and I saw the Lamborghini. I think it's Veneno, which is what we modeled him after. And I said, who would fit that? Perfect character for that would be Hot Rod, and so that's what we went.
yeah. And like the thing with Springer, like I'm a big fan of Springer. Like you remember in the G1 movie where he was fighting Wreck-Gar on the planet of junk with the old school music playing. Like that was actually pretty fun. Yeah,
That was,
I,
and he's such an awesome persona. He's got this superhero type persona, even though he's a transformer, right? Like you
yeah.
could literally see him be like a Boy Scout, kind of like Superman.
Yeah, and like if you remember in and after the G1 movie and like the first few episodes of season 3, like there was like a storyline where they thought Rodimus was dying or something like that, and there
Yeah,
was an idea that where like the Matrix would be passed to Springer, which to be honest, where that would have actually made more sense in like the G1 movie instead of Hot Rod because like he's more worthy and stuff like that. But then you get into like with Ultra Magnus and Hot Rod, where like Ultra Magnus he clearly deserves it more. But the thing is about Hot Rod, he didn't want it, so
yeah.
I guess you could see that's why he should have it because he doesn't want it because
Well,
like
and
because like a real leader wouldn't want it. They would just step up when they have to.
Correct, and that's a good point that you touch on is the fact that, which is what I mentioned before, stories back in the '80s, they didn't make a whole lot of sense. Like it didn't really connect really well. It was some like connection. Like for example, in that movie, we had never seen Ultra Magnus before in the regular season. It's like you
Yeah.
had all these new characters, and it's like, wow, where did Ultra Magnus come from? He's getting second in command, and now we got Hot Rod, and he's becoming actually. So it was just a lot of things that yeah, and that's just the way it was in the '80s,
Yeah.
and you watched it.
Yeah, well, I think basically the implication is that there was like a 30. I don't know. Was it like a 20-year time skip? Whereas like
Yeah,
2005 in the G1
2005.
movie.
Yep.
So I guess you could kind of explain that way. I mean, it's not necessarily that you have to explain it, but it would have been beneficial.
It would have been nice, and that's one of the things that I like about current storytelling, like specifically in the early 2000s. You've got some really good, like for instance, Wolverine and the X-Men was really good. Justice League and Justice League Unlimited was really good.
Oh yeah.
You've got things that really
Oh,
connect, and Prime was one of those shows.
yeah. Oh, my favorite one of my favorites from the 2000 early 2000s was the original Teen Titans series. That
Yes,
was
yes,
that was amazing. It's
that
like
was good.
it's one of my top 10 favorite animated shows of all time.
Yep. And going back to the He-Man thing, did you ever get a chance to see the Cartoon Network He-Man?
Cartoon Network team. Is it that goofy thing or
No,
oh wait, it's
no,
not that.
it's even better than the original '80s He-Man.
Wait. I think I know what you're talking about now. It's it was I believe it was that reboot one that and I know what you're talking about. It was that reboot one, but it was like a much darker version of it. I think
Yes,
I know what you're
it's
talking
called He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, and it was done by Cartoon Network.
about.
Phenomenal story,
Yeah,
phenomenal. I'm
yeah,
so sad. Like if Netflix had to pick up a series to continue, like it would be like He-Man would be good, and then Wolverine and the X-Men would be another one because they ended first
well,
season, and it looked like they were getting ready to go into the Age of Apocalypse, which is
yeah, yeah.
good storyline.
Well, the original '97 X-Men series is actually being brought back on Disney Plus, which I'm not that interested in because of all the Disney stuff. I'm not going to comment on this too much, but I'll just say I looked at the Twitter stuff from the person who's supposed to be the new showrunner, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm just going to leave it at that. I won't say anything else.
Yeah, I agree with you. I saw the same thing, and I think Hollywood has found a niche in
Yeah,
nostalgic things, and so they get people like me on board that I grew up with this stuff, and for this nostalgia, I'll pay out. But what they'll
yeah,
do is they'll put new stuff in there that shouldn't have been, that wasn't
yeah,
back then. Listen, all this stuff that we're seeing now was not there in the '80s. It wasn't there in the '90s, and it wasn't there in the early 2000s. This is
yeah,
something new, and
yeah,
it's honestly, it's losing people like me. I honestly, me and my four boys, we're not watching this stuff.
yeah. Well, the only exception would be the most recent one, Spider-Man: No Way Home. That is an exception. Like that movie was phenomenal.
It is an exception, and still they manage to subtly like, come on, when do we ever say villains that kill people?
Mm, villains that kill people. I'm trying
Yeah,
to.
because you say the Peter Parker's goal was because of Aunt May was to kill, I mean, to save all of the villains. And so
Okay.
suddenly, if we save the villains, does that magically change the fact that they caused all this destruction and they caused all the lives, killed all the lives that they killed?
I can see where you're coming from. I think what they were trying to go for is that like you don't want to become like she doesn't want Peter to become like them. That's what I take from it. Like
Sure.
I think I can see what you're trying to say, but I would slightly disagree. I think what they were trying to imply is that she did not want Peter to become like them. That's just
Hmm.
how I take it. Yeah,
And that's a good fair point.
yeah, and also I Toby and Andrew were given complete respect. They were
Oh
treated
yeah.
with like
Oh
but
yeah.
like Andrew redeemed himself like from
Yes.
because unlike a lot of people, I actually like the Amazing Spider-Man 1 and the Amazing Spider-Man 2 was a really bad movie in my opinion. It was. But like No Way Home redeemed him in a lot of ways.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I
And
totally
then
agree.
it also redeemed Toby in a lot of ways because of how bad Spider-Man 3 was. He
Oh
wasn't
yeah.
emo Peter anymore. So yeah, we finally got some closure with them. Even
I
though
agree.
I think they'll be brought back later on. I have a feeling with that. Because like at the ending when Tom told them both, I'll see you around. So I think we'll see them again.
Bottom line is money. right? It made the money that it needed to make and more. And so part of that was those members that you listed. And so what happens is the studio goes, we gotta make more.
Yeah.
We gotta keep going with these guys.
Yeah. And I think part of the reason it wasn't woke really was because it was actually more of a Sony thing, not a Disney thing. Because like Spider-Man is technically owned by Sony. It's not owned by Disney. It's owned by Sony because they still have the rights. Marvel just made the movie, but I'm pretty sure that there's some things that Sony told them they can't do because they have to focus on the product. I believe that actually. Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see where Sony goes with the rest of the Spider-Man universe.
Yeah. And plus, I heard rumors that Toby or Andrew may show up in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah. Actually, it'll be interesting to see where all this goes. Like I said, for me, the Marvel universe, as well as the DC universe, kind of died out last year for me.
Yeah, to a degree. Like Eternals, awful movie. Black Widow, okay at best. Then Shang-Chi was way over. That one was way overrated. That one was. Like they said that the last action scene saved it. I mean, it was okay, but it didn't really save the movie at all. Like I just wanted to see Shang-Chi use the rings. He didn't use them at all that much. It was just focused on the dragons, which that wasn't that bad. It was fine, but I wished it could have used
it was better than Captain Marvel, that's for sure.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Captain Marvel, that movie was just so awful. And I still can't I can't watch that movie anymore. I can never watch that again.
Every time I criticize that movie, I get called a misogynist, and I go, "Well, that's pretty hard for you to call me that, since I love Wonder Woman, the first Wonder Woman."
Oh yeah.
How can I be a misogynist if Wonder Woman and there's a huge difference between Wonder Woman and Captain Marvel, and it has nothing to do with the gender of the superhero, has nothing to do with the gender of the director. It just has to do with good storytelling.
Yeah, and same thing with this Miss Marvel show that I saw. If you saw the trailer, oh my god,
I did see that.
It looked like a cheap. It looked like a cheap CW show. That's what it looked like.
I'm from Jersey originally, so hearing her say the things that she said off of the trailer, I'm like, I'm from Jersey. I grew up in the ghetto. I grew up in the hood. That's not
here.
How it goes.
Well, I grew up in the hood in Iowa, so I know what it feels like too.
Yeah.
Also, I have not watched Moon Knight, a single episode of it. Even though I've heard good things about it, I'm still cautious about it. So I'm still considering canceling my Disney Plus membership after this recent stuff going on.
But I think it's good that you're watching it, because your podcast focuses on criticizing these things, and how can you criticize it if you don't watch it? So
well, you can tell from the flag behind me what my podcast is about a lot. So, and also that one too.
Well, you said you don't do this live, so you edit things out, right?
Yeah, I edit something.
Okay,
I edit some things out, but not. You can tell me that afterwards, whatever it is afterwards.
Okay. I'll show you something and afterwards.
Yeah. Well, because when I do lives, like I haven't done a live yet, but when I do, I'm gonna try to keep it as PG-13 as possible. Sure. Same thing with this one, even though, okay. But let's get back to Transformers Prime, because that's what we came here to talk about. We got way off the roads. I love talking about that stuff, but we got to get back on track.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Basically, like how long has the animation for this has been going? Because there's been I remember from a few years ago, like we were saying, oh, it's gonna come out now, or it's gonna come out this time, and it keeps being delayed. And I want the audience to know, explain what happened or what has caused this or something.
Sure. So we gave one release date, which was 2017.
Yeah.
And we didn't make that mark, obviously, and it was a leadership choice or decision that I made. And the reason why is because the primary software that I use is Softimage.
Yeah.
It's an awesome program, very well structured, very well organized. And what happened is in 2016 they discontinued it. So I couldn't get my animators to go onto this program anymore because they discontinued it. So It was just me by myself. And that's okay. I could have done it.
Yeah.
But my weak point is rendering. I don't really comprehend rendering and lighting on this software. It's complex. It's not easy.
Yeah.
So our lead animator, he's a Blender guy, and he was able to do the intro He was able to do that on Blender,
Okay.
and he figured out the rendering, the lighting, and obviously it looked phenomenal.
Hmm.
So he said, "Listen, I can do this. Think about it, right? If we switch softwares, I can possibly bring in more animators because Blender is free, whereas the soft image you have to either pay for it, and the student version is no longer there." So I thought about it. I waited out. I said, "Man, if we can get more animators on board, now it's not just me by myself, and we can do it quicker."
Yeah.
It didn't turn
Yeah.
out that way. We only were able to pick up one additional animator, and in transitioning everything from Softimage to Blender took a
Yeah.
very, very long
That I if it took that long, I don't even want to know what that transition was like because that would have been like, yeah. But
Well, the thing was, keep in mind that it's a new software. I hadn't used it, and nobody else had used it. Jonathan was the only one who used it. So Jonathan had to teach us how to use it and navigate through it before we can actually start animating it. And it took a long time. Do I regret it? I regret it in a certain extent that yes, I gave a date and I didn't meet it. I do regret it from that point.
yeah.
But as far as what we're producing, no, I think you guys are getting something much, much
Oh
nicer.
yeah, I completely agree with that, and I actually agree. I believe quality is better than quantity, in my view, at least. At least, well, I'll t- in a, except there's one exception for that. That's The Walking Dead, which I'm a huge Walking Dead fan, and like I like having like 16 episodes for that show. But even though the final season is 22, 24, but I still like that though.
Awesome.
Yeah, yeah, because that's actually my second favorite show of all time. Like,
Right.
I know it's lost a lot of popularity, but I don't care. It's still my second favorite show of all time.
Awesome.
Yeah, yeah. And so basically, like, a lot of people would say, like, oh, how are you going to get the original voice cast back or like that? And well, can you explain like what has happened with that decision?
Yeah, like I that question really just puzzles me because I don't think people understand that number one, we're fans.
Yeah,
Number two, we're doing this all voluntarily. Nobody's getting paid for this. So for us to bring on any professional voice actor would cost money. And it's
yeah,
like, I mean, so there's a disconnect there on reality that just makes me laugh. What we've done is similar to what I did with the talent, I'm part of TFW 2005 forum, and what I did is on their artistic board, I said, "Hey guys, I'm doing an animated film, fan based. Here's some of the artwork that I've managed to put together myself. Who's in? Who wants to help?" And I got a bunch of people. At one point, we had up to 20 people
yeah.
doing
That's
working on this.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And so likewise, when it came to the voice acting, I put it out there and I said, "I need help. I need voice actors. If you want to audition, send us in your auditions." And that's how we got our talent.
yeah. I gotta since you're doing a sequel, I gotta audition for a character when you
Yeah,
come to
yeah.
that. Yeah,
Definitely. Look for that next year. We're hoping to finish this film this year. And so I've already started talking to the team, and they're ready to come on board for the sequel. And
yeah.
so we might be getting right into it next year.
Yeah, I got to audition sometime when you post that. Yeah, and also, are you actually the writer of this too, or do you have other writers with you?
No, it's solely me. The team has had certain insight, or maybe when we're going over the animatic, they'll say, "Well, what about this?" or "What about this idea?" And based on those brainstorming ideas, I will make certain modifications. But I would say 98% of it comes from me.
Yeah, like did you write it in like the script in like a script form, or did you write in some like other weird way? Like
Nope, script one.
because like me, because I've written some stuff in script form, just personal stuff for me, and took me. It's weird because it's odd because like you have to do all these dots and stuff like that, like all these spaces, and like you have to embolden some things. It's just
Yeah,
weird. Yeah, but I
yeah.
like writing in script form because like it makes it more real to me, in my view.
Yeah, and in my case, what I do is I try and summarize what's going on and that's something that you don't do in a script, but in my case, I summarize what's happening, so that way when I have the script there, it makes sense what I'm doing based on the summary.
Yeah. Do you like have bullet points or like notes written so like when you're in the middle of writing, you can like look at that and like be inspired or like that? Like
Yep, I
like
do. As sometimes I'm driving and I'll get something. Something will come in, and I'll either record myself on the phone saying it. When I get back to my desk, I'll write it down and I'll implement it in the show. And things are continuously improving. For example, in the sequel, I can't give it away, but just about a month and a half ago, I was thinking about something and it was like, wow. And in a moment, I said, oh, that's a good connection point. And so I wrote it in there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's actually really good. Like, a lot of directors when they're actually like making movies or TV shows like that, as they're writing scripts, like they also like draw some certain scenes out because like it gives them like a better perspective than just like writing or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, did you actually do that at all?
No, I actually didn't do that at all. My drawing skills are they're mediocre, to be honest with you. I can copy really good,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
out of here, not too good.
Yeah, I used to draw a lot because my father he drew a lot when he was a kid. I used to draw a lot too, but because of carpal tunnel, I can't draw that much anymore. So because it's yeah, I'm not going to say that word, but you get what I was going to say.
Yeah, yeah. What I like to do is I do have a digital pad, but and that's probably the reason why is that the digital pad, right? When you're drawing, you have eye-hand contact, right? If
Yeah,
you're drawing on traditional paper, the ball point of the pen or the pencil that you're using, that's where your eyes focus on. On a digital pad, my hand is over here on my right while my eye is on the screen, and I just can't draw that way. So one of the things that I want to do is later down the road is get an actual screen where I can actually draw on, and you'll see it in the
hmm.
movie.
Yeah. Like like when you're animating and do you like have the script next to you so you know each movement of what's to do? Like,
Yep, yep,
yeah,
yep. So what we do is we have animatics. We have a storyboard. We had two storyboard artists, and what they did was they did their thing. They took the story that I wrote, and
yeah,
they did their animatic based on two things: the story that I wrote for them, and then the interactions that they had with me. I would direct them. So this is the scene. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I want. And then they would draw out, and they would come back, and then we would dialogue and make whatever changes that were in my head, and they put it down on paper. And then even still, once that's done, when it gets to the animatic may change based on my view. Yeah, that doesn't really look as good, and we'll make changes. And even still, now that I'm animating, maybe I'll change a certain camera angle that wasn't in the animatic itself.
yeah. That's good. Like it's good to like improve and get other people's ideas. I mean, you still have to have one singular vision, but you can like take other ideas and like mold it in like a weird way to like
Yep.
create something better. Yeah,
Yep. And even the actors, the voice actors, when they look at the script, there's sometimes where they'll tell me, "Hey, is it okay if I say something that change the words around? Because I don't feel like this character would say this in this manner." And I'd be like, "Yeah, sure, give it a shot." And they would do it, and I'd be like, "That sounds great to me."
hmm. Like
So
that's actually
I would give them some creativity to do that. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, like having like one singular voice is that you have to have multiple voices, but you just have to have one in charge
Yep.
because like if you get multiple voices in, you just ruin a lot of things. There's a lot of movies out there. Like I'm trying to think one off the top of my head where like so many voices just ruined it. Like
Yeah.
yeah,
It's there's got to be a little bit of flexibility, right? I'm not a dictator. I
yeah,
have a Cuban background, so I'm not a dictator. and
yeah,
and
yeah,
so what it is that it is my vision, but I do appreciate insight. I do appreciate feedback because sometimes you don't see certain things, or sometimes somebody could have a much better idea, and I'm like, yeah, that works perfectly. Why
yeah.
not?
Yeah, that's actually really good. Like, also to like the newer characters that you're introducing that haven't appeared in Transformers Prime previously, like Rodimus or Springer or the Combaticons or the Destructicons. Like, how did you like design them to like fit from the Prime into the Prime universe? You obviously had to like look at them from previous iterations and like try to redesign them in a lot of ways to fit in the Prime world.
So the only two I can take credit for, and I can't take credit for it, are Springer and Rodimus. Springer is based off of the High Moon Studios design from the video game Fall of Cybertron. I saw it. I was like, wow, I can't believe they didn't put that character in there. And all I did was just give him a prime look, right? And then Rodimus was done off of the IDW comics, and he was just, I thought he was perfect as is. No need to change him that much, right? Now,
Yeah.
all the other characters, I can't take credit for that. That was our senior or our lead artist, the concept
Mm.
artist named Z, like the letter Z. That's what he wanted to be called. He was a
Okay.
very, very talented artist out of China. Really nice guy. I I grew to like this guy on a personal level. He just shared a lot of his personal life struggles over there in China,
Yeah.
and I felt bad for him. I wish I could have done something to help him come over here. Right, some
Yeah.
of the things that he shared were just heartbreaking. But he was very, very talented, and he designed all the Combaticons and all the Destructicons.
That's actually really cool because one of the main things I look at when I see the not the combaticons, the destructicons, like they seem like a lot smoother than you would think they would be, because like in G1, like I remember they had like all these parts around everywhere, but like they look a little more smoother now. Like
Yeah,
it's odd, but it's I actually don't mind it too much. Like
yeah.
they don't have much detail on the faces or like that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they're right now the what you're seeing is unrendered, so you're not seeing any textures. But there are certain textures on the faces. You'll see a little bit of wear and tear on their faces and on their bodies because of the texturing. Because they are warriors and they've been around since the records, so they
Yeah.
have some combat experience.
Yeah. I meant the destructicons.
Oh, the Destructicon. Oh, yes, yes. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, because from what you said before, that you basically made them like anti primes or something like that. Because
Yes, yes. So I think it was back in the early 2000s. I don't know what comic. I didn't read it, but they had basically made it seem like the Galvatron, Cyclonus, and Scourge were made directly by Unicron, right? They were spawns of Unicron. And I never read the comic. I only saw like one panel of it, and I said, "Wow, that's pretty cool." So going back and reflecting on that, I said, "You know what? I think when I include these guys, I'm going to do that," and that's what I did. And I added Slipstream just because I thought I really loved Slipstream in the Transformers animated series. I thought she was such a diabolically good character, and I said, "You know what? I want to add like a Harley Quinn type to the Transformer series."
yeah, this is actually a weird thing. I don't know if how you feel about it, but the way I viewed Cyclonus is he's like a transformer version, and also like a more evil version of Spock from Star Trek. Because here's why: I don't think he doesn't show any emotion or anything. Like I mean, he feels like he clearly does, like saying he doesn't think he believes in honor and stuff like that,
Yeah.
but he doesn't really like show emotion or anything like that. So
No, he's
and he's
very cold. He's very calculating. But I did want to make him honorable because one of the things that I going back to the Beast Wars, I really like the fact that Dinobot was an honorable Decepticon, which
yeah.
is extremely rare. And so I really like that component about him. So I brought that over to Cyclonus. I figure Cyclonus, be it that he had this cold posture, I think he would have some type of honor as well.
Yeah, I just looked at him like this guy doesn't show much emotion when he doesn't think some like unarmed or some knocked out person should be killed. Like uh, like he's cold, he's dark, he doesn't talk well. I don't think he talked that much from what I saw, unless you got more coming where he talks a lot more. Like yeah,
No, I mean, each person has their own scene where they're focusing in on their character attributes. He has more right in the coming, and it's more of the what we've seen already, that honor bound. But he doesn't have a problem killing.
yeah,
He has a problem killing when the opponent is in a bad position or not able to defend themselves, right?
yeah, yeah. And the thing with Scourge, like he's like the wild hunter. Like he'll kill no matter what. He doesn't give. Yeah. And also like Slipstream. How do you say? I know I'm botching her name, but Slipstream. I'll just say it like that.
Yes, let's see.
She's like the assassin ninja. Like almost like she's like Nightbird in a lot of ways. How I see like the assassin ninja. If you remember Nightbird from G1,
Yep,
like
yep, I do.
even though she was built by humans, but in this one an actual transformer. Like she actually does a lot of things that's like I'm trying to rephrase this, like a ninja assassin, like except she can talk really.
Yep. So Scourge is like he is the hunter, and he uses uh, things to hunt his prey. So he gets a kick out of using those little toys and gadgets that he has. We've seen a couple. He has a sword. He had an energon net which he used on one of the Viacons, right?
Yeah,
And it drains them of their energy. And he's got a couple of more things that we're going to see in the next couple of scenes. So he likes using that stuff, to trap his prey. Slipstream is straight up crazy. She's a
yeah,
maniac. She
mhm,
gets a kill out of just killing, right?
yeah,
And so we've seen her kill. we've seen her want to kill the Autobots right off the bat, and
Yeah.
we've seen her kill one of the Viacons and take delight in it. That's the key thing. She takes
Yeah.
delight in it.
Yeah, and also something. It was a little odd at first, and then I'm still trying to figure it out. Is that like in the first scene when Rodimus and Springer like they were escaping the Combaticons, like they shot those rocks down, and we're like you saw the Destructicons come out of it. Like,
Oh yeah.
is there something a little more to that? Because like it doesn't. I'm trying to figure out how they would have just got right there into those rocks and just popped right out of it.
No, so what happens is they blew up the building. They were trying to blow up the building with the Combaticons inside,
Yeah.
and it didn't work. And so by blowing up the building, they managed to accidentally activate the Destructicons that were housed inside that building.
They were housed inside the building. I thought
Yep.
they were housed inside the rock. The mold.
No, no, no. They were inside the building. So when they pop up at the end, they pop up out of the rubble that's left from the building being destroyed.
How'd they get to that building then? Like that's a little odd.
That's where we have to connect the lure of Unicron creating them, and somehow the anti not the anti primes. I'm sorry, the 13 primes stopped them midway of creating these 13 anti primes, and he was only able to get 4 off, so he had to hide them. If not, he was the primes would have killed them, taken them offline before they even came online.
Weird, like a giant, how big Unicron was, hid them in like some like little
No,
warehouse or something.
the building, he didn't hide them in the building. He hid them underneath the building. So somebody
Oh,
built. It's like he put them in the ground,
oh,
or ground moved over
okay,
them or whatever, and then
okay.
that building got built on top.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And like I remember you showed that scene where like they didn't even know who they were, except Galvatron was the only one who did. And like you saw like those quick flashes where like explaining how they were created and stuff like that. Like what do you think Unicron would have done like if he wasn't defeated right by the 13 primes at that moment?
He would have made 13 anti-primes, and he would have taken it straight to Unicron, because that's really, I mean, based off of the Transformers Prime series, that seems to be the tipping point, was that a Primus created the 13 primes, and with them they defeated Unicron. So I would imagine I'll tip the scales right back in my favor. I'll create 13 anti primes and let's go at it.
Yeah, yeah. Because the thing that I'm trying to figure out is like when Primus created the 13 primes, why did he create 13 small robots and to go up against like this giant monster or something like
Yeah,
that? That's
that
odd.
I don't know. That I don't know. The writers were definitely trying to implement stuff from the Bayverse movie, right? Because we hadn't heard about the 13 primes prior to the Bayverse film, right? To Revenge of
Yeah,
the Fallen, that I know of. Maybe in the comics, the UK comics, I don't know, but I
yeah.
never heard of 13 primes prior to that.
Yeah, and also like the Fallen in Revenge of the Fallen. His name was actually yeah, I'm trying to remember what his name was. His name was Megatronus. That's what his real name was.
Megatronus.
So I think that's what they took from it. So and
I think Megatronus, yeah, Megatronus was
the one that killed what's her name? Trying to figure out which prime that he killed.
Solus Prime, wasn't it?
Yes, that's Solus Prime. He killed her.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he betrayed them and like he was and then after
He
he
fell in
killed.
love with her, I think it was, right?
Was that true?
I
I'll have to look
th-
that up.
yeah, you might have to look that up, but I thought that
Yeah,
he fell in love with her, and I think she fell in love with somebody else, and that's why he fell. I don't know. I
yeah,
think it was in the Exodus book or something like that. I
yeah.
believe.
Let's take a look at that. Give me a
Yeah,
second right here.
yeah, that lure is pretty interesting.
Yeah, yeah. 13 primes. M- Wait, Megatronus. Let's see. Let's see. Is this him? I believe this. I'm
That's
trying to
from
see
the
this.
RAV.
Oh no.
You may have to go and look for like the comic or like the Exodus. I mean, it might be in that Wikipedia thing. You just have to go a little bit further down.
Transformers Prime Megatronus. Oh shoot. Let's see. Right here. I believe this is where it should be. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh, nope, it's just Megatron. Okay. I'll look at that later. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that was all lore that came from the comics or
Yeah.
from the novel books.
Yeah.
But the 13 primes themselves, I hadn't heard anything prior to the
Yeah.
Revenge of the Fallen film.
And also, you remember in was it season? No, it was in season two. There were like no, was I'm trying to remember when did Megatron and like what was his name? I'm trying to what was that the twins' name? Like there were those two Decepticon twins.
Dreadwing and Skyquake.
Skyquake when Megatron and Dreadwing went to Cybertron, and because like he needed to a prime arm to like use the forge. Which prime was that again that he took the arm from?
I thought it was Solus Prime because it was the hammer that he used. The hammer of Solus Prime.
Yeah. Because all it said was it just needed a prime to use it. It didn't matter which one it was. It just needed.
Yeah, I think it was Solus Prime.
I'll have to look more into that later because that was actually a pretty dark moment.
That was. Man, let me tell you, that show was just phenomenal from everything, every aspect of that show. I mean, to me, that's the bar.
Yeah, I still have G1 and Prime right here. I actually have them both, to be honest, at number one. Like, I don't like Beast Wars as much as most people. I mean, I like it. I mean, the reason I don't have it as high is because it's still a little weird, like seeing all the Transformers as these like apes and dinosaurs. It's a little weird, like because I prefer like seeing them in like the humanoid forms that we've always seen since G1.
Sure.
Yeah, and speaking of dinosaurs, you have in the sequel the Dinobots coming.
That's right.
Can you talk about that a little?
Oh yeah, man. It's obviously it's Transformers Prime, Dinobots Unleashed, and we're bringing the Dinobots in a way that has not been shown before. It's going to be familiar, but different, and it's going to be exciting. And the story that we have in line for them, all these connect. Listen, I think about all this stuff. I connect as much as possible to many different things, but obviously tying everything together.
Yeah,
right? And we're going to see that happen more so as the story progresses.
Yeah, and also you have Grimlock there, the leader, the king of the Dinobots. And then plus you have Predaking being in it. So I get the idea where this is going to go. You have to have Grimlock and Predaking go head to head at least once. At
least once, right?
Yeah. Which can you at least confirm we'll just see that? Just that. At least once.
I'll confirm it. We can see that. We will see that.
Just that's all I need to know. I'm not going to ask any more about that.
No. Yeah. We'll see that. We'll see that and more. I'll put that to you.
Hopefully we'll see a full-on Dinobots and Predacons battle.
Oh man.
Yeah. And
I'll tell you one thing though. You're gonna see something new. I guarantee you. Whatever Hasbro has done in the past with the Dinobots, you have not seen it the way we're gonna show it.
And also you also have a few new Predacons coming in. I believe I saw from some of your artwork or something like that.
Yes.
Can you explain who they are?
Yes. So I'll give you a quick synopsis on that. So what's happening is Predaking's desire has not changed since the last time we saw him. He wants to bring back his race. He wants to create an army of Predacons. And so he's managed to find a way to do that. And he's created some new Predacons to join in. And those Predacons are, so far we've released, I think in G1 they were called the Terracons, which is Twin Strike, Windrazor are two that we've shown so far, and we've got three more to show. We've got Hungar, we've got Blot, I think is the other one, and Ripper Snapper to come.
Yeah, because I saw one of them, the beast forms for one of them actually has two dragon heads, I believe.
Yep, that's Twin Strike. Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that one right there, like right here. Right here, like this one.
Yes, that one's Windrazor.
And that's obviously an Insecticon. Yeah, this one.
Twin Strike.
Yeah. Are any of these like you remember in Predacons Rising there was that when Shockwave and Starscream were making more Predacons, we saw one of them in the tank. Is one of them one of those Predacons? Like that?
In Predacons Rising, it could be.
Yeah, okay. I'll just leave it at because clearly Predaking had to make more Predacons.
That's his goal.
Yeah. And obviously like the thing with speaking of Predaking and Starscream, as we all know at the end of Predacons Rising, you saw Predaking and Who were the other two? Like
Darksteel and Skylynx.
Skylynx, like they were surrounding Starscream because Predaking wanted to get revenge on Starscream because of how I believe it was the way he treated him, like treat him just like an animal and stuff like that.
Correct.
So I guess he wanted to get even with him. So can we expect to see Starscream going forward at all?
At this juncture, I can't confirm that.
Okay, yeah. Will it be answered though in the next one though?
Possibly not. I can't confirm that one either.
Okay, because it's going to be pretty weird, like seeing the Predacons there all of a sudden and not explain what happened to Starscream. Because
Well, based on what happens there, it's left to interpretation. And if you look at what happened with RID, they actually explain that Starscream manages to get out of that. So as a writer, I can take it either which way. I can go the RID way and confirm that he got away, or I can just take it and leave the assumption that he got taken out. I have not been able to solidify what I want to do with Starscream at this current juncture within my trilogy.
Yeah, because in like RID, like they had Starscream escape, which I didn't have a problem with that. I didn't
either.
But then when you found out what happened when he escaped was unsatisfying. Like he literally just said he found machines that could destroy Predacons, and he just killed them like that. Like, come on, that's just
lazy writing.
Yeah, Deadpool way. That's just lazy writing.
That is lazy writing. You got to explain things better, man.
Like, I'm not saying you had to show them in RID, but you could at least say, "Oh, like they're out there somewhere." That's all you could have done.
Yeah, I think with RID it had so much potential, but they just really like brought it down to a juvenile level, and it was just too far in comparison to Prime.
It's goofy. It was it was even more goofy than G1.
Yes.
And G1, it was from the back in the 80s. Like being goofy was actually something that was always happening. It always was. But then like RID just took it to another level. Like, and plus they disrespected Prime in a lot of ways with how they handled a lot of the characters and stuff like that. Like obviously, even though they're not Transformers like Jack, Miko, and Raph. That when Bumblebee went to Earth, he didn't even mention them. He just found some new humans. Like I just forgot about them. Like even forgot about Fowler, I believe. Like that didn't make any sense.
You're right. So that's an interesting thing. So a lot of people have been wondering, where are the children? The children are not the focal point of the story within this movie, but they are. I mean, we have to touch on them. We're not going to just not show them. So they will eventually come back at some point.
Yeah, and you said in the past in some of your videos that this one you didn't bring him in because the story didn't need him at all. But then like you're not bringing him in the second one either because it's going to take place completely in space.
Correct. It's going to completely take place on Cybertron. And the reason why is because the Transformers are Transformers. If they're here on Earth, it makes sense that they would need some human counterparts, right, to play the role, which we are. We've got Fowler, we've got General Bryce, and we've got a couple of soldiers. They're not primary, but at least we've got two human characters that it would make sense if these two characters are somehow involved, because everything is happening pretty much real time, right? It's not happening within the course of days or months or weeks. It's happening like in sequential order, right? It's happening literally within a day or two. So there's not enough time to get the kids involved and get everybody else and so on and so forth. So in Cybertron, there's no humans in Cybertron, so there's really no need to have any humans involved.
Yeah.
But by the third film, I can confirm that the kids will be back.
Yeah, because the third one, it's called Ultimate Annihilation. So there's only one thing. Unless I'm reaching out too far, there's only one thing that can mean ultimate annihilation. That's Unicron. Unless I'm reaching out there too far.
Yeah. You're reaching out too far.
Okay, so yeah, I can. So Unicron will have nothing to do with it. Okay.
I didn't say that.
Like
you remember that?
You remember that Nintendo? I believe it was a Nintendo game for Transformers Prime. Remember, like. Remember, I forget who that was. That giant Transformer that worked for Unicron. Forgot what his name was.
I forgot what his name was too.
But yeah,
but I know who you're talking about. It's the Nintendo Wii game.
Yeah, something like that, possibly. I'm going to take a guess.
I think his name was Thunderwing.
Yes, I remember. because I remember there was a certain part where I was trying to fight him and I just kept dying over and over and over again.
I wish they had that game for like another console because I didn't get to play it.
Yeah, I played it. Like I actually still wish I had a Nintendo because I actually like that game, to be honest.
I wish I could create a video game based on the movies that I'm
and so yeah, are you gonna? I believe some of your new characters that you're going to introduce in the sequel are like Jazz and also Barricade and a few others. Like, how did you decide on the future characters as well as these ones?
making. Great question. So what I did was I looked at the story and what type of story I wanted to tell and where I wanted to take that story. Like I said, I'm a big fan of Transformers. I like a lot of different continuities, but not all the continuities are my favorite. That doesn't mean that other people don't like other continuities. So what I want to do is I kind of want to be all encompassing and grab things from here and there so that I can give a little bit to people who do like those certain continuities.
Oh yeah, and like also another thing, like you remember like and when they found Skyquake, Starscream, and Soundwave, when they found him on Earth, Starscream said that there are other Decepticons buried here on Earth. They're just in stasis, but they just weren't in that area either. So, you think we could ever see any more that could be found on Earth in the future?
It's very possible. It's very possible. But
Yeah.
I'll tell you the ones that we have confirmed so far, they have they connect to one of the episodes from season two.
I'll have to go back and watch season two because it's been years since I watched it. Yeah, and also like there's actually a character I think I would hope you would do, but I don't think you ever will. Like even though he was only in one scene in G1, like you remember in like season four, there was a Decepticon called Six Shot. Remember
Oh
where
yes, I
he
know
was
what
the
you're
guy
talking
that took out the aerial bots, where would just like he said, five up, five down. Like that was actually a really cool line. I would actually hope he would do Six Shot because, like, even though he was only in one scene, I actually kind of like the concept. A transformer that has six modes and can do all these sorts of weird things.
That would be a challenge. That would be a
Yeah. Well, doesn't hurt to try it. Yeah.
challenge.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, like you said, you're still technically working on the next two. So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
you, maybe
and all the characters that we have right now are, I mean, we haven't confirmed every single character for the third film. Every single character is already confirmed for the second film, but the third one is still, there's still pockets that I have
yeah.
open.
Yeah, I actually like Six Shot because the idea is actually really cool. Maybe if you don't have them, maybe just make a reference like saying there's a character named Six Shot out there or something like
That's a
that.
possibility. That's a good idea. We
Yeah,
do have some references coming up, and I'm sure more will come.
and like
Oh, we got
and
references in the second film.
oh yeah, and like speaking of something things that weren't like answered in Prime, because I remember in one of your previous videos you said there were certain things that weren't answered that you would try to answer, but it would take all three films to like answer some of these. Like the biggest one obviously is Arachnid, and like was it season four? Beast Hunters? Yeah, it was in season four. Where like you saw she actually in the other Insecticons landed on I believe it was a moon of Cybertron, and
Yes,
like we didn't see them again.
yes.
Like
That was season three.
that was season three. I thought that
Yeah,
was season four.
we only had three seasons.
Okay. I'm just making a mistake now. I'm just confusing Beast Hunters and yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, that's what they actually titled season three was Beast Hunters. But no, yes, we answer that particular topic in the sequel.
Yeah. So
We put out
is
her character sheet actually.
yeah, and so are she in the other Insecticons still going to have that vampire or zombie like thing where they can just suck energon out?
I mean, we're going to continue where it left off, and
So
so yes, she still has that vampire disease, if you will, right?
yeah, yeah, and basically like since it's on one of the moons of Cybertron, like would it? And plus, you said there's some time that has passed since Beast Hunters. Well, not Beast Hunters. Yeah, Beast Hunters. My mistake. Um, could we see like well, even though she most likely won't be in this, from what I take it in the first one, do you think it would kind of make sense for like something to like happen like in between that time and now? Because
There is stuff that's going to happen in between that time, and I'll give you a little tidbit. The reality is that she comes across her sister, Black Arachnia.
Black correct. Yeah. Okay. That's So is like a twin thing, right? Like Skyquake and like Dreadwing.
Not so much a twin thing, but it's definitely a sister thing.
Oh, so like they're connected, like they have a bond, but they weren't created at the same time. Okay, that
Correct.
makes a lot. That makes a lot of sense.
Correct. Because they're both spiders. So it'll be interesting. So just to give you a little bit of detail, because we did release her character sheet already, and Black Arachnia is a triple changer. She goes
Oh,
from robot to spider to Cybertronian motorcycle.
yeah, let me find that actually. I'm trying
Yeah.
to. Yeah, give me 1 second. Like, that's actually some pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, you can go on our website, primeanimations.com.
Okay, I'm looking at that right now because I don't recall you mentioned Black Arachnia.
Yeah, and if you go, I think it's on the second tab that's dedicated to the second film.
Okay, all right. Come on. Okay, right here we go. And where is she? No, that's Arachnid. Hmm. I
She's not
don't.
on there. That it
I.
must have been on our Facebook thing. I apologize for that.
Oh, that's fine. I'll go back and look later. So, and also you had Jetfire there in one of your photos too that you're going to be introducing.
Yes, he'll be in the third one.
Oh, okay. I'm actually a big Jetfire fan. Like he's actually one of my favorites from G1.
I am as well.
And I know you're probably going to disagree when we disagree with me on this completely, but I actually didn't mind how he was used in Revenge of the Fallen. I didn't mind that.
Yeah, yeah, we are going to disagree on that one.
The reason is because I like the idea of like an old timers. I like that idea. Like I'm an old wise guy, even though he was a jackass, a little bit of a jackass too.
Man, that one was a big one for me. That one irked me so much. I can't even. I was so excited to see him too, and I'm like, no, what'd you do to him?
Well, yeah, I didn't mind it that much. I actually enjoyed it because like he was actually a badass too. Like you could tell. Like
Here, I just sent you the link. See if you can open that up.
Okay, give me a second. I'm looking this up right now. Let's see. Haven't gotten it yet. Maybe it's not loading.
In the comments.
In
private chat.
Oh, in the comments. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look at that right here. 1 second. Oh, okay. I see her now. Let's right here. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So a motorcycle in a spider form. Okay.
Yep.
That's actually a pretty interesting thing. Like I don't recall seeing like a spider in Transformers before. I don't recall that unless maybe you've seen one. Which
in G1. Are you talking about G1 Transformers or
no? In Transformers lore at all. I don't recall.
Oh yeah, in the Beast Wars, right? Tarantulas and Black Arachnia herself.
Oh and yeah, okay.
And then Black Arachnia was also in Transformers Animated as a spider as well.
Yeah, because I mean it's been a while since I've seen them, so I have to get back into watching them, even though it's been like a whole while. And there's a lot of other characters that you could touch on too, and other characters that we saw that were in Prime beforehand, but we don't know. Like obviously a one that I like a lot, even though because he was actually pretty scary in Prime, which I liked, and I think he was cool. Soundwave. Like do you have any plans for bringing Soundwave back at all?
There's a good possibility. I've thought about him because I do like him, and the Decepticons are going to need to increase their numbers one way or another. So I have thought about it.
Yeah, because it was his ending was actually funny, and was actually pretty funny at the end. Where like he got trapped in like that alternate universe where he's in between time but not at the same time.
The Shadow Zone.
The Shadow Zone, yeah, correct. And it was pretty like I think it's something that would be good to touch on to like give a full on conclusion to.
Yep. Yeah. I definitely. He's one of the characters that I liked every character. I wish I could bring back every car. I wish I could bring back Dreadwing and Skyquake and Breakdown. I wish I could bring them all back.
Yeah.
And it's really tricky to, limit myself because if you bring too many characters back, then you overflood it and it just doesn't make sense. But I have it right now in a way that everything is lining up and everything is going to make sense.
Yeah. So if you do bring him back, it would probably be in the third one, correct? If you do decide to.
Yes.
Hope you do, because like I want to see. I would like to see him get a rematch on with Miko in that Apex armor. Because that actually would be like, hey, you did that to me. Like, I'll do something to mess with you. Because actually, because Soundwave, like, I loved him in G1, and I actually didn't mind too much in Dark of the Moon. I didn't mind that. I know you disagree with me with that completely, but I didn't mind it too much because, like, at least he was still scary, and he was incredibly scary in Transformers Prime. Like, really, the fact that he doesn't have a face and he doesn't talk, but he did talk once. It was like when they were trying to hack into his system, and where like he said, "Soundwave inferior, Soundwave superior, Autobots inferior," which that was pretty scary.
And
Yeah,
that was a great nod to, I think it was the 1986 movie.
yeah, yeah, and basically like where he was talking with the Destructicons in the G1 movie, where he said
Yes,
like Soundwave superior, Destructicons inferior.
correct. That was a great. Let me tell you, that whole battle in 1986 was just phenomenal.
And I believe, I correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was Bone Crusher that told him, "Who are you calling inferior?" I believe
Yeah,
it
I think
was.
so.
I believe it was Bone Crusher.
I
Yeah,
think you're
yeah,
right. I think
yeah.
you're right. Yeah.
Man, I forget who all was part of the Destructicons in there. I know Bone Crusher and
Mixmaster,
Mixmaster,
Scrapper, Hook,
Scrapper, Oak,
Scavenger.
Scavenger. There was one more, at least, because there were 6 or 7, I believe.
Six.
There were 6. Okay, yeah, I know. Okay, I remember now. But yeah, that entire scene was actually pretty cool. Where after they thought Megatron died, they all turned against each other, fight for leadership.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The,
and
the
then all
cool
of a
thing is, the cool thing is we're gonna see references to G1 animated Beast Wars. We may even see some things from things that I really didn't like the Unicron series. For
yeah,
example, you saw that Jetfire, the colors on Jetfire were colors from one of the Unicron trilogies. I don't remember which one, but I used those colors instead of his traditional red, white, and black.
I could
He
have.
was
I thought Jetfire had a little bit of red in G1.
he had yes, like solid red, like you see where our names are solid red here with the
Yeah,
white
yeah,
text.
yeah,
That's where his traditional color was with some blacks here and there, in certain aspects.
yeah.
But the what I used was like a burgundy with some white, black, and some gold highlight.
Yeah. Like I don't think right here. Here he is. Right. Well, this isn't a good photo, but still though, like that, like that, like
Yes.
yeah. I could have sworn he had some red on him.
Yeah, yeah, he's got some red there. But the design that I did, it's not like that. I'll show you. I'll send this to you now.
Okay. Okay.
Tell me I didn't post that. That doesn't make sense. I know I posted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes. Okay, found it. Here you go.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Oh, he has a lot more red to him, and a lot more. Is that orange or yellowish? I believe that is.
It's like a yellow. It's like a gold.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I like that actually. That doesn't look too bad. No. Yeah. Also, it looks like he has like an eye plate too. So, will there be times like where he has takes the plate off and you see his eyes? Or
Yes, yes.
okay.
We'll be able to see that. So he's basically modeled after this character, or the color scheme is basically after this character, or this
Okay.
version of Jetfire right there.
Okay.
And this is from the Unicron trilogy, but I just don't remember which one. Like it's Cybertron. It's been so long. Energon.
Oh, okay.
Energon. Transformers. Energon.
Hmm. It's been years since I've watched Energon.
Yeah, but you could see the color scheme there.
Oh, okay. I completely see it. Yeah, I see it.
Yep.
Yeah, that does. I don't mind that too much. It actually looks pretty cool.
Yep. I like I said, I want to take aspects of different areas. I don't just want to stick to G1 or something
Yeah.
like that. Even though obviously I grew up with G1, I want to be able to bring in other areas that make sense, and that's the key thing.
Yeah, and like one of the things that makes a lot of sense to me, even though you said this is not in any way connected to the War for Cybertron or Fall of Cybertron games, which even though it isn't, I don't mind that. I would like that, but I can see where you're going. You can't have that because you can't have that burden because you have to stick to your own little plate. But
Yep.
like something that I liked in Fall of Cybertron, which my favorite level in that game was playing as Grimlock. Like that was by far my favorite part. Like I just love transforming, just destroying everything in my path. Yeah.
You're gonna get a kick of what we're gonna do with him in the next film. I guarantee you.
And
He's
all
between Optimus. I have like 4 or 5 different characters that are my top characters. But going back to G1, it was Prime, Grimlock, and Springer. Those are my 3 favorites.
with me, it's Prime, Bumblebee, Grimlock, and Ironhide. That's my. And I think in Ratchet 2, and Jazz. I just love all of them.
Yeah, I like Jazz too. Jazz is one of my favorites. That's why I had to bring him in.
Yeah.
But you're gonna like the direction that we go with Grimlock in the second film. We're gonna see, oh man, we're gonna see the struggles that he went through, where he's at now, the bitterness that he has in him, the rage. We're gonna see all of that come out, and anybody that's in front of him is gonna feel it.
Yeah. So you just confirmed that the Dinobots they're actually Transformers. They weren't created from anything, right?
No, we're not gonna go the route, the G1 route.
Okay.
We're gonna go with like what's been said in like the comics, with like the War Within comics, or even the Fall of Cybertron, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna see aspects of those within the story.
Yeah, because like in Fall of Cybertron, like the Dinobots, they weren't called the Dinobots. They were just an elite group of Transformers that were just like what you would call the Wreckers are in Transformers Prime.
Yep.
Yeah. And the thing was, Shockwave just captured them, just redesigned them with like dinosaurs from Earth. That's basically what happened.
Yep.
And I take it you have a good way of explaining how they're actually Dinobots and not like just Cybertronian stuff like that.
Oh yes.
So clearly some Transformer had to have seen something from Earth, and they had to scan it for the Dinobots. I'm just going to take that as a limb. That's all I'll say.
Yep, it's gonna be fully explained. Who, what, where, when, how, all of that, and it's not gonna be alien, right? It'll be familiar, and people will be like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And also a few other Transformers that I would like for you to see in that. Well, I would like to see in this, I should say. Like one of my favorites is like Thundercracker and Skywarp. They were basically Starscream's twins.
Yes.
Like that's basically what it was. Like, and back in those days, like they didn't want to create some new model, so they just took an existing model and just repainted it. That's all they did.
Those are the only ones that actually make sense to me. But I mean, even still, you can explain that. You can be like, oh, the assembly line and stuff like that. So people share the same chambers and chassis. That stuff makes sense. But if you look at these links that I'm sending you right now, these are the current designs that I have for the Dinobots.
Yeah, I'll bring this up so the audience can see them. Yeah. Swoop actually looks pretty cool. The wings. I actually think the wings would actually look better if they were more closed in instead of just wide open. I actually believe that.
Yep.
So, yeah. Also, there's one more, I believe. Who is this? Oh no, that's just Swoop. Okay, my mistake.
There should be 3 though.
Should be 3.
Yeah.
Who did I miss? Oh no, that's Grimlock. And who is this? Oh, Slash. Oh, Slash. The one that was supposed to be in Age of Extinction but was cut out. Okay. Yeah. The Velociraptor. Yeah.
Velociraptor. Yes.
Yeah.
So we're turning her into a Velociraptor, and it is a female. I thought it'd be pretty cool to have our first female Dinobot. Not because of any specific message. I just like her.
Yeah. Actually, I don't mind that too much. And the way the Dinobots were handled in Age of Extinction is complicated to me. Because on one hand, it's cool that they were these knights and these warriors and like these dinosaurs, but at the other end, we didn't even see them at all.
They were just thrown in there. They were just I mean, in the internet, on YouTube, you see clickbait, right?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that's how the Dinobots were. They were clickbait. It was just bait to come watch the film, watch the dinosaurs, right? Because dinosaurs are cool. And then to people like us who love the Dinobots, we want to go see it. But then the Dinobots weren't used for anything.
Well, I just love seeing them at the theater. I'm glad, even though I would have wanted more with what we got. Like, okay, that's what it is. What it is. But I'm at least glad we got something of them. Like, yeah, because I'm gonna be honest with you. When in that theater, because I was with my father at that time, I was jumping up when that scene happened. Like, yeah, yeah, I was
I,
jumping up. Yeah,
I enjoyed watching them, but I just felt like they just weren't used properly, and it was a disgrace what they did with them in the fifth movie.
in the fifth movie, I'm trying. We didn't see them at all. Where we only saw Grimlock and Slug.
Yep.
Yeah, Grimlock and Slug for like one quick scene, and then no, two quick scenes. My mistake. Two
Yep.
quick scenes, and then we didn't see them again.
Yep. They were basically pets at this. I don't know what it was, like this junkyard, right? And they were just basically pets, and it just wasn't.
Yeah,
And they marketed it. The marketing. I remember seeing commercials with Dinobots, and it almost made it look like they were going to have,
a bigger role.
a bigger role, right, a more significant, and it really wasn't. They just threw them in for the marketing factor.
They actually had less screen time than they did in Age of Extinction.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then they had these little baby dinosaurs. What was that?
Uh, I never figured that out, to be honest. I have not. But
Listen, there was a bunch of things. There was a bunch of things that Michael Bay added in that were a waste of money. There was this one character in, I think it was the Dark of the Moon. I don't even know how to explain it. It's when he's about to sit down on the Lincoln Memorial. It's this little round
I
thing.
know it. I know
Like,
it.
what is that?
I believe that was a hatchling. I could be wrong, but I believe that's what it was.
That was, I mean, that number one cost money to make the character design, cost money to 3D design it. It cost money to rig it and animate it, and it was a waste of money.
Basically, from what I could tell, I believe that was a hatchling because Megatron said, "Don't be greedy, my little fleshlings." So
Yes.
I assume that's what it was. I mean, I could be wrong, but
No,
that's just
makes
how I
sense.
took it. That's
It
how I
makes
took it.
sense. But honestly, at the end of the day, it did nothing, and it was nothing. That was a waste of money. And so when you look at those little dinosaurs in the fifth movie, there was the same type of thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to complain about in that, but there were actually, I'm going to be honest, there were actually some things that I liked about it. Like Hound, for instance. You probably didn't like him. I loved him because I'm a big John Goodman fan. Because like not only Hound actually looked like John Goodman. That was actually it was pretty funny. Like he actually acted like a bit like an old veteran because I have a lot of family members that were veterans and they acted just like him. So yeah, and also I believe Hound was basically the replacement for Ironhide because like Ironhide was killed in
Yeah,
Dark of the Moon, and basically like since you don't have like that big machine, the big warrior to go ahead, the weapon specialist. So I think that Hound took that place.
yeah, yeah. I think Hound for me. No, you're right. I didn't really like his the way that they portrayed him, but I thought he would have been maybe a little bit better as Bulkhead
Yeah,
instead of
and
Hound
I
for the
actually
vehicle type.
Hound was actually based. Well, was when did Prime start? Because I believe no. Last night came after Prime. I believe Hound was based off Bulkhead. Yeah,
Yes, yes, yeah.
yeah,
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 because Bulkhead, I mean, he fits the Bulkhead type with the body and the vehicle. Because Hound G1 was like a Jeep, it
yeah,
was an army Jeep.
yeah. I didn't. Yeah, when I very first saw Age. Well, when I first was watching the marketing for Age of Extinction, where like you saw Hound was going to be this military vehicle. I didn't mind that too much. I would have preferred having him as a Jeep, but I didn't mind having him as a military vehicle.
Nah, I mean,
Be-
it is what it is. You got to take the movie what it is. I mean, if we're gonna stick to like certain things, it's. I mean, for me, I didn't really like the films. I didn't like them as movie films, and I liked them even less as Transformer films. The only thing that I thought that was really good of those films was the action. The action was really great. I was entertained as far as that goes. And from a male perspective, they had a lot of eye candy.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll Megan Fox. I will say that. Yeah.
I mean,
Also,
not even make. I mean, if you look at Dark of the Moon, I've
yeah,
worked in corporate America for since 1999, and if you look at Dark of the Moon, it's like every company had all these gorgeous model type women
yeah,
everywhere, no matter
yeah.
what, and that's just not
Well, that's
reality.
that's because Michael Bay's like he takes a lot of photo. What's the company that he works for outside of filmmaking, where he takes a lot of photos of hot women? I
Yeah,
know that. forgot what company he works for, but he
I
does
mean,
it.
I personally didn't mind it, right?
I didn't
From a
mind it at
male
all.
perspective, I didn't
Yeah,
mind it.
yeah. But like something I think gets a little too much hate on it. I mean, it deserves to get hate on it. The movies do, but I think it gets a little too much hate on it. Is when they said like there's no story at all. Like the story, you can make an argument is bad, but I think there's at least something there. Like an Age of Extinction, for honest. Like they had the seed there that would turn the Hong Kong into like a the metal that it is,
The
and
Transformium.
basically like the humans were trading Autobots to get it, and they traded Optimus to get it, and basically they wanted to use it to build an army, which in my opinion I didn't mind that too much. I like that actually because like
Yeah,
you see,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. If we go down there, I mean, as an individual movie, I
yeah,
agree with you. But
yeah,
connecting them doesn't make
yeah,
sense. Why are
I
they
agree.
trying to build an army? Well, that's what they tried to do in the first film,
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
with the
yeah,
cube. But then they
yeah.
had an army hidden in the moon on the third film.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But I'm just saying from like a store from like trying from like a perspective, certain perspective, to say that like it had no story whatsoever. I
No, no, no,
actually
no,
I
no.
disagree with it because
No,
that's what
I'll agree
because
with you on that. It had story. It just
because every time I've seen people hate on these movies, they say there's no story at all. Which I there's a lot of things that can be said about them. I just don't think that's one you can say.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it has a story. Obviously, there's 5 films, but they just
yeah,
weren't good and they weren't connecting good to one another. That's the shame. It's
like
shame because really these films could have been masterpieces in my opinion. Had they been written number one with the intention of making more than just one, because I really don't think they had the intention. It feels like to me Michael Bay went into this, and I could be wrong. It's my assessment. Uh, we're gonna make this film. We're gonna make it a success because everybody goes into something thinking they're gonna make it a success, but that's as far as it's gonna go,
mm,
right? And you could see that by the writing of the second film. It did not connect well.
well, I don't. I believe Bay should take a lot of heat from it, but I think he gets a little too much because, like, if you recall, like during Revenge of the Fallen when it was being made, the writers there were 3 of them, and they only had like 8 or 9 weeks to write it. So
Yeah, because
that,
they were on that strike,
yeah, so
the
that
writer's
part,
strike.
that part, I don't think you can put on Bay as much. I mean, he deserves some of it, but I don't think he deserves as much as
Yeah,
people give him.
I mean, I put it in here because I'm talking about the
Yeah,
collectiveness of it, right?
yeah,
That's why I'm putting them in there. If we look at why Revenge of the Fallen was the worst out of, or
yes,
arguably the worst, then yes,
yeah,
we can default to say yes, it was the writing issue that went on and the
yeah,
writing. But as far
yeah,
as all 5 films connecting,
yeah.
hell, no.
I actually got a kick out of Dark of the Moon. I like that one actually.
That was I find that the one to be the most entertaining. I really like the
The,
final battle scene of that. That was actually pretty cool.
the first one and the third one, I
Yes,
actually like.
yeah,
Like,
those are my 2 favorite
and
ones out
I
of it.
and you're gonna disagree with me 100% on this. Age of Extinction is not as bad as they're saying it is. It's not anything. It's okay at best in my view.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, no, I'll agree with you on that. I could not stand the female character that they got. She was utterly annoying.
Cade,
Could not stand.
my Mark Wahlberg's daughter.
Yes. Oh
Oh
gosh.
yeah. Well, actually, that's not even the worst part. It's that boyfriend guy.
Yeah, he wasn't too great either.
No, he was actually worse than her. He was.
Yeah, yeah, and being a dad,
Yeah.
yeah, I wouldn't want. I didn't like that guy at all. Very rude, disrespectful, and but the
It's
daughter
actually
didn't help anything.
it's actually a little creepy too because it said she was 17. So
Oh gosh, that just shows the Hollywood, all the stuff that's going on in the Hollywood Me Too movement and all that garbage that's happening, right?
but yeah, it's like some positives from Age of Extinction. Like I actually think you can agree with me on this. We saw like a modernized version of G1 Prime, a modernized version. Because remember when he had scanned that old truck? I
Yeah.
forgot what's
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. Yes,
I forgot what it's called, but it's like a modernized version of that, which I
yes,
like that. I appreciated that.
yes, yes.
Yeah,
I did too. I did too.
yeah, and
Uh, I
my
I
father
did
did
too.
too.
Yeah, I did too. I liked it. It was like a nod to G1, and it was cool. I just and Bumblebee was cool, and Bumblebee's always cool. Bumblebee's like
Um,
the coolest straight through.
yeah, he's coolest, but I would give that to Ironhide. He was the coolest.
I
Yeah,
liked Ironhide. Actually, I think that Ironhide's upgrade was. If I have to say anything about Michael Bay, as far as positive goes, is what he did to Ironhide and Bumblebee. He actually made them cooler.
Yeah, because like you remember when he very first introduced in the first one, he had these badass cannons on his arms, like, and basically like he was joking with Sam, like saying you feeling lucky. Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
like the upgrade to get him from a minivan to a truck,
yeah,
right? Because
yeah.
trucks are, they're
It was
built
a
for tough, right?
yeah, it was a GMC top kick.
Yes, yes. And so
Yeah, yeah,
it was really cool to see that. Now, why I didn't think a minivan was tough, because I just don't see a minivan. I get it. They were looking at the 18 back then, and the 18
yeah,
had their van, and it was an
yeah.
assault van. I get that, but I just never got that Ironhide feel from that vehicle.
Yeah, and also like there and during the when they released the toys, I believe it was for Dark of the Moon. They had an alternate version of Ironhide, but it was in G1 colors. Like
Oh yes, yes.
I wanted to buy that so much, but my parents didn't do that. So yeah,
Well, I'll confirm with you right now. I'll confirm with you right now, and this hasn't been released anywhere, but we are going to do Ironhide in the third film.
Okay, yeah. You can actually put if you want to, you can put this video on your channel if you want. I can send you the file if you want
Absolutely,
to. Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah. If you
And
want to, yeah. So you can actually make sure this gets all your fans see this too. That's too.
sweet,
Yeah, yeah. So after we get done with this later, I'll send you the file.
cool.
Yeah, yeah. Also, there also another thing that I really well, no, I'll get to that later. But another positive thing in Age of Extinction that I liked was, even though it was an incredibly emotional scene and I was bummed out, I actually kind of liked it in a way, was when Ratchet died. Well, because like, even though because like it was a pretty brutal and emotional
Yeah, that was.
scene, we're like because my father, he was actually crying in the theater when that happened. Yeah, yeah, and because like, and actually did set up kind of the motivation too for Lockdown, when he says like, "I'll let you live if you tell me where Optimus Prime is." So, and he refused to, because Ratchet had that honor, because he was so loyal to Optimus, and where he actually would die before giving him up. So, and then Lockdown killed him, and then you saw Optimus's reaction later when they found out that Ratchet died. He said they slaughtered Ratchet, and like he said in a pissed off manner. Like
Yeah.
like that's actually a positive I take from that. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, there's tidbits of the movies that really were good. They were good. It wasn't The movies weren't utter garbage, right? They weren't at Captain Marvel's level.
yeah, yeah. And like here's something I'm curious how you're going to take how I view on this. The
Okay.
Last Night. I remember you saying it was so awful that you could wish you could give it a 0 if you could. I remember you saying that. I don't think you can give it a 0. I think you can give this I believe you can give it a 5 or a 6 at most. And here's why.
Okay.
I'm going to explain why. Because like if you look at all the movies, all of them, like all their problems, it actually had the best story. And here's why: because it explained more the history of the Transformers, and like explored more mythology, like the opening scene when they were there on Earth. Who knows how they, when in the first one they said, oh, they've never been on Earth before, but then they said that in the previous ones they in the next ones that they've been on Earth multiple times. And also the idea that that to act to revive Cybertron and the Last Night was they needed someone to unlock it. So, well, I take that back. Well, I forgot what her name was. Quintessa, I believe, is that what her name was?
Yes,
Where
Quintessa.
she was trying to revive Cybertron, and the only way to stop her was to use I forgot who that other girl was. It was, yeah, you remember her.
The human female character, right?
Yeah, the descendant of what was his name again? Who was the
Arthur
wizard?
King, was it King Arthur or no? Oh, Merlin.
Merlin, the descendant of Merlin, needed to use Merlin's DNA to like unlock to stop it from happening. Which I actually didn't think that would have been that was actually that bad. Even though to make it a little more simpler, I think they should have got rid of her and just have it be Cade to do it. Which because it would have actually made it like a little more easier to follow too.
I got
And
you. I hear you. I do disagree. I
yeah,
I didn't like that one at all. As a matter of fact, that's been the only movie that my kids have fallen asleep at,
yeah,
and
yeah,
and and, and they watch every movie with me,
yeah,
and they fell asleep maybe about 30 minutes to an
Yeah.
hour into the film.
Yeah.
I tried to watch it a second time to give it another shot, and I
Yeah.
wound up falling asleep at
Yeah, because like whenever there's like a movie that people hate on, I try to find whatever
it.
few
Yeah.
positives there are, just to highlight those a little bit. Yeah, yeah,
The only thing positive for me in that film was the actual female role. The female,
but
she was phenomenal. I mean, I looked at her and I was like, oh man.
yeah, but I think you do have to say this though. Optimus was actually pretty badass in the movie. He
He
was.
was. He was.
So that's another positive. So,
He was.
but yeah, even though he was very underused in that movie,
He was.
very underused.
And to make him a villain was a nice twist.
Yeah,
Even if it was temporary, it was something different.
yeah,
I'm still not a big fan of Megatron constantly being the hero, and Unicron was like an afterthought, and
yeah. What I
Quintessa.
What I think they should have done was they should have actually had not put Megatron alive with Quintessa at all. What they should have done was that the Autobots should have went to him to help him stop Optimus. I
Yeah,
actually think that would have actually been better.
I agree. I agree with you. I
because
agree.
because to beat the big dog, you have to use the big dog's equal, and that's
Yeah.
Megatron. Megatron is to Optimus as Optimus is to Megatron.
And I think it would have been a good opportunity. Let's say they saved Optimus, right? Because obviously they have to save him. I think it would have been a good opportunity to bring in the character that you mentioned, somebody like Six Shot, who's a real challenge.
Yeah, yeah.
You always want to
Oh yeah.
your previous villain, right?
Not there. You have to up them in different ways. You can't just up them in
Correct.
like say these bit stronger or more scarier. Like you have to like update them in maybe not necessarily fighting, but like mentally and like their
Yeah,
structure and the
some
way
way,
they think.
some way, some way that
Like
presents a bigger challenge. I agree.
like you remember? Did you watch this Netflix series Jessica Jones?
No, no.
Okay. But basically, what it was the Marvel shows, okay, before they were taken off Netflix. In the first season, there was this character, the villain. I forgot what his name was. Like, what his idea was, like, he can basically just talk to people, and they would just do whatever they do, whatever that he wants them to do, from just saying it. And basically, that was actually pretty badass and scary. And then the next villain, they tried to up it, and like when it just failed, upside down.
Hmm.
So yeah, and it didn't make a whole lot of sense. So
Okay.
yeah. Yeah,
Well, we're definitely upping our villains
yeah,
as the story progresses. We're definitely upping it, and we're
yeah,
upping it in a way that is going to make sense and really um, cause the Autobots put the Autobots in really tough decisions or tough situations. Excuse me.
yeah. And yeah, getting to the Combaticons for that. How did you decide to use them instead of like some other Decepticons?
That's a great question. So in one of the episodes, I think it was in season 2, when Starscream is in the Harbinger and he finds the empty protoforms, he finds 5 of them. I was so dead bet sure that he was going to make the Combaticons, um, and because there
Oh,
was 5 of them, and that's how he made them in G1,
yeah,
right? And so, to my surprise, they were just clones of him, and I just thought that was such a missed opportunity
yeah.
for the story writers of Prime.
I think that was just a little Easter egg. I think that's what they were trying to do. Like,
Man, that would have been
yeah,
great. So I felt when I saw that, and after seeing it again, it was a great episode, and I liked where they went with it. But I just thought that was, gosh, such a missed opportunity. And I said, I want to do the Combaticons. Darn it.
yeah, there was I loved Prime a lot. Was it a perfect show? No, because like it had its opportunities. Like a lot, one of the opportunities I thought that I actually would have liked to explain. It was explained, but it was explained later on. This is like what happened to Alpha Trion when after he knocked out Smokescreen.
Yeah,
Yeah, they explained it later, but I actually would have preferred seeing it like when they at that moment, like maybe even show that scene as a whole, because
gotcha.
like
Yeah.
all they did was they just showed images. They didn't show any animation. All it was just like these images of what happened, and we
Yep.
didn't even see Alpha Trion in those images. So yeah,
And that obviously that's due to right budget, right? The more
oh yeah,
characters you make, the more it costs. But we do mention Alpha Trion. We've mentioned him, I think, a couple of times in
yeah,
scene 2.
yeah.
Um,
He was
yeah,
actually he was actually one of the 13 primes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
That's awesome. I think I read that, but I may have forgotten that. Yeah, that's good. So we do mention him, right, to make that tie-in. Again, a lot of the things that we're doing is we're tying it to the show. We
yeah,
wanted to make sense. We figured that Alpha Trion would know these things, right? Based on how knowledgeable he was.
Yeah, and basically like I you said it was in one of the first scenes. I forgot which scene it was, but it was like scene 2 or 3. I could be wrong. Was when they talked about making new protoforms for like proper protoforms. Yeah,
Scene
scene
two.
two. Yeah, scene 2. Where like I always assumed that Primus made those. I didn't assume like the Autobots themselves made them.
Yeah,
I,
who knows? I don't think the lure ever touches on that. So
yeah,
based on things, when the lure doesn't touch on it, it's open to the creativity of the
interpretation.
writer.
Yeah, like how'd you decide to like say like Alpha Trion was the only one who knew how to build them? Like,
Well, because I figured he's the one who's been given this knowledge. I mean, I look at him as a very knowledgeable character, even going back to G1. In G1, if I'm not mistaken, he was the creator of Optimus Prime,
yes,
and he held the key to Vector Sigma.
yeah,
So he played an important part as far as information.
yeah.
And so I felt like, again, we're not given a whole lot of detail on Alpha Trion in his past. Um, all we know is the connection that he had with Smokescreen, right?
Yeah.
And how he was sending these artifacts,
The
right, to keep them
relics.
the relics, right, to keep them away from Decepticon hands. So he would be entrusted with a lot of
Yeah.
information, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
And I did find it odd that he knew Optimus would find the Star Saber, like he encoded it with the message, and he knew Optimus would find it on Earth. I thought that was a little weird, but I just took it as what it was.
Convenient.
All of us, I can't imagine Optimus saying like, "Oh, we just landed on this same planet that Alpha Trion somehow just mysteriously managed to send all these relics to."
Yep, yep.
Yeah,
But what's interesting is the way that they connect things and how Earth and Cybertron are connected. And I think the fact that they, even though I didn't agree with it, that they made Unicron the center of Earth. However, when you look at the connections between the two and how there's all this stuff, I'm like, you know what? I can see that. I'll buy
yeah.
into that.
Yeah, because like the thing about Primus and Unicron is like they're actually brothers to be if you know like
Yeah,
they were created at the exact same moment, and
yin and
like
yang.
yeah, one was good, one was evil, and basically like obviously good and evil have to collide, and so yeah, and so you have Earth, which is supposed to represent evil. I believe it's supposed to. I don't know why. Then you have Cybertron, which is supposed to represent good and enlightenment. So, and basically like and kind of not the fact that I don't know if Earth was already formed when Alpha Trion sensed those relics. It may have been, and he clearly had to have sent them there. So obviously, it had to have been formed at that time. So yeah,
And he
yeah,
would have known that Unicron is dormant, or maybe he just thought it was just a random planet where humans connected, right? And
yeah.
they had traveled and they said, okay, this is yeah, cool. We're here at this planet. This looks like a cool place. Who
Yeah.
knows?
And then also you remember like the prophecy that was in season 1, where like there was supposed to be a great evil that would come. It didn't say whether it was supposed to be Earth or Cybertron. And then when he found out that it's supposed to be Earth, so I assume the people, though, whoever told the prophecy knew what was going everything. They just didn't say everything. I
Yep,
think
yep.
I assume they just kept it as a mystery for convenient reasons.
Very possible. Absolutely very possible. But
Yeah.
we are going to touch on a lot of that stuff. We are going to touch on, the protoforms. We are going to touch on how they're made a little bit more.
Yeah.
So we are going to dig into some of those question marks that are up in the air that the Prime Show series left.
Yeah. Also, another thing I think I would like to know if you will ever touch on are the other of the primes that were created. Like there were 13 that were created. So we obviously know that a few of them were Megatronus, Alpha Trion, and Solus. So that means that there's 10 others. I think it would be a good idea to like touch on who the other 10 were.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, one of them was something. So one of them was like where the Predacons come from. I can't remember his name. It was like some type of monster creature. And then there was another one that had to do with time and stuff like that. I mean, we could absolutely touch on those things.
I remember there was one that had like an energy orb around it. I forgot who that one was.
Yeah, that they showed that character in RID.
No, I believe it was also briefly shown in Prime when those images were shown, those
Yes,
flashbacks.
yes, yep,
Uh,
yep.
yeah, and like and basically like it explained that somehow Primus became one with the core of Cybertron, which I don't know how that even happened. Whatever explanation there was.
There was no explanation for that, but yeah, but he's essentially the core.
I think that would actually be something to touch on. Actually,
wait, wait, wait till the 30th of this month, and you'll see.
oh! You just revealed something.
So you'll see come the 30th of this month what we do with those little bits and pieces of information you just threw out there.
Yeah. Also, it showed like all the primes were actually surrounding the doorway to the core of Cybertron when Primus was actually became one with the core. So yeah. So basically like whatever happened after that, the life on Cybertron began. So yeah, and also another thing when it talked about the Predacons, it said that they died out before most life began on Cybertron. So would you take it that they were on Cybertron before the 13 primes, or were the primes created first?
You know what? I've never thought about that, to be quite honest with you. That's pretty interesting. But I guess now that you're bringing that, I would say the primes were made first before the Predacons.
Well, it actually kind of wouldn't make sense because Prime did say, Optimus, he did say that before the beginning, there was nothing but Primus and Unicron. So
correct.
So yeah, I guess that explains it then.
Not only that, but again, going based off of what I read from I think it's the Exodus comic book, where it mentions the 13 primes. One of the 13 primes is where the Predacons come from. Like they have one that's a combiner, another one that's like supposed to be like a Micromaster or something like that, and there's one that's like really like beastly looking, and that's where the Predacons come from.
Yeah, and like Alpha speaking in like Alpha Trion, in my opinion, I believe in Dark of the Moon Sentinel. I think Sentinel was actually based off Alpha Trion.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see that.
Because like I remember when me and my father very first watched the trailer for Dark of the Moon, where they showed the moon landing, which I believe that moon landing was actually fake in real life. But but back to Transformers. When it showed that scene where it showed going into the Ark and you see Sentinel, I remember my father and I always said that had to be Alpha Trion. It had to be, because like the beard and like the colors and the shape, and then and also I like that Leonard Nimoy actually played him.
I like that too. So I found the prime. It's Onyx Prime. Onyx Prime is where the Predacons come from.
Okay, let me see right here. Ah, that looks pretty cool.
Yeah, he actually does.
Yeah.
So that's where all the Predacons come from, is from Onyx Prime.
Yeah. Actually, you can kind of see like a Predacon head right here.
Yeah.
A beat. Yeah. You should probably touch on this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we will.
Yeah. There's a lot to touch on in Transformers Prime. Like
there is. I guarantee you guys, the audience is going to love this story. They're going to love how it connects. They're going to love the characters that we bring into it and how they interact with one another. I mean, we're doing that now. We've got, Smokescreen and Rodimus, and we're making them like they were college roommate buddies, right?
Yeah.
We've mentioned Depth Charge already and how he was a former wrecker, along with Wright Springer and the others. We're talking about how the Combaticons interacted with these wreckers and how they took them down. So the wreckers were defeated by the Combaticons, and they basically broke apart because of that defeat. So we're making all of these different connection points, and they're going to continue.
And also in that previous scene when Wheeljack and Bulkhead were talking with, was it Swindle and Brawl, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And basically they said like they missed Bulkhead missed a good pounding and said that they killed a bunch of the wreckers. Like will you touch on which wreckers they actually killed?
It's not written in the story. So as of right now, we don't have any mentions. The only record that we know that was actually killed was Sea Spray from I think it was the second season.
Yeah, it was.
And so that's about it. We do have plans to bring more records in.
Yeah.
And we are going to see more records come by the third film.
Yeah, and like Ultra Magnus was actually put in as the leader of the wreckers because like they were like these wild idiots that went out there and just did all this and just messed shit up. Yeah.
Correct. They were a little bit. If you remember G1 GI Joe, Sergeant Slaughter had a group of bandits. I think they were called the
Oh,
Renegades.
yeah, I remember that now. I remember
So
that.
that's kind of what I equated to, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
here's our design on depth charge.
Right here. Ah, okay. He looks pretty cool. Ah, yeah.
And then here's our design on Air Razor.
Okay. I'm gonna look right here. Ah, okay. That looks pretty cool.
Yep. And so we've got some folks that are going to be in here. I've got Jazz. I don't know if you've seen Jazz. Actually, this
I
one.
see.
Yep. He
Yeah.
was loaned to us, if you will, by the original artist. He allowed us to use his design.
Oh, okay.
And then we also have Stinger that we've designed as well.
Oh yeah, I remember. I remember Stinger.
And Stinger in the movie, right,
Yeah.
was a knockoff of Bumblebee, and so
Yeah.
we kind of wanted to give him certain aspects of Bumblebee. And I don't know if you can see it in the face mask.
Yeah. Like in Age of Extinction, that scene was actually funny because like remember that woman's voice said that like Springer inspired by Bumblebee, but better in every way, and then Bumblebee just went off. That scene was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, that
Like,
was So I thought Stinger was a cool character, and so likewise we're bringing him into the mix. And the cool thing is how we're bringing him into the mix.
yeah.
We're going to keep that rivalry with Bumblebee
Ah,
in that film.
yeah, okay. And also with bringing depth charge back, and because like in the previous scene, the Combaticons clearly have some grudge against depth charge, and so will we see any of the Combaticons survive and move on?
Oh,
Right.
that's too far ahead. We're gonna have to wait. Let's see, 3 more scenes to get to that answer.
Oh, how many scenes are there total again?
19 total.
19. Okay. And basically, like I've seen you in your videos, like you have each scene, but you chop them into very small section. Like it's basically like what was I trying to? It's basically like a small episode, but within an episode.
Yeah, the reason we did that is because by the time we got to scene 11, certain sub scenes hadn't been done yet. They were still being worked on. Specifically, scene 11:4, because he
Yeah.
was still working on it.
Yeah.
So I would have loved to have done scene 11 as a whole, but we
Yeah.
just couldn't. So we had to go with what we had that was done. I
Yeah.
think there were actually 2 sub scenes that weren't done. It was scene 11:4 and I think 11:8.
I have a suggestion for you. When you release the final episode, the final scene, what you should do do like a live thing on Facebook where you play Predacons Rising in this, so you have it as a whole thing. Actually, would be
Yeah,
pretty cool.
that would be pretty cool. That would be
Yeah.
pretty cool. The cool thing that we want to do is we want to actually thank the people who have contributed, right?
I
to the
actually
project.
have.
You did? Yes. Nice. Nice. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
you see me in the credits, Gabriel Ray.
Yeah, well, I got my editor, so if that's you, yeah, absolutely. My
Yeah.
creditor actually does that, the credits to that. But yes, so you would be one of those people, right? And what we
Yeah.
want to do, those people sacrifice a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
And so we want to reward them. We want
Yeah.
to show our appreciation. So those are the folks that are going to get the high quality Blu-ray finished
Yeah.
with all the good
Yeah.
stuff. We're going to have the rendered and the unrendered scene. We're going to
Yeah.
have, I talked to my editor about this, we're going to have some deleted scenes. And we're also going to have some additional content in there that's going to be really worthwhile.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty interesting. I might have to look into donating a little more. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's all going towards the show. I mean, right
Yeah.
now, the only money that we've touched is for a number of things: renting out the studio when we've needed it, and
Yeah.
then purchasing software.
Equipment.
Right now, it's software. We've only done software. We haven't done any equipment yet. It's been software for the special effects that we've been doing. Hardware is coming up. I would say once we're done animating, I've got to make I got to pull the trigger, make a decision so that we can render everything out.
Yeah, because like you have to have everything done as a whole, then you pull everything because you would just keep wasting time by doing everything individually.
Correct. not only that, but what I like to do is, and I spoke to my editor Mike about this, is there. I mean, it's not there by. I'm not going to deny that there's a lot of opportunities. We're not professionals. We're not. I
Yeah,
mean, we're not dedicating 8 hours a day or 10 hours
yeah,
a day plus to this and getting paid for it. Right? We're doing it on our spare time. Literally,
yeah,
I'm like after my kids go to bed is when I hop on and I'm up till
yeah,
1, 2, 3 in the morning sometimes. Right?
yeah, yeah,
And so I know that there's a lot of opportunities in it. But what I'd like to do is between me and my editor, we're going to sit down, we're going to look at it, and we're going to say, okay, we can change this. This needs to be a little bit more refined. We need to maybe pause this just an extra second more so it feels a
yeah,
little bit more natural. So we're
yeah.
going to be refining it, if you will.
Ah, okay, that makes a whole lot of sense because like you want as soon as you get this done, you want to move on to the next one immediately. Yeah, because
I
I
do.
because you spent like 8 years on this one. I don't think you want to keep spending like too much longer on this one.
No, no, no. So the good thing is we've got some characters already modeled out.
Yeah,
We've got characters designed. We've still got a couple more. I can tell you how many more characters for the second film we need to design.
yeah.
Um, 8 more characters need to be designed.
Oh, okay. So how many characters total will be in the next one without naming any of them?
Oh,
How
man.
many
Okay.
total?
Total. Okay. So I just mentioned that we need 8. And if you look at it, how many have we released? We've released 3 there and 3 there and 2 more there. So 16 total.
Hmm. Yeah, and basically like all the original characters will still the ones that survive will still be in there, right?
Correct.
Okay, because I don't know if you'll kill any of them off. Hope you don't, but if you do, yeah. But at least hope it's really good. I just hope that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll see a lot of familiar faces in the second one. Not as much because as the story progresses,
so
there's actually going to be certain people that are going to be focused on certain things, and it'll take them in other directions that the
yeah,
story is going
yeah,
to. I don't want to say split,
yeah.
but we've got one side going this way, and then we've got certain people that are going to focus on this side of things.
Yeah. So the original characters from the series won't be focused on as much in the next two, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So
We want to highlight certain things. We're going to highlight character development of more of the characters that need it, like Bumblebee, RC,
yeah, yeah,
Springer, Rodimus. There's going to be an interesting interaction with those two. Um, One of the things that I did not like about the 1986 film, and I've mentioned this in one of my videos, is how it seemed like RC and Hot Rod were kind of flirting for a moment, but then as the
yeah,
season progresses, it's clear RC and Springer are a couple, and that never gets
yeah.
answered or touched on. So I do want to cover that in this film.
Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but then again, you could look at it another way. Like at the end of the movie, Hot Rod becomes Rodimus, so he moves into like a leadership role, so he can't
It could
focus
be.
on that too much. So I'm not saying that's what it was, but it could have been. Who knows?
No, that's a good possibility. That's very possible.
Yeah,
But we
and
want to
like
make it clear what happens, and the details involving it are really going to be interesting, and I think it's going to be something fresh, and it's something that some people, I mean, those the hardcore people may not like it,
yeah,
but it'll all work out.
yeah. Also, do you would have you considered using any of the other aerial bots too?
I like the
Be,
aerial bots. I have.
because if you have Jetfire, you have to have the other aerial bots. The aerial bots come in. Well, Jetfire wasn't part of the aerial bots. Well, he was in the Fall of Cybertron game, but
Yeah.
yeah, which I didn't care that much that it was about that. I would have preferred he would just be a scientist because that's what he was in G1. But
Mhm.
I was okay with that. But like, I actually hope you bring the aerial bots into this.
I
Yeah,
have thought about it. I have thought
yeah,
about it.
and at least bring in Silverbolt and who was the other one? Not Silverbolt and trying to figure out was it Air Raid?
Slingshot, air raid.
Yeah, I know, but there was actually one of my Air Raid. Wait, no, not Air Raid, Slingshot. Just because those are my two favorite of the aerial bots.
Nice. Yeah,
Yeah,
I have thought about them. I've given a lot of thought as to what characters I would like to bring in, and man, there's a
yeah,
long list of
yeah,
them.
yeah. And plus, like, what I believe it was implied, or I don't know, it was implied that the aerial bots were killed in those final episodes of G1. Because
Oh,
remember, I don't know if they died or not, because all we know is that the Decepticons just used their parts to create that giant rocket to shoot Cybertron towards Earth. Which
yeah, I don't even remember the last episode from G1.
I do.
So
It ended on a cliffhanger. The thing,
oh,
yeah,
I hate those. I
yeah,
hate those.
because like what happened was the show here in the States got canceled for us, but over in Japan the series continued.
Ah, okay.
Which that was, yeah, I remember when my father told me that, he was like, well, he was pissed about that because it was his favorite show as a kid.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So this day is my favorite show.
yeah, it's definitely my favorite animated show of all time. It is. And the second closest, and the one right after it, is the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle series.
Oh, okay, I remember watching those. Yeah. I was starting to get into my teenage years, or close to it.
Yeah, and also I did love the original GI Joe series. I love that. Yeah, and also
I wanted to go into the military. Well, my dad served,
yeah,
and between him and GI Joe, I wanted to serve as well.
yeah, same here. But I never went into the My father wasn't. My grandpa was on my mom's side. I wanted to go and be a Marine too. But when I realized all the stuff they have to go through, there's no way I could do that. There's no way.
I wanted to sign up right after 9/11, and my parents actually talked me out of it because I had a son. He was my oldest son. He was only 2 at the time,
Wow.
and so yeah, and so they kind of talked me out of it.
Yeah, makes sense because you got a kid to worry about. Yeah,
Yeah, in hindsight, looking at it, I think there was just so much politics involved that
yeah, yeah. I'm not going to get into politics on this episode, but with what happened recently a few months ago, it makes a whole lot of sense that you didn't go. And that's really glad. Yeah, that's all I'll say on that part.
yep, I agree.
Oh, and like the Insecticons again. Let's get back to them because like I liked how they were used in not only in G1 because they were like these own individual characters, but in Prime they actually had they were actually these mindless beings, I should say. My mistake. Except it was Hardshell, correct? I believe it
Yes,
was. He was the only one
yes.
that he was the only one that had personality out of all the Insecticons, which and I actually didn't mind that too much, but considering that they were like bees or wasps, that's how they were perpetrated as basically. And then they had a queen, which was Arachnid, who was supposed to be the leader of them. And basically, like something that didn't make a whole lot of sense to me was that after Arachnid was put into what was that stasis by RC. Basically, the Insecticons didn't even care. All they did was they just went and just continued on aligning with the Decepticons. Like that didn't make too much sense in reality.
Well, I think it has to do with programming. So they were programmed to be obedient to Megatron, and somehow her spider or insect ability was able to override that programming. So when she went offline or in stasis, that connection was severed, and they went back to their basic programming.
Maybe Arachnid is related to the Insecticons for all we know.
Could possibly be. Could
Maybe
possibly
you
be.
should.
But we will
Yeah,
be bringing in those individual type of personalities that you just mentioned. We're not going to have them be drones, if you will,
yeah.
or clones or whatever. We are going to bring back some individuality to them.
But you have to have like some of them just be drones because there's so many of them.
It depends. It depends. We've got it written in a way that we'll have it make sense.
Oh, okay. Because like in G1 there was Hardshell, Bombshell, and there
Kickback,
were Kickback, and there was one more, I believe. Correct?
shrapnel.
Shrapnel. Okay. Because I remember in the G1 movie, remember when they went on to Autobot City and they were just eating the door to get in. That's actually like they're saying it's delicious and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden you had Rodimus and Cup just knock them off. And
Yeah. Oh man, that whole scene from the very beginning when Rodimus or Hot Rod is standing up at the cliff with Daniel and they're just
yeah.
shooting at him. That was pretty cool. I love
Yeah, yeah, and then because the movie actually started out as a bummer because they killed a lot of the original characters out like within the first 5 minutes. Like
that. I cried.
clearly,
I cried. I was like 6 years old, I think, when that
yeah,
movie came
yeah.
out.
The reason they did it was because they wanted to sell more toys because they had new characters coming in.
Yeah,
They didn't have any narrative reason other than that. So
But they didn't have reasons. I mean, they used to show, they used to bring in new characters just by bringing them in. They didn't really give them a backstory or anything like that. So
like,
that is what it is.
like there were a few. I forgot which characters there were. Trax was one of them. He wasn't in season one when the Ark crashed on Earth, and all of a sudden he's just there for no reason.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that were like that. It's like, oh, where did these guys come from? And
Yeah.
really, I was too small to even think about that. Now, as an adult, I appreciate it. And when stories started doing that, I appreciate. I was like, oh wow, so that's how they came to be in the team or whatever the case may be. And I liked it. I liked it.
Yeah, yeah, and always I will never forget this because every time I watch the movie, I always get emotional at the scene where he says Megatron must be stopped no matter the cost, and then you had the epic song play, and yeah, he just drives into Autobot City, and all the Decepticons are shooting at him, and he just transforms, just takes them all out. Like that scene is very emotional because it brings back so many memories.
You're gonna like the next couple of scenes that we post.
Uh-huh. Did you just confirm something?
You're gonna like the next couple of scenes. Like I said, we've got references to a lot of stuff within the Transformers continuity.
Yeah, yeah. Or if Optimus doesn't come back, maybe you should like do a version of that scene, but with Ultra Magnus instead.
Like I said, you're gonna like the next couple of scenes.
Because yeah. And also, like after he took out the Decepticons, he went and had that epic, probably the most iconic fight in Transformers history with Megatron at that scene.
Like that was probably you're gonna like the next couple of scenes.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. This is we're entering the climax of our story, and this is where we're just throwing in a bunch of G1 goodness in there, a bunch of things that are going to make you remember. It's like, oh, I remember that. I remember that. You're gonna see that stuff.
Yeah, because like when Optimus and Megatron were having that fight, they were saying some of the coolest liners to each other, the most epic stuff, like saying, "I'll rip out your optics," or saying, "Yeah," and basically like when Megatron was pleading for mercy and Optimus was actually about to kill him, which I actually think he was really going to do it if Hot Rod hadn't gotten involved.
I think so too.
Because
I think he got to the point where he's like, "That's it. You can't live anymore."
Because I think he had enough. Because like he killed so many of his friends.
I honestly, I never understood. I'm a hero at heart. I love good guys. I'm a hero. I can't see myself ever being a villain. But one thing I could never understand about heroes is how they are okay with saving, a villain that as that villain continues to live, they continue to kill other innocent people. And if you stop it, that all those innocent people still live.
Like Batman, for instance, like until the Ben Affleck version, well, Christian Bale too, like the Ben Affleck Batman, he killed people. I mean, my view on that is like a lot of people were angry at that. My view on that is like he's not intentional. Like a simple robbers, he shouldn't try to kill them. But like the Joker, he probably should. Like because he killed Robin and stuff like that. And like, but now do I think he shouldn't like go around killing like robbers that he could just take out?
No. And I'm not talking about like murder, but I'm talking about in the heat of battle.
Yeah.
Why is it wrong?
Like it's not like if you choose to get into combat with Batman, you there's a possibility you're not going to come out of that alive.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Let's take real life implications with a little bit of fantasy. Let's say we go back in time. How many people did Hitler kill? What was it, 6 million Jews? How many soldiers were involved in that world war? If you stop him before he goes into power, how many millions of people get saved? Why would you not do it?
A lot of them would be saved, but then also some people would look at it that a lot of people wouldn't be alive today because like a lot of people's grandparents wouldn't have met. So you can look at it from that way. Sure. But if you're looking at it from that certain way, for instance, it makes a whole lot of sense.
That's been my thing. I don't understand from a hero standpoint. And again, in the heat of battle. Heat of battle. I'm not talking about premeditated murder or anything like that. I'm talking about in the heat of battle.
But like also like a thing with Batman, like when they said he's no kill rule. Like I remember there were these there was this one comic where Batman literally he swung into an abandoned house and like not like with, and there was a guy in there, and like he ran into the guy, and they broke through a wall and fall down 2 stories, and with Batman's his knees on him, knees first, and he lands on him on the floor. And then in the bubble above Batman's head, he says, 6 broken ribs, a ruptured spleen. He'll be in traction for a year. No, he wouldn't. He'd be dead.
He'd be dead. Well, and that goes, to that movie with Christian Bale where he's like, I'm not going to kill you, but I sure as heck don't have to save you.
Yeah,
towards the end with Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah, that's why I believe the Christian Bale Batman, even though Christian Bale, he's not my favorite Batman, but the Dark Knight trilogy is the best incarnation of Batman.
Agreed.
Because it took
phenomenal.
Because like he killed people, but he only did it when he had to, that's how I believe Batman should be.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And then you had these scenes where Batman was smashing people's faces into concrete walls. Like, come on now! Now you're just insulting our intelligence.
Yeah, I agree.
Or even better yet, you remember you watched Man of Steel, right? That movie.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like I think it's actually I'm not a huge fan of it, but I enjoy it. Yeah, like a lot of people complain that Superman killed Zod at the very end. Like he had no choice but to do it because like Zod was going to get out of that hole at any moment, and if Superman didn't kill him, he would have gotten out and would have killed everyone else on the planet.
Listen, how many millions of people probably died in that fight in Metropolis between the two of them?
Who knows how many?
Yeah, we could. I mean, unrealistic to say nobody died, right?
Yeah.
And had that fight continued, how many more would have died? That's the way I look at it.
And plus, Superman just caught Zod off guard for a moment because, like, when he got him in that hole, and basically he was shooting his laser things trying to hit these people that were stuck in the corner, and basically he says, "Make your choice, save them or die," or something like that.
Yeah.
And like,
I was okay with that scene.
Yeah, I was completely fine with that. Like, there's no prison on Earth that's going to hold Zod. Like a Kryptonian who is a lifelong trained military guy. You're not going to hold him anywhere.
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't hate Man of Steel. I just enjoyed it. I enjoyed it
too. I thought it was a solid B movie.
Yeah, because I'm still just not used to seeing Superman in like that grounded kind of area. Because Superman, like, you can do a lot of characters in grounded environments and be great. I just don't think Superman is the type of character that you should put in like that grounded type of area. That's just my view.
For me, it was like the story. There were certain things I didn't like about the story itself. Yeah. I loved Henry Cavill as Superman.
Oh, yeah. He's my second favorite Superman.
For me, he's phenomenal. But as far as like I didn't really understand, or I shouldn't say not understand. I didn't like the fact that he watched his father die, knowing that he could stop it.
Yeah, but I think what that scene's supposed to imply is that his father did not want him to reveal his powers to the world.
Agreed.
Because if they found out at that time, things would have gone badly.
I get it. No, I totally get it.
Yeah.
But my point is that his father shouldn't have even been the one to go back. I lost you on that. You're on mute.
All right, you go. Now. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, but what's supposed to happen was in that scene was John Kent did not want that to be revealed because he wanted to keep his wife and his son safe. So
I get it. It just the scene didn't work for me. I thought that instead of Jonathan going back to get the dog, that should have been Clark.
It would have made more sense. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, like in the original Christopher Reeve movie, his father just died of a heart attack. Which because because Christopher Reeve, he's my favorite Superman. He is. Cavill is number 2. Yeah, like Ben Affleck is actually probably my third or fourth favorite Batman. Christian Bale is my third. I'll start at this. Adam West is my favorite Batman. I am not afraid to admit, but because we have to put him in a different category because he's not what Batman really is. We'll do that. But from what we have as Batman, what we know as Batman, who Batman really is, Michael Keaton's my favorite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Animated Batman is my favorite Batman.
What was his name again? I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember the
Conway.
voice actor. Yes, Conway.
Conway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it Kevin Conway?
Yeah, I think it is Kevin Conway.
Let me look that up for a second, real quick.
He's my
Batman
favorite Batman.
and the animated series. Let's
I
see.
just every time I hear Batman, I gotta hear his voice. It's not Batman.
I'm trying to figure it out. Who is it? Was it Kevin? Yeah, Kevin Conroy. My mistake.
Conway. There you go.
Yeah, I like the original Batman animated series. I love
Man.
that. Yeah,
That
and unlike a lot of people, I like Batman Beyond and like that.
I like
Yeah.
Batman.
Yeah.
I liked it even more so when they tied it into the Justice League.
Yeah.
And how they made what's the McKinney?
Yeah.
They made him like a Bruce Wayne's son somehow.
Yeah.
That was pretty good writing, I thought.
Yeah, and then
I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, and then Justice League and Justice League Unlimited were awesome. Yeah,
they sure are.
Yeah,
but I had my kids watch it. I think it was last year we went through the seasons together.
Yeah, but I still prefer the original Teen Titans series over the Justice League Unlimited. Okay. I'm sorry, I just have to because I have so many memories with that show.
No, that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad. It was really good. It was better than that Teen Titans Go garbage.
Teen Titans Go. That was awful. Also, do you like what was it called? What was it? I'm trying to let me relook that up. I'm trying to figure out what the show is. Young Justice. That was it. You like Young Justice?
Yes, I did. I like the first 2 seasons. I started watching the 3rd season on Netflix, and it just not my cup of tea anymore.
The more adult version?
Yeah, there was stuff that they put in there that I was like, oh, this is where
I loved it.
Yeah, I honestly I can't even form a good opinion because I think I only watched like 3 episodes of it and that was it.
I loved it. Young Justice Outsiders, in my opinion, is better than the first 2 seasons.
Really?
Because you have to watch it more further on because it gets a lot darker and goes deep into like actual DC mythology. Like there's something like here's an instance. Cyborg, he's not created with the mother box, he's created with the father box. And he has his alter ego really that makes him become like a darker character at first. Yeah.
That's interesting. Man. Yeah, I'll give it a shot and finish watching it.
Yeah, I still haven't watched season 4 yet. It's still in
season 4.
Yeah, it's still I don't know if it's finished airing or not. I'll check it out later. Yeah. I've loved this conversation, man, because this is actually the longest episode I've ever done so far.
Right.
Yeah, 2 hours and 12 minutes. That is.
I know. I'm glad though. I'm glad that you invited me on. I'm glad. I'm always happy to talk about these types of things, and obviously my project, of course, and you know what we want to do and where we want to go, and who knows? Hopefully, we can someday down the future, do more projects, right?
Yeah. And hopefully within the next few projects, I hope I get to play a character. I'm going to audition for one.
Well, listen, there's a slew of characters that are coming, and so once we're ready, we're going to put out the auditions for it.
Yeah. And so you got like a bunch more characters coming for the next 2 films. So yeah. Yeah.
If we got 16 coming in the second one, the third one is going to have a good amount more, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what the final count is because I haven't solidified that, but it's a good amount already.
Yeah. Do you think Dinobots Unleashed will actually be darker than Galvatron's Revenge?
In some ways, yes.
Because what I view as like trilogies, like the first movie is supposed to be like it introduces everything. It's supposed to be fun, neutral, and stuff like that. Then the sequel, like Empire Strikes Back, is supposed to be much darker in a lot of ways. Which is actually the best, which actually is usually the best out of the trilogy. And then we get to the final film where it's just nothing but fun and stuff like that. And he's just getting to like do all this stuff.
We're going to see a lot of conflict in the second film.
Yeah.
And it's going to be conflict that is going to, in my opinion, put people at odds with each other.
Yeah.
And when I say people, I mean the fans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but the only exception to that trilogy thing is Return of the King. That's the only exception.
Oh yes.
Which that movie was phenomenal. Yeah, it's a masterpiece.
It is. I think the trilogy is a masterpiece in itself.
Yeah, I think it's
Uh,
probably the third best trilogy of all time.
yeah.
The only
Yeah, Peter
trilogy,
Jackson did an amazing job.
yeah, the only trilogies I think are better than it are obviously the original Star Wars trilogy and the Dark Knight trilogy.
Yeah, yeah,
Those are the,
yeah.
those are the
I
only two
agree.
those are the only two I believe are better.
I
Now,
agree.
now the Lord of the Rings TV show, I have no interest in,
I
not
don't
even a
either.
little.
I
If
don't
you
either.
see, if you've seen all the stuff that's going on behind the scenes, and plus look at all the trailers and stuff like that, yeah, it's awful.
I've seen some of that. Like I said, I don't care for that stuff. And honestly, I'm not going to give my money. Let me tell you something. I spend a good amount of money
Yeah,
on movies
yeah,
because of the fact I have a large family. I spend a good amount of money. And
yeah,
between the tickets and popcorn, I already told you I got 4 kids.
yeah.
Imagine each of them gets their own popcorn, each of them gets their own soda, they get their own candies,
And
right?
you get a fifth one on the way.
And then I got a fifth one on the way. And so and then if it's good, I buy the DVD or the Blu-ray, right?
Hmm.
And so I'm spending
Yeah,
like easily $100 every time I go to the movie theaters.
that's probably an underestimate. That's
You
probably
know,
under.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and and it's each film, each time, right?
Yeah,
And so, because I don't like to watch the movies without my kids, and
yeah,
so just they're going in a direction that I don't really care for, and I'm not going to give my money to.
yeah. You get woke, you go broke.
Correct.
Yeah, like I know I said I don't get into politics, but this thing was actually right. Everything woke turns to shit. He was right about that. Yeah, yeah. Because I'm not going to make this a politic episode, but you know who I'm referring to.
Yeah. Oh, believe me. Listen,
Yeah,
I'm a first generation American. I know.
yeah. And hope can you see that right there?
Yep. Oh, and I saw the sign that you had when before we started to record. It's right that one. Yeah. I see that.
Yeah, yeah. I actually have a lot of this stuff set up. So yeah,
Yeah, I saw your previous podcast with somebody here from Orlando. I forgot his name. I actually started following him because of what
Adam
I saw.
Francisco.
Yes, yes, yes. Really
Yeah.
liked that. I really enjoyed
Oh,
that.
oh, you saw my previous episodes?
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. What'd you think of them?
I saw that one specifically, and I thought it was good.
Yeah,
I agree with just about everything you guys said on that.
yeah. You should probably go subscribe to his channel because he
I
does a
did.
lot of.
I
Oh,
did.
that's good.
As soon as I finished watching it, I went ahead and subscribed to him.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because I talk.
It'd be cool to meet him since he's in Orlando. I'm here in Tampa.
Yeah, you should probably contact him. He
Yeah,
does a live stream like every week or so.
yeah, yeah. I've seen some of the stuff where he goes to the college campuses, starts talking
Yeah,
to them. That's pretty cool. I wish I
yeah.
could do stuff like that.
I plan on doing some stuff like that, or like I do like a change my mind thing. Yeah,
Yeah. I
yeah,
wish. So last year, I actually had a small rally in Tampa. We had a Let's Go Brandon rally that I actually coordinated.
yeah, yeah. And also, yeah, you too. Wow. Yep.
Oh yeah,
I
man.
I didn't expect you to be like that actually.
I love my country, man.
Same here.
I was born and raised here. My parents are immigrants, but they're legal immigrants. My father served, like I said. My mom was a Cuban political refugee. She
Yeah.
came here when she was like 4, something like that, or 7.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
is what it is.
Yeah.
Everything that benefits my country is what I stand for.
Yeah. And I'm half black, half white, so I believe that side benefits my people more. Yeah, that's just
Man.
my view.
Yeah, yeah. Listen. There's no other country you go to, and it's like it's this divided, and it's like if you
Yeah.
say you put your country first, it's like that's seen as something bad. No other country does that.
Like an instance, like if you were in a different country, you probably wouldn't even be able to do your project because bad things could probably happen. Who knows?
Now, listen. My dad and I were talking about this. So my dad's going through some illnesses, and he
Yeah.
shared with me. He goes, son, I came to this country. I had nothing. And I saw where my dad was raised, and
Yeah.
6 of them
Yeah.
in a 3-bedroom shack.
Yeah.
And I got to see that when I was a kid, and and my dad says, you know what, this country has given me everything that I have, and has allowed me to have multiple properties, part business owner of a restaurant, and allowed me to give you guys a certain lifestyle that I didn't have when I was your age, and I'm thankful for that. And that means a lot to me.
Yeah, like most of my family disagrees with me on a lot of on almost nearly everything I believe, but like I don't care. Hey, and they don't care either. We just have our different views of things.
It's just the way it is, man. You know what? We gotta teach our. I mean, I don't know. I feel like when I wake up, it's the twilight zone in comparison to the time that I grew up in. We didn't hear any of this stuff in the '80s. We didn't hear
Yeah,
about it in the '90s. The early 2000s, there were certain pockets here and there, but it really started to blow up in the, I would say in 2010, 11, 12, somewhere around there.
20. It started in 2012, and then 2016 took it to a whole new level.
Yeah, well, because they found the magic bullet. But that magic bullet has been around for a while.
Yeah,
Calling everybody a racist for ridiculously just because you don't agree with them is absurd.
yeah. And
Like,
I believe our country was better under the other guy, which I'm trying not to make this a political episode, but it was better under him.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
and like we were divided, but at least it wasn't nearly as bad as it was right now.
So here's the funny part. Well, I mean, the division was there because the other side. Let's take for a moment. Let's go political for a second. Let's take a look at illegal immigration. Okay,
Yeah,
you go back to the '90s, and everybody was on record. And when I say everybody, every prominent Democrat was on record saying how it was bad. It
yeah,
was bad. Both sides said it was bad. They may have disagreed on how to fix it or how to resolve it or how to prevent it, but
mm,
everybody agreed on it.
yeah,
2012 comes,
mm,
suddenly it's changed.
mhm,
Suddenly it's changed.
yeah.
Now it's no, now it's open borders. Let everybody in. Well, what happened? What happened?
Mm.
Pretty interesting.
They're so desperate to stay in power. That's why it is.
Well, I'll tell you as a Hispanic, I'll tell you why, because we're taught, and I say we because I was also taught this, that Republicans are racist and they're only for white people.
Yeah,
We're taught that.
yeah, yeah. I would say, as being half black, I was taught that from the media and stuff like that as younger. So because of how the history of race in this country, which I actually used to be blue pilled like my entire life until 2020 came around, and then yeah, things
Yeah,
yeah
I was never blue pilled and I was never red pilled. I didn't really get into politics. I actually
mm,
didn't get into politics until 2012.
yeah
Well, no, I'm lying. 2010.
yeah
And the reason why is because I was actually an atheist for 30 years, and I
mm,
became a Christian in 2009, and I started
mm,
to pay attention to certain things, what each party stood for, and
yeah
as a professing Christian, I'm like, well, I can't stand for these values
mm,
that the Democrats stand for,
yeah
so I got to align myself more on
mm,
this side.
yeah
And I started to dig in, and I started to see and hear all this baloney that these guys were out. I was like, wait a minute, that's not where I came from. That's not what was
yeah.
happening.
Yeah, yeah. I don't consider myself to be religious. I'm just more spiritual.
Yeah,
Like I believe in God, I believe in the Bible and all of that. There's just certain practices, in my view, that religious things take it a little too far. I disagree with, in my view, though.
sure.
Yeah, but I have family that are very religious. Like, yeah, like my grandpa and all his siblings were religious. Like, they were all Southern Baptists. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, Southern Baptist, yeah.
yeah, and my mom
Uh,
is too.
I'm non-denominational Christian,
Oh,
so like
yeah,
it's just for us, it's just the
yeah.
Bible. That's it.
Yeah, my view, like I'm very spiritual, so but my views align more with Southern Baptists because that's just how I was
Sure,
raised.
sure, that's how you were raised. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah,
But the funny thing going back is like things have changed in our world, in our country so radically that I don't recognize it anymore. To be honest with you.
I don't recognize it either because this country actually. But there was a time where in this country people would disagree on things, but we at least would understand that this is a great country.
If you
Yeah,
look at 9/11, 9/12 will live in my mind as one of the greatest moments that I witnessed. Like you think about things that we read about in history, World War II, for example,
yeah,
country was united against evil
yeah,
Nazis, right? And
and the
so,
Japanese.
correct, and just evil in general, right? Because that's what they represented, right? And
Yeah,
so when 9/11 happened, I was actually across the harbor. I lived in Jersey, I literally saw the towers on fire with my own eyes. I didn't watch it through video or camera or TV. I saw it with my own two eyes, and so I was obviously upset about it. But
Mm.
9/12 was an interesting day because everybody was a patriot. There was no
Yeah.
black, white, Hispanic, left,
Mm.
right, whatever.
Yeah.
We were all Americans and we were all raising our flags so proudly. And I
Yeah.
don't think I'll ever see something like that again, unfortunately.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen that in my lifetime at all because I was born in '02. So I was born the year after it. Well, I was actually born in January of '02. So that it
A
was,
couple months afterwards,
yeah, a couple months after.
September 11th, 2001.
Yeah, which from what my mom was pregnant with me, and I remember she told me that my aunt when her sister came in and told her we're at war at the moment. Yeah, yeah. But
I was
then
20. I was 22 at the time, and like I said, I saw the towers on fire with my own two eyes.
yeah, and then this since 2020, I've been doing a lot of research into a lot of things, and I've looked at things and like, oh my god, this shouldn't be like that. Like they're like I'm gonna try to tiptoe across the line right here. Someone knew that was happening. I'll just say that.
Yeah, I've heard those. My brother-in-law is really into
Yeah,
that those types of things, and he shared a lot with me. And it's
yeah,
it's sad. It's sad to even think that.
yeah. Because I actually believe that everyone in that administration knew it was going to happen, and they probably even wanted it to happen.
Let me tell you, it's so sad to see how corrupt our government is. I'm ashamed of our government. I love my
Same.
country, and I'm ashamed of my government.
Yeah, yeah. Like you heard of the rapper Tom McDonald?
No,
Look at him. He does a lot of these political songs, and like you should look him up because
I'm
a
writing
lot
it
of these
down.
songs he does are really cool and inspirational.
Cool. I'll definitely give them. I'm very much involved into this stuff. I'm very like
Same.
I keep my personal Facebook page private because that's
Yeah,
my platform.
yeah.
And the
You
way
should.
cancel culture is,
Yeah,
I don't need any more headaches. You know what I mean? But I also
yeah,
don't feel like I should be silenced.
yeah.
You
No
know,
one should be.
I'm not in Cuba. Why do I need to be silenced?
Yeah, this is America. If you don't like it, you can leave.
Amen.
And,
Amen.
and this flag behind me, "Don't tread on me," is there's a reason I have this. I truly believe it. If you don't like it, don't tread on me. I don't
Yep.
care what you believe
Yep.
because I love this country. I was born and raised here. Like yeah, yeah, and there and being raised as a liberal, I learned a lot of things. I actually believed a lot of the things they actually believed. And when I in 2020, when I started doing research, when all this stuff was going down, I changed my views on a lot of things. Like I got red pilled deeply.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I heard that on your last podcast with that with Adam Francisco was his
yeah.
name?
Well,
Yeah.
I've done a couple episodes
I saw
after
the
that
whole.
too.
I saw the whole thing, and it was. I mean, I watched it because it was. I agree with you guys.
Yeah,
I agree with your views. I agree with his views. Obviously,
yeah,
I'm very traditional
yeah,
in everything. And it comes from the conservative. See, most Hispanics are traditional. If you go
yes,
to Latin America, it's traditional values.
yeah.
Somehow, when we come here, I don't know what happens, and I mean, especially the ones that are born here. So
Well,
first generation, second generation, uh, they're highly on the left, and it's even a split between the Caribbeans and
yeah,
the South and Central Americans, right? You'll
yeah,
you'll find more liberal views, especially amongst Puerto Ricans, than
yeah,
you would, like for instance, let's say Venezuelans or Colombians.
yeah. Yeah, well, you will actually find more liberal Latinos in California, but
Correct.
if you look at Texas and Florida, most of the Latinos are actually like traditionalists. They're religious.
Because correct, because we're traditionalists, and so
Yeah,
what happens is you get into this lie about politics, and so what happens is the Democrats know that. Here's a good example. My wife is from Venezuela. She was born there. She came
yeah,
over here before the fall of Venezuela, thankfully,
yeah,
and I explained to her. I said, listen, have you ever heard Democrats advocate for Venezuela that actually needs some type of political asylum based on how the government is?
mm,
She goes, no, I never have. You never will. Why? Because now the Venezuelans are very similar to the Cubans. Cubans predominantly will vote Republican. They don't want that. So they're
yeah,
not going to advocate for Venezuelans to come
yeah,
here.
yeah. Because the thing is, all Cubans and Venezuelans were tricked into socialism. That is a fact.
Correct.
Yeah.
My mom lived
Yeah.
it. My mom
Yeah.
lived it.
Yeah. They
My
actually were.
mom, my mom was taken out of her home, my grandfather's house, with machine guns to her head at the age of 4.
Hmm.
And
Wow.
everything that my grandfather had was taken away because of the Cuban government. They had 3 properties, and they had a business where they sold like shampoo, conditioner, soap, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Destroyed because my grandfather refused to be part of the Cuban regime. My
Yeah.
great grandfather was imprisoned for 3 years for obviously disagreeing politically.
Yeah. 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 Like a lot of these Latino countries. Well, they're these countries that are predominantly Latino, I should say. They all of them were tricked into socialism, like because they were all so like, oh, we are giving back to you. You're all you'll own it,
Yeah.
and they showed their true colors right when they got to it. So
They divided people, and if you ever, if you have my mom on your show, my mom would tell you they divided people by class. That
yeah,
was the first entry point. Oh, look at the rich people. Oh, they got what you don't want. I'll give that to you.
yeah, and look what's happening here. Yeah, and I'm
Yeah,
glad I live in a red state, man. I love Iowa. Yeah,
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 I love Florida. Thank,
yeah,
thank, thank God we have such a great governor. Governor never realized how important a governor was up until we hit this
yeah.
past situation.
Yeah, because especially when you look at what happened to California and New York, like, oh my God, that was bad. Right? Literally, a lot of things happened. So,
Dude, I was on the verge of losing my job if it wasn't
wow.
for our governor.
Yeah,
Because the company that I work for, they said either you take the vaccine or come January, you're going to have to find new employment.
yeah, that and especially DeSantis right now, he's extremely popular now. Like, did you hear that there was a giant protest at Disney World like
Yes,
yesterday?
yes, I wanted to go, and if it wasn't for my wife being pregnant and she's getting ready to pop, like she woke up on Friday not feeling good. If
Yeah,
it was not for us being so close to the deadline, I would have gone because I wanted to do that. Like I said, I
yeah,
have 4 kids. You think I'm down for what they're doing? No.
yeah, yeah. I don't have any kids yet, but if I did at the moment, I would be pissed with what's going on.
It's so sad. I grew up on Disney. I grew up
Yeah,
watching. I have every Disney film.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
sad. My gosh, I used to watch, Robin Hood and Lady and the Tramp and Aladdin and Little Mermaid.
yeah.
I watched it. I loved it. And so like to see where they're going is just
Yeah,
it's so
yeah.
sad.
That's why I've been thinking about canceling my Disney Plus subscription. I
I don't
haven't
have it.
yet.
I canceled it when they did what they did to Gina Carano. I canceled it.
I almost did that. But the only reason I stuck in was because of the Marvel shows that there. I
Sure.
enjoyed Loki, but with what's going on now, I'm considering canceling because, like, I have no interest in Mandalorian season 3 at all. Not even a little.
Everybody's got to do what's right in their eyes regarding this. Like no one should tell you, oh, you have to because you're part of our. Listen, whenever you feel the time is right, that's when you do it.
Yeah, like I'm just afraid what's going to happen within the next few years. I'm terrified. Like that is why I hope I'm gonna try to. I'm not sure if I should say his name in this channel, but on this video I should say he gets back in 2024.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
He's got to. He's got to. Listen, he's if there's anything that he's shown is that we don't need politicians
yeah,
running
yeah,
our country. We need leaders and businessmen
yeah,
who know
yeah,
how to play the game, the business
yeah,
game, not the
yeah,
politic game, and
yeah,
run this country for what it needs to be. Like for example, do what's right for our country, not do what's right for or whatever sounds right. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Like political correctness garbage is.
yeah. And I actually still believe your governor will be his VP in
I
2024.
hope not. I
I
hope not, because
I
I don't
think
want another governor.
yeah, I understand that, but I'm still convinced that he will be.
Well,
Because,
I mean, it would make sense, and it would be a smart move for him to actually do that.
yeah, but but the
And
thing
then
is,
and then he would run afterwards.
but I'm conflicted on it too because the reason is like I think your state is red not because of Republicans, but it's because of DeSantis himself.
Yes.
And the moment he leaves, I think the possibility of a Democrat being governor goes up dramatically.
We keep in mind that when he got elected, it was very close between him and Andrew Gillum,
Yeah, the
and
guy
it
that
was
the guy that was caught in a hotel doing drugs and stuff like
correct,
that. Yeah,
correct. And so we bit a major bullet by doing it, and it was very very close.
yeah,
Unfortunately, due to the questionable methods of Broward County that always seems to plague our elections, we managed to actually squeak by.
yeah. And are you aware that for the first time in your state's history, you have more registered Republicans than Democrats?
I do.
A hundred, 100,000
I
to be
do,
honest.
and I was proud of helping. I mean, I had a small role. I'm not going to say I was, but there is this lady who is down in Tampa, and she works really hard at trying to register
Yeah,
people,
yeah,
Republican, and she's phenomenal. And I
yeah,
helped her one day go out with my boys to teach them, right,
yeah,
and show them and have them participate. And
yeah.
so, I mean, you got to get involved some way, somehow.
Yeah. Like Republicans are actually like trying to register people at to vote at gas stations.
Yeah,
That's actually the smart thing to do because like I remember like just 2 years ago, gas was like $2, and like 20 cents a gallon, and now it's like $4 or $5.
but
Yeah,
I mean, here's the funny part: people like me were saying it, and nobody listened. They thought, I mean, oh, you're just talking, it's just talking points. No, it's common sense. For
yeah,
example, rich people own everything. You
yeah,
raise the taxes on rich people, they're not going to sit there and be like, oh, okay, I guess I'm going to lose 1 million from last year to this year.
no,
I'm telling you, I've been working in corporate America since 1999, and I
yeah,
have sat behind a lot of boards where the people say, hey, how are we doing this year compared to last year? Are we
yeah,
going up or are we going down? Right?
yeah,
And if the numbers are going down, that's never good. The numbers need to go up. So
yeah,
if you're going to pressure these people into paying more, that's money lost. There's
yeah,
two easy ways to make up for that: the back end and the front end. The back end is, or let me go to the front end. The front end is raising the prices on the services and products that you provide, which
yeah.
who ends up paying for that? Normal
Us,
consumers. Correct. The back end is you fire people or you lay them off because you're cutting down expenses.
yes,
Who gets impacted? The average worker.
yep.
Rich people don't ever lose. So taxing rich people is absurd from a
Well,
logical standpoint. The key thing is less government spending.
Well, also another thing though, if taxes are high in some places, they'll just go to another state. Like
Correct?
like you're completely aware of the mass exodus out of California, New York
Correct.
to Texas and Florida, which is why a lot of you guys are worried about all of them coming to your states. Yeah, but you, I don't think Florida should worry as much because like most people that go to Florida actually have the same values as you do, but as like us do. But now the people that go to Texas, they have different values, which I have family down there in Texas, so and also have family down there in Florida, but they have different values than me.
It depends on the county you go to, right? I mean, the Democrats only have to worry about 5 counties out of everything in Florida, which is Dade, Broward, Hillsborough. I
Yeah,
think Orlando belongs to Orange, and then
yeah.
whatever Jacksonville belongs to. That's it.
Which county is Miami in?
Dade.
Yeah, that Miami switched them to red. If you saw
Really?
that, well,
I
it
didn't.
didn't.
I
Well,
thought it was close to it.
It didn't. It was close. It didn't go. It didn't vote for red. It was just
Yes.
dead close. That's
Close.
what I was
It
trying
was
to say.
close. Yeah. Yeah, because of the Hispanic community. The
Yeah,
Hispanic community is very big for the former administration, right? The former president.
yeah.
He had a significant increase in the polling.
Yeah, and because like a lot of the Hispanics from all these other countries, they know what it's like, and like they don't want this to happen here.
No,
Like
of course not.
like Pitbull, for instance, he said, I believe it was a couple years ago, he says he's seen this happen, and he doesn't want it to happen here, and that it can easily happen here too.
It could. And the thing is with the Cuban, because he is Cuban.
Yes, yes.
The Cubans know the talking points. They've heard it before. They see the red flags, and that's why not. I would say close to or around 90% of them vote Republican.
Yeah, well, the ones that are coming here illegally vote Democrat because like the Democrats are like free stuff, here you go, and the ones that vote Republican or more conservative, like they're actually the ones that come there legally, that come
For the
here
most part.
most.
For the most part, you do have pockets. Again, it depends on the type of Hispanic you're talking about. For example, Puerto Ricans, they're natural U.S. citizens, right?
Yes,
So the high percentage of Puerto Ricans are on the left,
yes, they are.
and so you talk to them and you'll see. Now on the Cuban side, it's different. The large majority are on the right.
Yeah.
Dominican Republic, I think you'll have a mixture of the two, right?
I actually, the Dominican Republic, I would actually say it leans slightly more right. I believe that
I
slightly.
believe that too. I believe that too.
Yeah,
So it just depends. Now, Central America seems to, again, it just depends what we're talking about. If the traditional values are there, but they get sucked into this, this is for this and this is for that. And to your point, for the most part, the legal ones are like, no, we're against all this stuff. We left our
yes,
country because of this garbage and we don't want it here.
yeah, yeah. And being a half black person, I used to be blue pilled. I actually bought into all the propaganda and stuff. So,
Yeah.
and I admit that I did, but I finally woke up with 2020.
And see, Hispanics actually get a lot more blue pilled because, for instance, in the news media, you have the majority of news media is on the left,
Yeah,
except for maybe arguably Fox and
New,
OAN
and
and
Newsmax.
Newsmax, right? But Newsmax and
Yeah.
OAN are small in comparison, right?
Yes.
On the Hispanic side, you don't have anything on the right. Telemundo and Univision are both leftists.
Yeah. Like I don't. There's black conservatives on Fox. There is, but there's no Latino conservatives on Fox though. There isn't.
Eric, I think Emily Campagno is Hispanic.
Is she?
I think so. She looks Hispanic and Campagno. I don't
Uh,
know. Is
I'll,
she Italian?
I don't know. I'll have to look that up later.
Yeah, she might be. But you're right. There's not a whole lot of Hispanics, which to me, I don't really care.
Yeah.
That to me, this whole I need to see somebody that looks like me or from me
Yeah.
in order for me to identify is garbage. I don't believe in that.
Like all these TV shows and movies, they're going woke. For instance, this Miss Marvel show, for instance, that's coming up. Like clearly, it's the only reason it's being made is because it's a female that's Pakistan. That's
Correct.
the only reason.
Correct. And it's catering to a certain demographic.
There is no logical reason for them to be doing this. And plus the comic was horrible and everyone hated the comic.
Right. But they found the niche because the comics are meant for guys. Let's be real. You have
Yes.
more girls into it nowadays because, girls are raised by guys like me who are into comics and we share it with our daughters and whatever the case may be. But it was originally meant for guys. And so what happens is it's a guy-based industry. And
Yeah.
so now you've got this, feminine movement and
Yes.
it's not feminism what originally feminism should have been.
Yeah.
Original feminism had to do with equality, and I'm all for that. I'm a
Yeah.
feminist in that regard. I believe women
Yeah.
should be able to vote and have their
Sure.
own choices
Yep.
and so on.
Yep.
But this modern feminism movement
Oh.
is female superiority.
Yeah.
I don't
The
need
only
men for anything.
Yeah. The only thing I'm not feminist on is I'm pro life. I am. That's the only
I
thing
am too.
yeah. I go to the extreme like, hey, you don't have a right to do that at any point unless your life is in danger. No exceptions except that.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, and the thing is with this feminine movement, it's showing female superiority, and it paints and it's actually man hating, like Captain Marvel. I mean, every guy, every male around her was either hitting on her, harassing her, betraying her. So it was a man hating film.
Or
And
just being
so,
a douche.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And there's good and bad in everybody. There's good and
Yeah.
bad women. There's good and bad men. Look
Yeah.
at Amber Rose, everything that she's going through with Johnny Depp and all that stuff.
No, Amber Heard.
Amber Heard. I'm sorry.
She
Yes.
because here's the thing. Johnny Depp has been they've been treating Johnny Depp wrongly here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Here's my view is like my brother taught me never to put your hand on a woman for any reason. No exceptions whatsoever. I was raised to like only if they put your hands on you, you should. But my brother taught me no, and that's what I believe in. And like Johnny Depp, from what I can tell, I don't have all the evidence, but from what I can tell, he did not abuse Amber Heard in any way. From what I can tell,
Right. From based
only
on what the information that we have available to us, I agree.
Yeah, especially did you hear that audio thing that was released a few couple years ago?
I haven't. I haven't. I read about it today in an article, but I didn't actually
Yeah,
listen
yeah.
to it.
You got to go listen to it later on, man, because like there's a lot of deep stuff in there. Because she admitted that whenever they get into an argument, he runs away.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Or
I was involved in a relationship that was very similar. I tried to during arguments, I tried to go away, and the person that I was uh, with would grab me physically, pull me by my shirt or my backpack or whatever it was that I had on it,
yeah,
and pull me or stand in the door and not let me go.
yeah,
Um, it was a toxic relationship that I was involved in, and so let me tell you, like I said, there's good and bad in everybody.
yeah, yeah. And back to the comic part, you know who Eric July is, right?
Yes, I like him. He's an awesome
Yeah.
guy.
Are you aware he's starting his own comic book stuff?
I did. I actually sent him an email. He never responded, but I wanted to monetarily contribute to getting him started.
Yeah, like I'm a huge fan of Eric July. Yeah,
I am.
because he sees through all the cracks and stuff like that. Even though there's some things I disagree with him on because he's more libertarian like, because I'm
Agreed.
more because I'm conservative. I disagree with him on certain things, but I
Yep.
respect him.
I,
Like I can,
I have that exact same outlook. There's a couple of things that I disagree with him on because of that, but I want to support him because I mean he's a balanced guy.
yeah, because he is angry that how comic books have what they've become. Like
Yes.
because he grew up on them just like I did, and I'm pretty sure you did too.
His YouTube is for canon's sake.
Yeah, yeah. I can't read any comics anymore. I just can't because it's so oh god, it's so woke. I can't even look at it and read it anymore without hearing some propaganda.
It is, and they're trying to just listen again. They're trying to cater to people like us that are minorities,
Hmm.
and I don't need to be catered to. I need to
Yeah,
give me a good a story, entertain me. For
yeah,
example, here's a good example: Avatar, the
yeah,
movie James Cameron.
yeah.
Okay, who can relate to that? Who's got blue skin?
No one.
No one. Yet we can relate to him because he's a good character and he's
Yeah,
fighting evil.
yeah, yeah. And I actually enjoyed that movie. To be honest, I
Oh,
enjoyed
it's
it.
my favorite. My favorite.
Yeah. Uh, it's not my favorite movie because it's not my favorite James Cameron movie because Terminator Judgment Day will always be that. That's not even debatable. That will
Yeah.
always be. Yeah. But I
But
enjoyed Avatar for what it was. Yeah.
but going back to the point, it's like
Yeah.
if you need representation, well, how did that movie make so much? You see what I'm
Be,
saying?
because all the characters were relatable.
Correct. And it's telling the traditional story of good versus evil, good
Yeah.
versus bad. That's really all you need.
Like Spider-Man No Way Home, as we talked about earlier, they treated Toby Andrew with respect.
Yeah.
Also the other villains with respect. And it just made a lot of money. I saw it twice on opening night.
Nice.
Yeah. I still have I'm gonna see if I still have that 1 second. Yeah, this I got a popcorn bucket.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, to collect. I will never get rid of that. I will always keep
Nice.
that.
I have the Venom 2 one.
Yeah, I like that movie too.
Yeah, I did too. It was entertaining.
Uh, my grandma has my Avengers Infinity War popcorn bucket. Yeah, yeah. I
Nice.
haven't. I have to get that back eventually. But but yeah, like it's the propaganda that just makes movies unwatchable these days. Like uh, we've gone from movies like The Godfather and Return of the King to like what's this new stuff coming out now? I what's an ex- I don't know any of that off the top of my head, but you get the point.
Yeah, no. I get the point. I get the message. It's sad because Marvel to me was like I couldn't. Everybody knew me at work as the Marvel guy.
Yeah,
Here's Carlos, the Marvel guy. He's like, oh, are you gonna go watch the Marvel movies? Like, yeah, I already got my tickets. I'm gonna stand in line. There were times where I would ask my boss, hey, I'm gonna leave a little bit early because
yeah,
I'm gonna
same
watch
here.
the double screening or whatever. And I took the boys, and now it's just so sad. I feel so sad that they've done this, and they've ruined like a childhood. See, my dad used to take me a lot to the film when I was
Yeah,
a kid.
yeah,
That was our thing to do, right? And so likewise, I now do that with my kids. it's a father-son bonding time, right?
Yeah.
And they've kind of taken that away. And so that's okay. I just got to find other things to bond with them on, and they're okay with that. They're at an age where they understand, they know because I talked
Yeah.
to them about it. And the funny thing is, we all agree. Like I said to them, guys, listen, this is where Disney's going with these movies. They're injecting these types of things that we don't agree with. Do we A, just ignore it, or B, do we just not continue to give our money to it? And they all three said, Dad, let's not give our money to it.
Yeah. But you taught your kids well, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the twins are 13, and my middle one is 16. The older one, he's off on his own. He's 23. He doesn't live with me, but the other three, they're like I said, they're smart already. They know what's going down.
Yeah. Like kids today, you just have to let them be kids. You can't feed them propaganda. I don't like that at all. Just let them be kids.
Yep.
Because like as a kid when I was in school, I wasn't taught any of this propaganda.
No, I wasn't either. My first grade teacher was gay, and he never talked about it. He never talked
Yeah.
about it. And he was flamboyant gay, like you could tell. He had his thing. He was a nice guy.
Yeah.
But never once did he try and say anything or do anything. He just taught us elementary stuff.
Yeah. I don't think I had any teacher like that. There may have been, and I just didn't notice. But I don't.
Dude,
Wait. There was one. It was one of my art teachers when I was in ninth and 10th grade. I remember there was one.
dude, when I was in college, all of my male teachers were gay. Because it was in Fort Lauderdale, and in Fort Lauderdale, there's a good, obviously in that area, there's a huge gay community. Or I shouldn't say huge, but there's a good
Yeah.
amount. And this was back in the late '90s. And I
Yeah.
mean, all of my male teachers when I had, they were all gay. They never
Yeah.
talked about it. They never said anything. They taught art. That was it.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about college now. I'm not talking about grade school, middle school, high school. I'm talking about college.
Yeah. Hey, I don't care what you are. Just
I don't.
as long as you're a nice person, I have no problem with you.
Yeah, but dude, my wife's best friends are gay. I love them.
Yeah.
They were here just yesterday.
Yeah.
Awesome people. I really
Yeah.
do. They're family. I welcome them in.
Yeah.
But don't force things down my kids' throat that don't need to be. That's what I'm here for. I'm their
Yeah.
parent. I'll teach them what is and what isn't.
Yeah. That's what the government's trying to do. They're trying to stop that kind of stuff because they're trying to make them the parent, not you.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. And I'm glad I woke up at the right time because in 2020 I was 18 and I just started looking into more stuff and I realized that there was so much crap going on. I just said I gotta get out of this. So yeah.
Man, I learned all that stuff way back when. It just became amplified when I saw what they were doing to the candidate right
Yeah.
in 2016, and I just said, "Wow, this is just utterly wrong. This is horrible.
Yeah.
Like, what if I decide to run and I say the thing? 'Cause I agreed. I didn't agree with how he said it, but I agreed
Yeah.
with everything that he did say.
That's
Would the media then do that to me?
yeah. Well, the thing is, like, do I think he was perfect as a president? No, I did not think that. No, there's no such thing as perfect other than God Himself. Like, yeah, but like some of the things that he said, like he said some funny stuff, but as funny as it was, you're the president. You can't be saying that.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that, but you know what stuff,
No, no,
some
no,
of the stuff.
and it's fair. And it's was he unrefined? Was he a good speaker? No, he was.
Well,
There's a lot of opportunities that he had, but the point is that he really did put this country first, and that's really
yeah,
all I care about.
yeah, but he also did give a lot of great speeches, though. He
Oh
did.
yeah. Oh man, I went to see him in 2017 when he came here to Tampa. I saw him.
I
I took the
haven't
boys.
I haven't had a chance to go see him speak yet.
Man,
Like,
we were in line for 3-4 hours, I think.
yeah, yeah. He had a rally here last year in Iowa and Des Moines. I wanted to go, but I had to work. So
The energy. It felt like I was at like a WWE wrestling
yeah,
event with all the lights and the
yeah,
sounds and the,
yeah,
and the
yeah,
cheering.
yeah,
Amazing.
yeah. But I watch a lot of the speeches though, like all the energy and stuff like that. And he also comes out to the song "Proud to Be an American." I love that song so much.
Yep,
Yeah,
I do too. Because that's what I mean. Let's go back to Hulk Hogan, right?
yeah,
His entry song was about being a real American.
yeah.
You remember that in the
Oh,
80s?
I remember that, Adam. I remember that. It's still one of my
Dude,
favorite theme
dude,
songs to this day.
Dude, look at how far we've come. That we had these pro-American characters, and now if you carry an American flag on, it could offend somebody.
Yeah. Like, did you see on NBC? I believe it was a few months ago, where basically the woman, I won't say who she was, because yeah, for reasons. But she says that that if she sees someone with a flag on their truck, on the back of their truck, she views them a certain way.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
It's just,
Did you hear that story?
I did, and I saw the commentator when she said it.
Yeah, yeah, and like I'm not sure if they're actually being serious or if they actually mean it, because like if they're not actually believing what they're saying, they're just being told what the higher ups are telling them.
They're being paid to say it, and it's true. Whether they believe it or not, I don't know. I don't
Like
know. But
like
here's the sad part is that our country gets painted as being a racist country,
yeah,
which is absolute baloney and garbage. But
yeah,
and we can prove it.
yeah,
Okay, we have people that are dying to come in here.
yes,
They're risking their lives, either legally or illegally, to come into this country. If this country
yeah,
were really racist and as bad as the left says it was, they
yeah,
wouldn't do it. I don't see anybody risking their lives to get into North Korea. I don't see
yeah.
anybody risking their lives to get into Cuba, Venezuela.
China,
I don't see anybody doing that. But
mm,
here they are. Why? Because it's good. Is it
yeah,
perfect? No country's perfect. But
yeah,
it's a darn great country.
yeah. And then when I see all these videos of people like they're burning the American flag, you don't know how I want to say that word, but I'm not going to try to keep this PG-13. But you know the word, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
and they saying they hate this country. Like, if you hate it, you can leave. There's someone here that'll take your place that wants to come in.
Go wherever you came from. I don't care. Listen, I've actually posted this on my Facebook page, and it's been real. When
Yeah,
all this was happening about how America was this and that, okay, I'll tell you what. And I posted this right now. Somebody, if you don't like this country, I'll pay a one-way ticket to wherever you want to go
yeah,
with one rule. So actually, two rules. You cannot come back and you give up your citizenship.
yeah,
I'll pay for it completely, one way.
yeah,
I had no takers, and
yeah,
I was dead serious about that.
yeah. Oh, there's this one guy you should check his channel out. I'm gonna send you the link in the private chat. He's
Yeah,
actually friends with that Adam Francisco guy. I'm not gonna say his channel name because the video. Uh,
yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring him up right here. Yo, hey, give me 1 second. I'm bringing this up. All right.
While you're bringing that up, I'm going to show you
There we
something
go.
cool.
I
I'm
just
going to
sent
show
it
you.
into the live chat,
Oh, okay.
the private chat. You can go check his channel out after this.
Okay, I've never seen this guy. Never heard of him. Okay,
He's actually
okay,
he's friends with that Adam Francisco guy.
okay. I'll check him out. Yeah, I do a lot of that stuff. I listen every single day, just informing myself, keeping myself abroad, looking what's out there, and I've honestly debated whether getting involved or not. My sister actually wanted me to get involved couple of years ago, but I've got so
Yeah.
much on my plate with the kids, and now the new one coming. It's just so tough right now.
And I use my podcast to go broadcast my ideas, like and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because I was inspired by other podcasters to start this.
Good,
Like,
good. Yeah, I
like
talked to my brother-in-law about doing it for
you should.
Hispanics because we don't have anybody on the Hispanic side that is reaching the Hispanic community because there's a lot of Hispanics that don't speak English. They don't
Yeah.
understand it. They
Yeah.
stay in their communities and their niches, which isn't really good,
Yeah.
right? And so there's nobody reaching out to them because they're still stuck watching those leftist propaganda. Like my dad, my dad is one of those people, right?
Yeah.
He's not on the left, but he's not on the right either. And
Yeah.
so
He's libertarian.
he's not even that. He doesn't know what he is. He's got these
Oh.
traditional values which would go on the conservative side, but
Yeah.
as far as political goes, he goes there. Everybody's corrupt. I don't really care anymore at this point. He says
Which there are corrupt people on both sides, though.
absolutely, absolutely. And so what it is that he's stuck watching, like I said, those two news stations that are all leftist. And he actually told me when I think it was in 2017, it's like, oh, or 2018, oh, son, there's a recession. I said, Dad, where are you getting this from? The economic board. I told them I work with trillions of dollars at the place that I work,
Yeah.
and there's no sign of that.
Yeah.
You're listening to those leftist media stations.
Yes.
Stop it, stop it, because they want to paint this guy to be the villain, and he's not.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, there's actually a district out there. I forgot what state it was in, but every day they make these kids watch CNN every day, and
Yeah.
just yeah,
Yeah,
like
they brainwash him.
yeah,
And dude, how? Listen, I used to be a CNN watcher before I got into politics because I thought they were a legitimate news source. And in
yeah,
2012, I caught them lying for the Obama administration, and I started to
yeah,
question everything. I said, "Wait a
yeah,
minute, hold on, this isn't good."
yeah,
When you
yeah.
have the media, is this is not? I'm not talking about a mistake because when media's make a mistake, they do a retraction. That's
Yeah.
not what happened. They lied about it, and they continue to perpetrate that lie. And we've seen it with Nicholas Sandman. We've seen it with Justice Kavanaugh. We've seen it with multiple scenarios.
Justice Barrett.
Yes,
Remember,
they
remember, remember when remember when Ginsburg died when she passed away? Like it was 8 weeks before the election, they the 2020 election, and they were angry that I'm not going to say his name in this video. I say him in all my other videos, but I'll keep him out of this one. But when he was nominating her to the Supreme Court, they were saying he had no right to do that. It's because it's so close to the election.
correct.
When in reality, in 2016, when Justice Scalia passed, they tried to nominate Merrick Garland to the Supreme Court.
Correct.
Remember that?
Correct. It's utter hypocrisy, man. They like to do what they can do, and they don't. I mean, look at everything that happened the last 2 years. How many restrictions did they put and make people wear masks? But how many times did we catch them not wearing masks?
Yeah. Remember AOC? I'm not going to say her full name because for this, but she was caught in your state. Remember? She
Yes.
was going.
Yeah.
She was. Yeah. Yeah.
My brother-in-law was actually in the area at that time, and he was the one who sent me the notification that she was down there in that area. I was like, oh man,
Yeah.
what hypocrisy, man.
And she was out there saying, "Well, your guys' governor is not here anywhere." When in reality, well, he was helping take care of his wife because she had breast cancer.
Yeah, yeah. But again, listen, the virus doesn't stop at state lines. So if you really believe it's the threat that you think it is, you should have a mask everywhere you go,
Yeah,
irrespective of what the governor says.
yeah. Or even something, or even the funniest thing. One of the funniest things I've seen is that when you go into a restaurant, you have to wear a mask, but once you sit down, you can take your mask off. So somehow the C-19 has an elevating thing where, like, if you're elevated at a certain point, you don't get it.
Super
But if you're
smart.
elevated at this point, you get it. So
Yeah, super smart. Let me tell you,
yeah,
I caught it last January, not this January, the January before. I
yeah.
had a 99.3 fever the last 3 hours. That was it.
I don't know if I've ever gotten it, which I don't care if I have. So yeah, but hey, if you want to wear a mask for the rest of your life and sit in the corner, go
By
ahead.
all means, go for it. Yeah, seriously.
Go ahead.
Don't make me do it.
Yeah, like I said, don't tread on me.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah,
this whole thing was just ridiculous, and it's so sad that they destroyed our economy, which was booming
yeah.
for political gain.
It was our biggest. The economy was the biggest it's ever been in its history, I believe. Or was it 50 years or was it history? I don't remember that.
I don't know. I don't know, and you're gonna have people debate that. But the point is that it was really good.
Yeah.
And people were doing that, and that's what I want from my country, my fellow countrymen to do good.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's two things. There's two things that really annoy me, politically speaking. Number one is illegal immigration, and number two
Yes.
is high taxes.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, are you aware, like, with how bad the border has been this
Yep.
past 2 years, that the southern Texas has always been blue. It always has been. But then this past, like a month or so ago, it went red. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, yeah, and the reason is because these people are coming in and they're a lot of them are doing crime, and and these people that are here, normal people, normal citizens, they don't want that. They don't want crime.
Yeah. Like,
And they see
like,
the difference between the slogans of defund the police, and you've
yeah,
got the other side saying, no, we need more police.
yeah, yeah. Like, you can't. defund the police is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Like like you said, you watched my video with Adam Francisco. I said that I don't believe in defunding the police, but I don't necessarily say back to blue either. Like,
Right. Yes, I do remember you said that.
because like of how, like in California or in New York, these police were just were arresting people for keeping their businesses open or fining them or like stuff like
Yeah,
that.
because those are number one, those are blue cities, blue areas, and they have a lot of blue people in them. You know what I mean? And so
Yes.
those cops have to do those things because it comes from obviously the higher ups.
Yeah.
When
Well,
New York City wasn't blue, like when Giuliani was there and Bloomberg when he was red,
yeah.
you had a different scenario, right? Crime was actually at its lowest, and I grew up in that area.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up in New York. I grew up across, but I was in the '80s. I was afraid to go to New York City.
Yeah. Yeah. But like the thing is, when you said like they're just taking it up from the higher ups, like there was actually a ruling where like officers are not obligated to enforce the law. They're not actually like they were doing when they're told that to go shut someone's business down or arrest them if they don't. That's their choice. They don't have to do that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is those people are also blue themselves because they
Yeah.
don't. See what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah. I get what you're
Because
saying.
in my case, like I do black back to blue because I have family members that are. My mom worked for the federal government. She's retired now,
Yeah.
and I can't imagine backing up any type of criminal because
Yeah.
then that puts good people. And I'm not saying that every cop is perfect or
No.
every
No.
cop is no. There's good and bad in everything, like I said.
Yeah.
But for
Yeah.
the vast majority, I mean, they are our defenders, our protectors, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, they are. There actually is a distinct difference between cops that are in blue states and cops that are in red states. Like
Absolutely.
a very big difference. A lot of the officers that are in New York, they're not the ones that aren't blue. They're actually going down to places like Florida because they're actually respected down there.
Correct.
Because your governor actually respects them.
Correct, and he gave them a bonus to come down. And then you look at, like, for instance, the cops over in D.C. in the D.C. area, with their whole circus that they did when they went up for the January 6th thing, right? And the testimonies that they gave, it was such what an act.
When they just opened the doors and just
Yeah,
let them walk in.
crocodile tears. Dude, I have all of those images, those videos that people took. I have them saved. I have them saved somewhere because the media has deleted all of that stuff because
Yeah.
they don't want the truth to come out. They want their narrative to be
Yeah.
the
Send them to me because I want to make sure I have them too.
You got it. You got it. There are things where these guys were taking down barricades, opening doors, walking people through. Hey, come on over. Come on over.
Yeah. Yeah. And plus there were federal agents that were in that crowd too.
Yep. Yeah. It's absolutely disgusting.
My
wife saw that. My wife saw that, and she says, "Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm back in Venezuela because this is exactly what happened in Venezuela. We had one president or a candidate, and the political power made him seem like the bad guy, and they hired people to infiltrate his group and make it seem like they were causing a riot to then go in and arrest." She said she felt like she was in Venezuela all over again.
Yeah, and like if you watch that entire speech that he gave, he actually was telling them to peacefully and patriotically walk over there.
Correct.
That's all he was doing.
Correct.
Yeah, he didn't tell them to go attack. The people
media
that
is
were
so disgusting.
Yeah, the people that were attacking were federal agents or Antifa.
Yep, the media is the number one enemy in our country.
Yeah, the media is actually the real disease.
Correct. And it saddens me because when our forefathers added the First Amendment, yeah. I can't imagine they ever thought the media would become this corrupt.
Yeah. There's the founders are turning in their graves right now because of how things are.
Yeah. Because they're supposed to be the ones who keep these people in check.
Yeah. We are
actual journalism.
Yeah. Also, we are the ones that keep our government in check. That's why we have the Second Amendment. Yeah. You see the current president, he's trying to take it away. Yeah. What does he think that's going to happen once he tries that?
I don't know. I don't know. It's foolish on his part, but that's what the Democrats want. It's obvious. Yeah. It's interesting how they want to disarm us, but they want to arm and support the people over in
Afghanistan.
Europe, no, in Ukraine. You
Yeah,
give them arms.
yeah.
I,
Over because that president over there in Ukraine, he's doing everything just for show. He
yeah,
clearly is.
yeah.
Like
So
if you
it's
did,
so interesting.
did you see that he was actually doing an interview at the Grammys a few weeks ago? Did you actually see that?
I didn't see it. I saw it come up on my YouTube feed, but I didn't change. I didn't watch it because honestly, listen, I already know that there's something going on behind that and
Yeah,
all that stuff. So I don't believe anything that's going on there. I'm like I can't vote for this side, or I can't support, I should say, this side, and I cannot support the other side because
yeah,
they're corrupt. Listen, Russia's involvement with Cuba's downfall and continued downfall is well documented, and I
yeah,
cannot support Russia.
yeah.
I cannot
Uh,
support Putin.
Yeah, and speaking of supporting the Cuban regime right now, like you're aware that our current president is trying to make a deal to buy oil from Venezuela.
Yes.
Guess what? What do you think they're going to do with that money? They're going to use it to fund the regime in Cuba.
In Venezuela as well.
Yeah, like
They
like
work in unison. So last year when Cuba had that uprising that they had,
yeah,
what did Mayorkas come out and say? You know, any Cubans that try and come over, we're going to send you back,
mhm,
right? Funny how Cubans get sent back.
yeah,
Okay, cool. What happens is these people they already know Cubans don't vote for them. That's why they don't want them here.
yeah,
You know, and so when
yeah,
you have these types of things going on, we have these political things. They don't want freedom for Cuba. They want to keep Cubans where they're at.
yeah, and our the former guy, the former president, he actually stood up to Venezuela.
Yeah,
Like I believe his name was Chavez, the guy that's in charge of Venezuela. Is it?
Maduro.
Maduro,
Maduro.
my mistake.
Chavez
Chavez is
was
the
before.
yeah, okay, my mistake. But he actually
No, it's fine.
stood up to him.
He
Yeah,
did. Hey, listen, he stood up to everybody. That's why Putin didn't do anything. That's why
yeah,
Xi Jinping didn't do anything. That's why Little Rocket Man had to back off.
yeah. Because
Everybody knew he meant what he said when he said it.
they all feared him.
I want to be feared by my enemies. I
Yeah,
don't understand where this appeasing of enemies comes from. Does it come from
yeah,
Jimmy Carter or before that? I don't know.
yeah. That's why that comes back to the Second Amendment as well. When the government, like Thomas Jefferson said, when the government fears the people, there is peace. I don't know the exact quote, but he says when the government fears the people, that there's peace, and when the people fear the government, there is tyranny. Yeah, and
The problem with peace is that it creates softness, unfortunately.
like, did you see that chart? I believe I forgot exactly what it said, but from basically the idea is that strong men create good times create weak men create hard times
Yep.
create strong men.
Yep. I
Uh,
posted that. Yep.
I don't remember if that's the exact order, but it was something like that.
It was something like that, yeah, and it's very true. And we can, I mean, we can see that masculinity is on a decline. Like if you're masculine, if you're an alpha male, oh, you're toxic. You're a toxic male. What?
Like like I'm big like Doctor Strange, Benedict Cumberbatch. He even said he doesn't he said something about toxic masculinity a few months ago. I was like, come on, man.
Listen,
I'm a big
if,
fan of you.
if it wasn't for masculinity, we like. I mean, I don't know. Like, what are they thinking of? Because you're gonna have good and bad. You need men, good men, to
Yeah.
stand up against the bad men.
Yeah, yeah, and it's all intentional. They're trying to bring down the United States. That's their goal
Yes, yes,
because
that's
because,
obvious.
because they can't stand freedom and stuff like that.
They
And,
hate, they hate, and it just boggles my mind how people who hate the country are in charge of it. That just doesn't make sense to me.
yeah, and plus how people would even vote for those kinds of people. And well, except with the 2020 election, I'm gonna leave it there. But you know what I'm trying to refer to.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
I saw
Listen,
what happened on election night.
I did too. I did too. I did too. And you're gonna have to convince me. Otherwise, I don't understand how you can. Like it's supposed to be clear and fair, and it wasn't.
Yeah, yeah, and plus they banned you. They took videos down and even banned people that even spoke about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They put a gag order. It's no difference than this whole thing that happened in the last 2 years. You have a group of people, the majority, who said this. You had a small pocket of doctors who said, "Wait a minute, that's not what our evidence shows. Here's our
Mm,
track record. Here's all of our patients that we've been able to cure such and such way. Look at the data," and they were silenced. They were
yeah,
censored. They were some of them were their license, practice
mm,
license was taken away. I have
yeah.
never seen that.
Like like Lord Fauci, he targeted doctors like that were speaking out against other that were saying other things.
Did you see him the other day last week? He was defending China. He wouldn't speak ill
Yeah.
of China. Did you see that?
Yep.
That's disgusting.
Also, like some of the doctors he targeted, like Dr. Malone, he was on Joe Rogan's podcast. If you didn't know.
Yes, I saw that.
Also, Peter McCullen was there too.
Yep.
Joe Rogan is actually the guy that got me started with podcasts and stuff like that.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
he's the main reason why I started mine.
Good. And he's gone through his battles, and I'm glad that he came out on top.
But I'm angry that he apologized to them and he allowed them to take a lot of his episodes off Spotify.
I agree. You can't apologize to the left.
Like it started the moment he actually went on Spotify. A lot of his episodes that had controversial figures, people I should say, never even went on the platform at all.
The thing is once you give an inch to the left,
they take a mile.
They take a mile. They just
yeah. Like it's a mental illness, really. Like leftism, in my view, is like a mental illness. Like you just can't not believe that. You can't otherwise from that is what I should say.
I agree. And I think Matt Walsh, he was recently in the news.
He was also on Tim Pool's podcast a couple days ago.
I haven't seen that one yet, but obviously his Dr. Phil appearance caused a lot of controversy.
Yeah.
And so I mean, you could tell the type of circus we live in based off of the subject matter that was spoken to in that.
Yeah. I'm not going to comment too much on that part for this video, but even Dr. Phil was starting to question a few things from what I saw. Yeah.
I only saw like the interaction between him and the guests.
Yes.
I didn't see too much regarding Phil. It's just again, it's a different time that we live in, and I don't feel like I don't feel like we're in reality. Here's what I mean. Listen, can you be whatever you want to be? Sure.
Yeah.
But you don't have to force me to enter into that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And where does this thing about feelings begin and where does it end? For example, and I'll show you how political this all is. If I go to a movie theater and I say I feel like I'm 5 years old, I would like to pay the child admission because I feel it.
Yeah.
Am I going to be charged the child admission or am I going to be charged the adult admission?
You're going to be charged with the adult admission, my mistake.
The adult, because reality says that I'm an adult, despite my feelings.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? And
I see.
And so what happens is when it costs people money, then it becomes, no, let's not go by what you feel, let's go by reality.
Yeah. A lot of things can be said about that. Yeah. It's pretty much like, I'm going to try to word this correctly. It's practically clown world, I should say.
It is. Listen, if you tell me you like something, that's fine. You can like it. I'm not debating that. It is what it is. Everybody's different. But you can't tell me that you're something that you're actually not. That's not. I mean, I want to be a Thundercat. Can I be a Thundercat?
No.
I love Superman. Superman's my favorite superhero. Can I be Kryptonian?
No.
I can't. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
There's certain realities, it's just and to force people to think like you and conform to your will.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of democracy.
Yeah. Well, we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic.
Correct.
Yeah, and did you see Stephen Colbert a few months ago? He said we should get rid of the Senate. He actually said that on his show. He had Elizabeth Warren on, and he said we should get rid of it.
Yeah, I did actually see that. What we need. You know what will really help America, and maybe it'll solve a lot of America's issues. Is we need Senate reform. We need term limits for people who are in political office, like the Congress and the Senate, obviously. Right. Schumer and all those folks, right?
McConnell.
Yeah. That's number one. Number two, you can't give yourself raises because in no other job does that happen. Right?
Yeah.
You're given a raise by your boss based on your evaluation. Now, how do I fix that? You are going to be paid by the average of your constituents.
Yes.
You want to increase your raise? Increase the money that your constituents make.
Yes, I agree with that.
You see,
Yeah.
and that's part of it. Second thing, you cannot pass laws and exempt yourself from them.
Yes. Like you should be held liable for any bills you pass.
Correct. And in addition to, you cannot be part if you're in any political office. You can't partake in stock trading and all that stuff.
You saw Pelosi and her husband what she did before Biden. I'm not going to say that name, but the president, current one, passed that electric car bill.
Yes, yes, but that's nothing new. Insider trading has been going on for decades, and many people have done it on both sides of the aisle, and
Oh yeah,
it's absolutely disgusting. Voter ID has to
yeah,
happen.
yeah. Well, speaking of that, like the reason, remember the reason Colbert said we should get rid of the Senate because Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema wouldn't budge on the filibuster.
Yep.
That's why. Like he like literally if he's like if we can't like have our worldview in this, we should change the rules so we can have our worldview. And
Isn't
plus
isn't it funny the way they can't see their own tyranny?
yeah, and he also said that Democrats represent 41 million more people than Republicans do, and that they're blocking everything. Well, here's the thing, though: we're a constitutional republic. We're not a democracy. Like
Correct.
democracy is two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for lunch.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, and a constitutional republic means you need broader support. Like there's a reason we have states. Like if we were a democracy, there'd be no reason to have any states. Just have us
Nope.
be one country and like yeah.
Pretty much New York and California would get to decide pretty much every outcome.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They would love that. And like there's no in my view, there's no reason why someone in New York should be able to say someone in the hills of West Virginia shouldn't be allowed to own a firearm.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Like I don't care what your worldview is. You're not stopping me from holding my rights. I don't care. Yeah.
Yep.
If you want it, come take it. That's
Yep.
what my view is.
The other thing that I would propose into the Senate reform is spending. Spending would have to be broken down between domestic and international. And why do I say that? Because these people like to put everything into one package.
Yeah.
And then when you have somebody that doesn't like it, or like a president, a sitting president, they don't like it, right? They hold that president for ransom and be like, well, then there's going to be a government shutdown. And then the media will get together and be like, government shutdown looms. And then they force the person into signing a bill that really doesn't need to get signed. And I'm
Yeah.
sick and tired of all of our taxpayer dollars. I shouldn't say all, that's an exaggeration,
Yeah.
but a good amount of it, millions
Yeah.
and billions of dollars, being sent to all these different countries.
Yeah, like there should be spending limits. There has to be, like I'm not going to say that president's name, but the one from 2008 and 2012, like he raised us to $4 trillion budgets.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
which that just drove inflation up. Like,
Correct. Correct.
and we haven't still haven't recovered from that.
And the bottom line is that the average people like me and you are the ones that get hit with the bill.
Yeah, and these corporatists they get like they get cuts from this too.
Yeah. There's cuts and there's kickbacks, and it's also, gosh darn corrupt. That's why my opinion, we need Senate reform. That'll fix a lot of things.
Well, I don't think that would be able to happen. Like my view is, like I said in videos, what I believe what needs to happen is the national divorce. That's what I believe needs to happen.
I think you mentioned that with Francisco. You wanted to split the country up, right?
Yes. Well, yeah. Like I've heard Marjorie Taylor Greene, she went on Tim Pool's podcast a few months ago. She says her view would be like just demolish, just shrink the federal government to like something like what it used to be, and just have the states do almost everything they wanted, which is what the founders intended to. Well, my view is there's no way that could happen. My view, what we should do is we need to abolish the federal government as a whole and just have and just split up all the areas into their own individual pieces.
That's interesting. The problem is there that I see is our enemies would then be strengthened. For example, just when the January 6th thing happened, or even before that, I think like in maybe the month prior, I think it was in January. The party was talking about splitting. There were talks about having the Republican Party split.
Yeah.
As much as I would love that and have maybe like an actual patriotic party, right? That would further cement Democratic power, unfortunately.
Here's what it reminds me a lot of this Woodrow Wilson when he became president. Before him, William Howard Taft was president, and basically what happened was the reason William Howard Taft didn't win, he lost, was because Teddy Roosevelt's ego, because he wanted to come back into power, and it just divided the conservative movement up, and Woodrow Wilson won. Well, here's what I don't think a state like California should be telling a state like Florida or Iowa what they should be able to do. That's how my view is. I don't think states should go individually. I'm talking about like a giant broader area is what I'm trying to say. Like a few states form their own broader areas and create their own little country. And there's obviously no way to split the country up into two. There's no real way because every area is different. Like there's the Northeast, there's the Northwest, there's the South, there's the Central, there's the Midwest. There's no way to do that. So my view is you would have to have each area of a few states form together to create their own little area. That's how I view it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting view.
Yeah, and I think Texas would benefit the most from it. Well, because technically Texas can succeed from the union if they want to. They technically can. Mm-hmm. And plus, I think Texas could actually go off on their own right now if they wanted to. Because all they would have to do is just take the military and NASA. Well, not NASA because that's a joke, but just take the military itself and because they have their own power supply and stuff like that. Because when Texas first became part of the union, they made sure to include a clause in there that's saying they can leave whenever they want to.
Yeah, if we were to split right now, it would just China would be like a wolf, ready to devour.
Well,
it's such a tough situation.
I've thought about that a lot, and I mean a lot. And my view is with the path we're on right now, that would be inevitable, right? If we didn't break up, that's inevitable right now. If we're still if we still continue on where we're going,
it is inevitable.
Yeah. Now the only way to stop it is if we all came together. That is the only way. But I don't see that happening.
I don't see that happening because a lot of people are bought out by them. A lot of companies are bought out by them. They've got their hands, obviously, in
Hollywood,
NBA, NFL. Obviously politics. I think there was. So I watch a lot of Tucker Carlson. I watch
Same here.
Every night.
I also watch Hannity and Laura Ingraham and Gutfield.
Sean Hannity's reporting, what's her name, Sarah Carter, on point, phenomenal. I just find him to be too biased. I agree with that. I like Tucker because he calls out both sides of the spectrum.
Yeah, like when he called out Ted Cruz.
Yes, he had him on, and I like Ted Cruz, and he brought, and I didn't agree with what he said, and rightfully so. Tucker brought him on and called him out. Said, "Listen, you're too smart for those words. You chose those words. What's up with that? You know?"
The thing is, Tucker, he has a show that has air times and commercials and stuff like that, and he couldn't go as deep into it as he probably should have. But now something like a podcast, like right here, we can go deep into this as much as we want because we don't have commercials or anything like that.
Right. And so when I look at that stuff, that's all good, and it's just he had. I think it was last year. He showed a video where there was a Chinese professor over there in China talking about how he had a lot of politicians in high places, and they were paid off by the Chinese government.
Yeah, like a lot of.
Segment?
Which segment was it again?
It was a video clip that he aired of a Chinese professor talking about how they had people in political office in the Chinese government's pocket.
I didn't see that video.
Oh, I'll see if I can find it and I'll shoot it to you. Ooh,
yeah,
that came out about either last year or the year before.
Yeah. I don't hate anyone or anything, but I just dislike the media a lot. The most pathetic thing outside of what they did with the previous president is the Covington kids. You remember that?
Yeah, I should do. I wish I was one of those Covington kids.
Yeah.
Nicholas Sandman got paid out.
He got paid how many? Like 10 million, I believe it was.
I don't know, but I wouldn't be on GoFundMe if that was the case.
Yeah, I'll take that 10 million right here.
Seriously, they could call
because
me a racist all day long if I
yeah,
can get that cash.
yeah. Like literally, if I had that, I would just move I would just buy a ranch and no one would see me for like 10 years.
But it's so cool to see him come out and support Kyle Rittenhouse. That was
Oh
pretty
yeah.
awesome.
Oh
That was
yeah.
pretty awesome.
He had him on too. Like
Yeah.
Steven Crowder had him on too, as well.
That was just so. Yes, I saw that. That was awesome. I really think that Nicholas Sandman really played his cards right. He obviously got a good lawyer, and he came out on top. And I wish more of that would happen because honestly, the media is dishonest.
Yeah. Everyone is in on their agenda. Like LeBron James, like he slandered Kyle.
I can't stand it.
Yeah,
I can't stand that guy.
I can't. I actually used to be a fan of him when I used to, but not anymore. Yeah,
I've never
I,
been a fan of his. Never.
yeah,
And that was before he got into politics. I just never. He never. Like I always would hear him crying about and comparing himself to Michael Jordan. I grew up with Michael Jordan. I'm a huge Michael Jordan fan. Come on.
I never got to see Jordan in his prime. I never
Oh
did.
man.
I
Oh,
got to see Kobe.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no, no, no.
I
Michael
know.
Jordan was just something
I
else, man.
oh yeah, Jordan is by far the greatest. Like
I
even
remember
though
going get. I would go home and with a friend of mine that lived up the street, we were glued onto that TV, and
yeah.
he was a bit of a Reggie Miller fan, and so him and I would talk trash to each other. It was a lot of fun, a lot of fun.
Yeah, but I grew up with Kobe. Like he was actually my childhood hero. Like I never got to see Jordan in his prime, but Jordan is the greatest because I watched a lot of the highlights and stuff like that. And yeah, like there's no debate there in my view.
Yeah, and there's no comparison. LeBron is like a crybaby.
Yeah, but putting politics aside, he is a great player. I give him
Oh
that.
yeah, he's talented. He's strong. He's big.
Like he's better than I'll ever be. He's,
Yeah, of course, of course.
yeah, no question. Yeah,
Yeah.
but like Steven, but back to Kyle, like he slandered him, like saying like there were no tears or anything like that. And yeah,
I got into a fight with a family member. It's actually my cousin's girlfriend, and
yeah,
she posted something where calling him a murderer. I said, really? I didn't know self-defense was considered murder. And her and I got into a back and forth, and she wound up blocking me.
yeah. And did you mention? I'm not going to say specifics, but did you mention the two people that were killed, their backgrounds?
No, we didn't even get into that.
Oh
Was no
yeah,
need. There was no
I
need for. I knew about
I,
it, but there was.
I know, but they were actually defending those people
Yeah,
for the
yeah,
no.
because the left does that. Anything. Remember they defended a terrorist. They called them a religious scholar.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Which guy was that again?
I don't remember. I can't pronounce the guy's name, but it was the former president. He ordered a hit on an Iranian general or something like that. It was like.
Oh, okay. I remember now. I
Remember
remember.
that? And so one of the news stations called him a religious scholar.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that part, but I know who you're referring to.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I posted. I remember posted. I'm like, wow, the media is so dirty that to
Yeah.
excuse to go against 45, they called this guy a religious scholar.
Yeah, like it's almost like they have a psychosis. Like they just can't accept anything outside of it.
Everything that man did was bad. The guy could say air was good, and they tell you to stop breathing.
Yeah, like a lot of people on the left say that he was like homophobic or stuff like that. If they did their research, they would know that he actually supported gay rights even before and still when he became president.
Listen. This is all just. It was all smoke and mirrors. When the guy
Yeah.
was a Democrat and living in New York, no one ever called him anything. He was an awesome guy. He was respected. He was in movies and shows. You mentioned his name, and it was with revere. And
Yeah.
he comes out as a Republican, and now suddenly he's a white supremacist,
Well,
racist, and all.
I think he was a Republican for a lot of years. He was.
He was, but he was a Democrat in the '90s.
Really, I remember he did an interview with was it I forgot who was that big CNN guy that was actually not that was actually popular. He passed away like a year or so ago. I'm trying to remember him. Jerry Springer, yeah, Jerry Springer.
Jerry Springer was not on CNN. He was a talk show host. You're talking
Talk
about
show.
Larry
Yeah.
King.
Larry King, my mistake. Thank you. You corrected me for that. Larry King, like he even like I'm not going to say his name, but he said this was in the 80s, like 88 or 89, where he said that he was a Republican.
Really?
I'll send you that interview right here.
Yeah,
Give me a
I
second.
thought he was a Democrat in the '90s because I
Yeah,
remember him swinging with Bill Clinton and all the other
yeah.
lefties.
I'm gonna send it to you right here. I got it right here.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
not-
That's good to know.
yeah, just watch the entire interview though.
I will. But the point is that at no point did I ever hear this guy being a racist up until he decided
Yeah,
to actually.
there you go. Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Yeah, go take a look at that when you can. But yeah, he said he was a Republican. Yeah, and I believe I don't know if 40 was still president or 41 was, but it was around that time though. Like like 40, he's actually one of the greatest presidents of all ever. Yeah, Reagan, he was. Yeah,
I love him.
yeah. I'm not
And
a
I
fan
grew
of
up.
George H.W. Bush though.
No,
No, like
he was a New World Order guy.
yeah, like and his son was even worse.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I said about the 9/11 thing, I think he knew about it. He knew about it. He may have even orchestrated it.
that's sad.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a person that's into a lot of conspiracies and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I watch a lot of Alex Jones. So
You would have a great conversation with my brother-in-law. He's really into that stuff.
maybe if we do another conversation again, you can bring him on.
Oh, he would love to. He would love to. I've
Yeah,
been talking to him about doing a podcast, and he's like, yeah. But yeah, we can definitely set one up.
yeah. When you
Big,
next time,
strong guy.
yeah, next time you got to bring him on. Then we can have a full on debate about this stuff.
He was on. There was this young girl. She's a YouTuber. Oh man, I don't remember. But when 45 was here in Tampa the last time she interviewed him, and again he was born in Venezuela and he came here when he was a little boy legally,
Yeah,
of course. And he's so pro-American. Oh,
yeah, yeah,
phenomenal. He's the type of immigrant like my wife are the type of immigrants that we want, right?
yeah.
People who come to this country who want to be a part of the American country, who wave our flag proudly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And like a lot of people saying that a lot of like people on the right hate immigration. No, we don't. We actually welcome immigration. We just want legal immigration.
Correct.
Like
Come in through the front door, not the back door.
yeah, like in 2018, I believe it was it was 2018. It was before the midterms that year, or it was a little after. It was around that time where he said that there was a giant caravan that was coming through Mexico and stuff like that.
I remember that.
Yeah, and he says that he wants them to come into the country, but he wants them to come in legally. And CNN, I remember that interview with CNN. It was hilarious, actually. Yeah,
Because they wanted to pay him since the very beginning. I mean, but that's their go-to playbook. Look what they did with McCain. Look what they did with Romney.
yeah,
And then obviously because he won against 45, both of those guys, then suddenly they became heroes to the left. Right?
yeah. I don't like either of them too. Like, yeah, but yeah, even though I don't like to speak ill of the dead, I'm still not a big McCain fan. Like,
And you're not speaking ill. You're just saying you're not a fan of his. There's nothing wrong with that.
yeah,
I'm for whoever supports and wants to make my country better, and that's a general term. But
yeah,
when you talk about making the country better, we got to talk about simple things, right? We got to talk about making the economy better,
yes,
defending the country,
oh
right?
yeah,
Right,
yeah,
and doing things that are going to help us first
yeah,
before anybody else.
yeah. I am pro-America first and foremost. Like as Trump, I'm not going to say that name. I shouldn't have said that. But like,
Bleep it. You got to bleep it now.
I'll see if I can. Yeah, I say his name in all my other videos, but so you can upload the video. I'm not going to try to avoid saying that. But yeah, he said in his in his inauguration speech that he thinks we're going to return power back to the people, and like we're gonna roll. I don't think he said this quote for quote, but he says we're going to start rolling up a lot of these people that are going against our country.
The problem with him is that I don't think he really realized how deep the swamp was when he talked about it.
Like he was actually an outsider. Like same thing with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is an outsider, and they're attacking him for.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That
it,
like
it's so interesting to see what's going on with that and how they're so afraid that he's going to uncensor the censorship, and they're
yeah.
talking about how it's democracy and
Yeah, and also I think with 45, the thing was this is actually something I'm happily admitting is that there was a time where he actually was one of these elites. There was a time,
yeah.
but he actually went against them because he saw how corrupt it was.
Not only that, but I mean, a lot of the stuff that he talked about, he's been talking about since the '90s. I saw this one interview that he did with, or saw a couple of interviews, but one specifically was with Oprah Winfrey, and he was talking about our country not being put first, how
Yeah,
China and other countries and this and that, and it's pretty much now it was more refined and more calm than what
yeah,
he would say it today, but the words were the exact same.
yeah. I'm not sure if he's intentionally saying things the way he is now, or if that just or if he's just doing it for fun. I don't know.
He changed. He changed after the Apprentice. After the Apprentice, he changed. His tone completely changed. If you look at his tonality in the '90s, it was a lot more calm, a lot more refined.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I actually saw part of that interview with Oprah. Like, I actually used to be a big Oprah fan too until recently. The stuff with Michael Jackson, where she accused him of certain things. Like,
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't hear about that. Wow.
yeah, you're aware of what I'm referring to, though. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, yeah, I know it. That's so sad. He was,
yeah,
he was such a
that
growing up.
documentary, that
Growing up,
documentary was also debunked too.
growing up, I idolized him when I was like 3, 4 years old. I mean,
Yeah,
I loved his music. I got the glove. I
yeah,
had the jacket, or I had my parents got it for me, and I
yeah,
even dressed up like him for Halloween when I was like about 4 or 5. I
yeah,
was just such a big Michael fan.
yeah,
So
and
sad.
I am too. And like that documentary that was put out by those people was actually alive. It has been debunked. If you didn't know.
Really, I
Yeah.
didn't watch the documentary, so
I watched part of it. It was disgusting, but when I looked did a research, like a lot of the stuff doesn't add up.
mm,
Yeah, you got at least don't watch. You don't have to watch the documentary. Just watch some things about the behind. Like, look, I'll send you this video. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me find it right here. I'm gonna send this to you in the private chat. You can go take a look at this. There you go. Did you get
got
it?
it.
You
Yep,
can
got it.
go. It's called Lies of Leaving. Yeah, that word. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I don't want to say that word on this podcast. So yeah, yeah. But yeah. What was? But back to what I was saying. Like a lot of these people that I grew up idolizing, like they're they're not all what they're cracked up to be. Like Oprah. But if you didn't know, I actually share the same birthday with her. I
No,
do.
no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, January 29th. I share that birthday with her, and I actually was a huge fan of her. And yeah, and like Jimmy Kimmel for too. Before before 45 was elected, he was actually funny. And after he was elected, he went to being propaganda.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, an extension of the left. I mean, they're all in bed together.
yeah.
They
Like,
all
did you
have the
see?
same talking points.
Yeah, did you see that stupid thing that Kimmel and Fallon did, where they switched around for April Fool's Day?
No, but I heard about it.
It was stupid. Yeah, it was stupid. Stupid. Yeah,
Uh, it is what it is. I mean,
I don't.
I don't look at Hollywood with any revere.
Yeah,
They're a cesspool,
yeah,
and so sadly,
yeah. And a lot of these talk show hosts and a lot of these people for these news organizations, they don't like podcasts. If you didn't know, because
yes, I do
because
know.
because podcasts they get more of an audience than them. Like
Yep, yep.
like these
People like Dice, Mr. Dice.
yeah, like these people, like they have people that run these big national corporations, and they can't even touch the amount of reach that a guy with a podcast has. It's asinine for them.
Because you have to realize the vast majority of the country, like as far as pockets go, is red.
Yeah, yeah. Because like if you look at all these maps of the country, there's no other outside of California maybe, but in New York, and that even excludes New York. Like all this, there's no really blue states. They're just blue cities within red states outside
Correct.
of California.
Correct. So what
Yeah,
happens is you piss off a lot of people when you talk about certain things. It's like, for instance, a company. Like, why do companies have to get involved in politics? You're going to alienate some part of your customers. You don't care about that. What you
yeah,
care about as a company is the green, the money. So
yeah,
why would you alienate people?
yeah. Like Hollywood, for instance, they always have these left wing talking points in their movies. Like, I don't
Yep.
want that, but I also don't want right wing talking points. I just want to
Correct.
enjoy my movies. I just want to
Correct.
enjoy. Same thing with sports. I don't want politics in my sports. I just want to enjoy the sport.
Dude, I'm such a huge football fan. So I
Same
played
here.
football in high school,
Yeah,
and I still play recreationally. Right,
yeah,
I play flag football
yeah,
with my boys and at
yeah,
my church.
yeah.
And
I played football when I was in eighth grade.
let me tell you, I every Sunday from week one to the Super Bowl, I'm glued onto my TV. Everybody knows not to bother me. I don't want to know
Yeah,
nothing about anything.
same
I
here.
will. I want to watch my Giants,
Yeah.
and I,
You're a
and I don't
Giants
want to hear
fan?
anything. I'm a Giants fan. Yeah, from up north. I'm a Giants fan. Yep. And
Oh,
so I don't want to hear
you.
nothing. I would take my kids. Sometimes we go to Buffalo Wild Wings or wherever. We spend the day there. I have not watched a game of football since this whole kneeling crap started, thanks to
Yeah,
Colin Kaepernick.
yeah. But you being a Giants fan, you're going to be angry about who I'm a fan of.
Cowboys.
Correct.
'Cause
I've been,
you're not you talk about Texas a lot, so
yeah, I've been one since I was a little kid. So
my uncle's a big Texas fan, and the one that's 5 years older than me, and we always send memes back and forth to each other all
yeah,
the time.
but I'm not I don't like the Tex. I'm not a big fan of the Texans though.
The
I'm a
Texans, yeah.
Cowboys fan. But yeah, but I tried. I love football too much. I can't stop watching it.
I know,
I just can't.
I know.
Now, basketball, I love basketball, but I don't love it nearly as much as NFL football. I cannot watch NBA anymore. I just can't.
To me, honestly, it showed how much these people hate. And when I say these people, I'm not talking about a certain group of color. I am talking about anybody who thinks like this. I don't care what their color is.
Yeah.
But to me, it showed that they hate this country in reality,
Yes.
and for them to disrespect, and for the organization to support that disrespect,
Yeah.
shows me that they don't like this country and they don't
Yeah.
respect this country
Yeah.
either.
Yeah. And 45 was correct when he said, "They're not after me. They're after you.
Correct.
I'm just in the way."
As a Hispanic, I can assure you that if any Hispanic team were to do that in their country, they would
Oh,
be dismissed, they would be disbarred, they would be torn apart, they would be whatever.
disgraced.
Correct.
Yeah.
But here in this country, apparently it's okay to do that, and that's wrong. It's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. You should like you can hate your government, but you can still be proud of where you're from.
Listen, every Cuban that I know doesn't like their Cuban government, but they're proud to be Cubans.
Yes, as it should be.
As it should be.
Like it's your heritage. You should be, but
Correct.
you don't have to like your government though. Like most governments in the world, well, I shouldn't say most. I mean all governments are terrible. Like yeah,
Every country's good. It's just
yeah,
to the level and the degree.
yeah. And also another sport, baseball, MLB. I'm actually a baseball fan too. I know a lot of people aren't anymore. I still enjoy it to some degree. I'm a Cubs fan, so yeah, because I'm in Iowa.
Yankees.
I can't stand the Yankees. Yeah, we can have a full on debate about that in another episode. Yeah,
It's sports. It's the area that you grow up in, or there's some attachment.
yeah,
Like my mom's cousin took me to my first Yankees game when I was like about 8 or 9. So I'm like, oh, I'm a Yankees fan, I guess.
yeah. I've never been to a Cubs game before. I've never been to any. I've never been to a professional baseball game before. I've been to like a college baseball game though, like minor leagues, I should say. I should not college, minor leagues. Correct me. Yeah. But like when I was saying about Major League Baseball, like you remember what happened with the Georgia situation, the All Star game, where
Yes.
they passed that voter ID law, and basically once that when they did that, the entire media and the entire sports media went after them, saying you need to boycott this state because like that ID that a voter ID is racist. Like um, if an MLB took the All-Star game out of Georgia, costing Black Americans in Atlanta, which Atlanta is 51% African American, if you didn't know, money, like small businesses, so much money. Hotel people who own hotels, so much money. Yeah.
Listen, when you become emotional, you lose your sense of logic,
Yeah.
right? That's why they tell you don't make decisions when you're emotional. Like when you're angry, you don't make decisions, right?
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing. What happens is I don't understand how I can understand why the Hispanic community might think that voter ID is racist. I can't for the life of me understand why the black community would think that.
Yeah. Like about 70 or 80% of African Americans support voter ID, actually. The
Right.
media, the
It's
media is just making it look worse than it is.
correct. Because they know that they cheat. And so in order for you to keep on cheating, you need to keep on not having voter ID.
Yeah, and like when they relocated the All-Star game, guess where they relocated it? Denver, Colorado, which Colorado has more stricter voter laws than New Georgia law would,
Yeah.
and it requires voter ID, and it has less voting days.
Yeah. Voter ID needs to be a must.
Yeah,
It really
that's
does.
that's why if that's why if there's when the red wave comes this November, and then eventually in 2024, one of the things they have to do is they have to put forth a bill to mandate voter ID.
Listen, if Republicans don't do it, they're all full of garbage.
Yeah, that's why 45 is making sure he puts America First candidates in office.
And we need that. We need people who are going to secure. We can't keep having these rhinos that promise the world and then
Mitt Romney, Liz Cheney,
Mitch
Lee-
McConnell is a good example.
Yep.
I mean, he does some things right, but then he does a lot of things where he doesn't. And his leadership, he needs to go already.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, who else?
The
Marco
same,
Rubio.
same ones.
Marco
Same.
Rubio. Yeah, he's a senator in your state, and he's
Yep.
a rhino. Yeah.
Yep. He's
Yeah.
he's another one. I mean, he's not as bad as the ones that you mentioned, like Susan and
Lisa.
and Lisa and Romney. He's not as bad. I would put him right there, right along the lines with Mitch McConnell.
I would. Mitch McConnell is actually worse than him, I believe, in my view. Yeah.
I agree, but I would put him in somewhere in that realm.
I agree with. I can agree with you on that. I agree.
He's not like let's say like a Jim Jordan, right?
Jim Jordan, people like Jim Jordan or Marjorie Taylor Greene, those are the kind of people I want in Congress.
Matt Gaetz,
Yes, him too.
you know,
And
Devin Nunes,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. Devin Nunes. Who else? Who else? In my state, Joni Ernst. She's actually really good.
Okay.
Also, Ashley Henson. She's actually a person in the House. And also another one, Rand Paul, for instance, too.
Oh, Rand Paul, yes, absolutely.
I mean, I still think his dad is better, but I still like Rand Paul a lot.
Yes, I like Rand Paul too.
Yeah.
We need more Democrats like Joe Manchin.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I agree with Manchin on his economic views. I just disagree with him on his social views because of his policies on immigration.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he is your traditional Democrat.
Yeah.
He's not this left wing. He's not like these current left wing Democrats that have become radicals.
He's what a liberal is supposed to be.
Correct.
And like these days, like liberals, regular liberals, and classic liberals are considered right wingers.
Correct.
Like not just with this voting thing, but you recall that there was like an abortion bill about a month or so ago, where like if Roe v. Wade is overturned, it would keep abortion legal, and he voted against it, and they attacked him for that. Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, he's got to do what his constituents say.
Because he's
a representative.
He's in West Virginia, which is the second most red state in the country, only behind Wyoming.
Correct.
And like he knows if he goes too far off, he's out of there immediately.
Correct. But that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Like, and do I think he'll become a Republican? No, because his values are Democrat-like, old school Democrat. But now I could see him becoming an independent, though. I could see.
Yes, I actually thought the same thing. You know who surprises me a lot is Tulsi Gabbard.
I lost a lot of respect for Tulsi Gabbard.
When
Here's
she
what.
ran?
No, not. It was when I found out she was part of the World Economic Forum.
Okay.
Yeah, before that, I was a huge fan of her.
But I've never been a fan of her. I'm not a fan of any
Well,
Democrat, to be
well,
honest with
not
you.
really a huge fan. I was actually agreed with a lot of some of the things she says. I should say.
She's the only one that I'll listen to, is what
Yeah,
I'm basically trying to say.
yeah. I'll listen to Manchin too,
Yeah, I'll listen to Manchin too,
and I'll even listen to Kirsten Sinema a little as well.
to a
Not
certain
a whole
extent.
lot.
Not a whole
Yeah,
lot. Yeah, I agree with that.
a little, not a whole lot, but some things like.
But what I find about her interesting is she is in complete opposite of her party.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Tulsi,
Like she's not even close to representing what they stand for now.
Tulsi.
Yeah.
Mm, yeah, but I'm not sure she's doing that just for show. And the reason is because I found out she was part of the World Economic Forum. That's why.
Hmm.
They're
Is
the
that
ones.
why she's retaining her Democratic status?
It's possible, but like another person I don't trust anymore is like Dan Crenshaw because he's
Yeah.
part of the World Economic Forum as well.
Yeah, he said some things lately that I'm like,
He even
yeah,
voted. He even voted for the V database too.
yeah. It's like, wow, I didn't expect that from Dan when he first jumped on the scene. It's really, you're right. You're absolutely right on that.
Like I like when I like because the World Economic Forum, they're the ones pushing the Great Reset. Like, yeah, once when I found out they were part of their organization, I lost complete trust with them. Complete. And the thing is, I think Tulsi's doing a lot of it for show because she was also speaking at CPAC a couple months ago.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that. It was a pretty good speech, actually.
It was a good speech, but I don't trust her anymore, really.
Gotcha. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't. The fact that she ran as a Democrat and said the things that she said against 45, I don't trust her either because she
Yeah.
was just doing a lot of talking points also. But give credit to where credit was due. She did hit
Kamala.
VP with a
Oh yeah.
that was
She
sweet.
she embarrassed her.
Oh yeah.
Embarrassed. It was actually hilarious, to be honest.
Listen, if it wasn't for the media backing VP up, she would have been out.
Yeah, she would have been a. Yeah, I don't think the current guy who's the president actually chose her. They told him to do that because if he doesn't even know what he's doing. So
No, I mean, listen, let's be real. Politics is politics, and he the only reason he ran is because they made him run, and the
yeah,
only reason that he won,
it was
right,
because
is
of what happened. Yeah, we'll
well,
just leave it.
let's go even before that, right? He was losing. He was
Yeah,
losing to Uncle
Bernie
B.
Sanders,
Yeah, he was losing to Uncle B,
which
right? And so if you look at it, the Democratic base is not socialist.
yeah, I don't
They're
like Bernie.
federalists.
Yeah, I don't like Bernie Sanders, but I would rather have him over this guy.
I don't like him, but at least I respect him because he's been that way since the beginning of his political career. There's no surprise with him.
Well,
He does.
not just that, but he at least knows what he's doing because he at least can think clearly.
Oh yeah. He's competent, right?
Yeah,
And so what happens is these Democrats were afraid because he was in the lead.
yeah,
And so what they did was, if you paid attention, Super Tuesday, mostly everybody except for Elizabeth Warren left, and
yeah.
then all of a sudden, Biden takes first place, and he remains it. Now, the other person you may say, well, they were far behind, so it only made sense. Okay, Buttigieg was in third, in a close third. Why
Or
did he drop out?
yeah, same thing with Beta or Bloomberg, which I can't stand those any of them. I can't. But at least would rather have them over this guy because at least they can think clearly.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was a puppet from the beginning.
And remember when they said 45 was Russia's puppet? Remember that?
Yeah,
And he's actually
this guy's Russia's, Ukraine's, China's puppet.
yeah, he's actually suing the HC person, her. He's suing her for
Oh
slander.
yeah, yes, I did saw that. I did see that. I did. She. You know what? His fault for not going after her when everybody was chanting "lock her up."
Well, the thing was, he tried to. He told the DOJ to investigate certain people, but they refused to.
I remember what during one of his
Debates with her.
not debates with her. Man, one of his speeches, he just said, you know what, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to let that go. And I remember, and the crowd was like, no, no,
When
no.
did that happen?
Man, it was just something that just passed by, and I remember I was like, no, don't let it go, don't let it go. Go after her because
Hmm.
if it were us, we'd be in jail. That's not fair.
Hmm. I
I don't know
thought
if you'd ever find it at this point, but
I thought it was because the DOJ refused to investigate a lot of things because they did refuse a
I,
lot.
I don't know the reasoning why, but he was like, no, we're just not going to go there anymore. Let's move forward. I remember it clear as day, and I was like, no,
Hmm.
let's not move forward.
I'll have to check BitChute or Get or Rumble for that.
Yeah, and it was
Yeah,
pretty early on. You probably find it like 2017. It was early on when he first
yeah.
went in.
But also something that in one of my previous videos, if you saw, I did an episode on abortion, right?
No, I didn't see that one. I
Well,
only saw.
even though you didn't watch it, you at least saw like in the videos what I did. Like, did you? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
my abortion episode where I touched on it a little, and like obviously you know that there's going to be a decision on that on abortion in June. You're aware of that,
Yes,
correct?
yes, yep. I sure am.
Yeah, and me, I am extremely pro life. Like my,
I
my
am as well.
my mom, she's actually a liberal, but she's actually pro life. Surprisingly, she actually is. Yeah, that surprises me a lot. But but what's going to happen is like because of the Mississippi law, that's being challenged because Planned Parenthood, I believe it was Planned Parenthood, but it was one of those people that sued Mississippi for banning abortion after 15 weeks. And so it's going towards the Supreme Court now. And two things can happen. The Roe v. Wade can be overturned, which I hope it happens, but I'm very optimistic about that. Very. Or if it or what
But you're
could
you're optimistic that it
will be overturned because here's
it
why.
will be. Okay.
Because if you listen to the hearings, which there's only two justices that I'm confident in. One I'm really confident in, and one I'm mostly confident in. That's
Clarence Thomas is one of them,
Justice
right?
Thomas, yeah,
Yep.
and also the one I'm mostly confident in is Justice Alito
Mm.
because I'm still mostly, I'm not 100%, but I'm mostly that both of them will vote to overturn Roe. Now, the Chief Justice Roberts, from what I take it, he wants to pass the Mississippi law but not overrule Roe.
Oh,
That's what I take from it.
yeah.
And now, in order to do that, he needs one of 45's Supreme Court picks to vote with them, just one of them. Which, from what I've heard from Justice Kavanaugh, he said he thinks it should be up to the states to decide that stuff. Justice Barrett, I believe thinks it should be decided by the states as well. Now, Justice Gorsuch, I believe that one's the biggest wild card of them all, in my view. Yeah.
It's funny when people have the word conservative in front of them, and then when it comes time to show their conservatism, they don't.
Yeah, and like Clarence Thomas, like you aware that a few weeks ago that he actually went to the hospital because he had an
Yep,
infection.
yep, yep.
Did you see all the stuff that people were posting on Twitter, wishing him death or wishing him bad health in order to retire?
I don't have Twitter,
Yeah,
but I heard some of the things that people said, and it's
yeah,
just disgusting.
yeah. It was like literally people were wishing death on him
Yeah.
or wishing bad health on him because they wanted him out of there so they can put another one of their guys in.
Yep. I've never seen the things that have been going on in these past couple of years. I've never
Like
seen it going on.
like how what makes you think you actually wish death on someone? Like what kind of person are you to do that?
Dude, I don't like Obama, and I never wish death on him.
Same here. Same thing with this current guy. I
Yeah.
wouldn't wish death on him. Like I wouldn't wish death on Woodrow Wilson either because he was an awful president. Awful. Probably between him and the current guy is the worst president of all time. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But from what I can tell is I'm being very cautiously optimistic that it will be overturned. I hope it is, but I don't want to get my hopes up too high and just be let down on that. I don't want to do that.
It'll be interesting to see what happens because that's been a topic for decades now.
But here's one thing though: if all three of 45's justices vote to overturn it with Clarence Thomas and Alito, it gets overturned. And with Roberts, he actually votes with the liberals. Guess what? Who gets to get Clarence Thomas gets to write that decision, and that's going to be a great decision.
Oof, that would be good. That would
Yeah.
be good.
So
Did
that's
you ever
why
see the movie? Have you seen the movie Unplanned?
Unplanned. I have the movie. I don't think I've watched it yet.
You should
But
watch the movie.
yeah, I'm
Especially
going
if
to.
you're pro-life.
Yeah,
Man, I'm not an emotional guy. Like it takes a
yeah,
lot to make me even my
yeah,
eyes to water up, but that
yeah,
one did.
yeah. I used to actually be pro-choice till I found out what an abortion was really like. I used to be.
Even as an atheist, I was against it.
Yeah, yeah, because like people like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder actually changed my view on that.
Well, for me, it was just logic, right? The debate is, or the point is from the left is that it's not a life form,
Yeah,
right?
they
So,
view it as just a bunch of cells.
right, right. And so, from a scientific aspect, if we were to find something similar to that on Mars, we would consider that alien life. So
Yeah,
why would we not consider that human life? That made no sense to me whatsoever as an atheist. So to
yeah,
me, I was like, no, it's life, regardless. Life at
yeah.
the point of conception.
Yeah, because back when Clinton was president, Bill Clinton was president, he said abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. Now, I disagree with him on that, but at least it's moving into starting to move into the right direction. Okay,
Sure.
but we've gone from that to being like abortion is health care, it's Medicare, it should be
Yeah.
taxpayer funded.
And
Like
that's one thing. Listen. For me personally, I'm nobody to tell you what to do with your life. You want to
yeah,
kill your baby? That's on you. I don't care. Don't use taxpayer funded to do that. Don't use my money to kill your baby.
my view is on it. No, I don't care what the exception is. You do not kill that kid.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. I'm saying I'm totally against it. But what I'm saying is at the end of the day, you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do, and that's on
Yeah.
you.
And they attacked Texas for passing that abortion law.
Yeah, yeah. There are texts I get commercials all the time when I'm watching YouTube of how Florida's trying to pass a similar heartbeat bill.
they passed it already.
They pass it, and we're getting the same types of attacks,
It was
and
either
how
yesterday.
misogynistic it is.
Yeah, it was either yesterday or the day before. Yeah,
Oh, cool, cool.
yeah,
Good,
but like,
good.
yeah, it doesn't go far enough though because it's 15 weeks.
No, no, but it's the same thing as the
Texas.
the parents' right bill that DeSantis is signing about not teaching orientation to children from kindergarten to third graders. I don't think it goes far enough. I don't think anybody in elementary should be talking about anything sexual.
Yeah, I think you should just teach kids to be kids. That's it. Nothing
That's
more.
it.
Yeah,
Man, I listen. The only thing I learned in family life, I learned it in seventh grade, and all it was about the reproduction,
yeah,
human
same here.
reproduction, right?
Yeah, I didn't learn about that. I didn't start learning about that till I was in 5th grade. But I only touched up. It was only touched on, and then when I was in middle school, it was explained completely.
Yeah, So I no, I don't want anybody teaching my kids. I'll teach my kids what they need to see,
Yeah.
and at the time that I feel it's appropriate for them.
Yes, I
And
completely.
it has nothing to do with like homosexual. It has to do even with heterosexual. I don't expose my kids to heterosexual things.
Yeah,
Why? Because it's not appropriate.
yeah, it's not appropriate at all in my view. Not
Right.
at all. Yeah,
So I'm the parent. I get to determine at what age I believe. Like for instance, Iron Man.
yeah,
Like that scene where he's with the reporter and they're tussling around. I have up until a certain point, I have my kids cover their eyes when we watch that movie
yeah,
because it's not appropriate. The imagination can go as far as it needs to go, or you just don't know. And so for me, that's not appropriate for them.
yeah. Yeah. That's actually a good thing on your part because kids should not be exposed to that kind of stuff.
No, no. And I've done it with all of my kids. Look, I mean, I mean, again, it's just we're the parents. We're the ones
Yes.
who in charge. We get to decide. Now, if you're a parent and you feel like it's okay, then that's on you. But me as a parent,
Yeah, I'm just not going to be friends with you then.
yeah, it's just the way it is. You've got to keep your kids innocent as long as possible because we know how this world is, and the innocence is once it's gone, it's gone. It ain't coming back.
Yeah, you only got one life.
Dude, I'm very protective of my children because I know right now the world is trying to get to them.
Yes.
And in a really bad way that obviously in certain ways it got to me, Growing up, just regular. I grew up, regular. Like I chased skirts when I was young and a teenager, and I never did anything illegal.
Yeah.
Never did anything that would land me in jail or anything. My parents were very, very traditional in that and very protective of me. But I was a
Yeah.
typical boy. I
Yeah.
chased skirts, and looked at this, looked at that, looked at things
Yeah.
that honestly I really shouldn't have been looking at as a kid. And I don't want that for my
Yeah.
kids. I want better for them.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
want them to respect the day of tomorrow, the woman that they're married to. I
Yeah.
want them to respect women.
Yeah. Yeah. My brother was the one that taught me to respect women. Well, my mom, she did taught me to like always open the door for a woman no matter what, always. But but she always, but I was taught as a kid to like, if a woman puts your hands on you, no matter who it is, you have a right to hit them back. But my brother was the one who taught me like, no, do not do that at all, because no matter what, you are the bad guy if that in that situation.
Yeah,
Like,
pretty much.
if that happens, just go get one of your female friends or one of your female family members, and they'll just deal with it.
Yeah.
That's what my brother taught me.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, every case is different, and it's the reality of it. And we as men, we have to we listen. It's part of biology. We're stronger, and that's the part of
Yes.
feminism that does not understand that. They want us to be equals. We're
Yeah.
not. We're equal in value as human beings. Yes,
Yes.
and that's where the equality. But as far as physicality goes, no, we're stronger. We max out. I had this fight with a college peer,
Yeah.
and ultra feminist, and we were talking about these movies, and I told him I don't watch movies that portray women to be more than what they are. I don't
Yeah.
like it. It's unrealistic, right?
Yeah.
And what do I mean by that? Like for instance, the movie La Colombiana. I don't know if you've ever seen that with Zoe Saldana.
No, I don't recall seeing that movie.
Young girl, her parents are killed by Colombian drug lords. She escapes and takes a junk drive that has, I guess, information on there. She goes to the cops. Cop, fortunately, is not corrupt, takes her, protects her, sends her to the United States to her uncle. Her uncle raises her, trains her to be an assassin, which eventually she goes out and redeems herself, right? Killing, right, all of these Colombian drug lords. Now, Zoe Saldana is, you know who
She's
she
a
is, right?
Yeah, she's a gorgeous woman. She
She's
is.
very, yeah. She's actually we're born the same year, and she grew up a couple of cities away from where I grew up. So I mean, I followed her for a while now.
Yeah.
She's what's the green girl from Guardians of the Galaxy?
Gamora.
Gamora. She plays Gamora. You see how thin she is, how skinny. She's like 100 pounds soaking wet. And these Colombian drug lords that she was dealing with were like 250-pound guys that I would
Yeah.
have trouble. I'm
Yeah.
210 right now, and I would have trouble taking them down. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
she took them all down
Yeah.
without a scratch on.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
Yeah.
so to me, that's unrealistic, and I just don't want to watch those things.
Yeah.
So
Like
this girl got so offended that she threatened me, and she goes, "I'm gonna
What?
get my boyfriend to kick your butt." You just proved my point. You're gonna get your boyfriend to beat me up because you can't do it.
Yeah. The women they know we're stronger than them, but they don't want to admit it. They don't want to.
Because it's that's modern feminism thing. Like my wife is, I mean, she admits it. She goes, "Babe, there's things that I can't do, and I need you for it." And
Yeah.
and there's things that I can't do, and I need her for it. That's how
Yeah.
God made us.
Yeah. My view is like the husband should be the one working to pay the bills, and the wife should be the one staying home taking care of the kids and cleaning the house.
If,
That's
if
my
you're
view.
if you're able to economically do it,
Yeah.
it's worked since the beginning
Well,
of time.
well, the thing is, like, a lot of people are saying like that it needs to be like that, and well, that's actually not true because the idea that you need a two-person income to like live a life, that's actually not true. Because I understand some families need to have two incomes, but not every family does.
Sure, no, it just depends. Like everybody's got to do what works for them, and there's no, especially in this day and age, there's no cookie cutter. It's
Yeah.
just we have roles, and they don't like that.
Yeah.
And we do have roles. Women have women roles, and men have men roles, and that's just the way it is.
Completely agree with you on that. Like, the men, we're the ones that should be working, like, because we're obviously built to be stronger. Like, that's why you see a lot of us in the football, UFC, boxing, and stuff like that. I understand there's some there's like some female boxing and female UFC, which I actually like. I don't mind that. I watch it
I like
because
that stuff actually.
yeah,
I like strong women.
Yeah, so do I. I love UFC and boxing. I watch female boxing and female UFC. But when you watch it, it's nothing. It's nothing compared to the men fighting. It's not even close.
No, no, it's not, and that's why we're supposed to have separate fighting categories for genders, right? You
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
compare a man to a woman.
And speaking of that, did you know that in the military, the Marines is the only branch that separates men and women? All the other branches have them together. Which there, if I was there, there's no way I could like there's no way I could train with a woman. There's no way because I would be paranoid the entire time. There's no way.
Listen, there's differences. There's biological differences, and these people just don't want to realize them. Again, they want to go by their feelings, and
Yeah,
and you can go by your feelings, but everybody else doesn't have to go by your feelings.
yeah, I
That's the part they
completely
don't
agree with that.
understand.
Yeah, we live in a free country for a reason.
Yeah, you can't tell me that a woman is strong. Somebody again. I think it was that same girl at the at my college. She was like, "Oh, I bet if I get a woman that works out that lifts weight, a professional weightlifter, she'll kick your butt." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, she's a professional weightlifter. She more than likely probably could. But
Yeah.
but you're not comparing apples to apples. If you get a male professional weightlifter who maxes out much higher, now you got a different outcome."
Yes, completely agree. It's just facts actually.
Yeah. I mean, it's like right now, if you take somebody who's overweight and you pin them up against me, whether they're woman or not, they're going to struggle. I'm an athlete. I play sports, right? I work out. I do cardio.
Yeah.
I'm an athlete. So
All I
that's
do,
not real apples to apples comparison.
yeah. All I do is just go take some walks every now and then, but that's all I do.
I do some, I lost 50 pounds in 2 years. I got up to 230 pounds. And
Oh,
I started doing Insanity Fitness, and I turned my garage. I bought a house, and I turned my garage into my gym, and I
yeah.
lost 50 pounds. I got down to 197,
Wow.
um, and I started bulking back up afterwards.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I got down to 187. Sorry, 187.
Yeah, that makes sense. But that's good. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, for instance, in like one of Joe Rogan's episodes, he had Gavin McGinnis on. If you don't know who that is, like, he was the founder of Vice.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, basically, like basically they had a discussion, basically about some stuff like this, and he said that he said that women, they know we're stronger than them, and he was going through a scenario where a woman would say like if a woman hits a man, the man should hit him back, and he says that we're stronger than you.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can defend yourself, but I think
yeah,
I mean, fully going like doing a full. I mean, you're gonna hurt somebody, and you're gonna hurt
yeah.
somebody really bad.
Yeah, I could never hit a woman. I couldn't. I just could not. No, all I would do was just arm bar them. That's it.
Yeah.
I literally drag them. I can't put my hands on a woman. I just can't.
No, I can't. I can't either. I can't either. I
Yeah,
can't either. We're supposed to protect them,
yeah. I
and they
completely
hate
agree.
that too. And they
Oh
hate that
yeah,
too. The
I,
modern feminists, they hate that. Oh, we don't
yeah,
need protection.
yeah, yeah. Just go down. Go to Cuba or Mexico and see what happens.
Go to any go to one of those countries where they do whatever they want to women.
China, North Korea, the Middle East.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen,
Yeah,
you're taking away the essence of a man, especially a good man, if he wants to protect you.
yeah,
If we have that hero, I know I do. I have that hero persona, and my wife actually loves it,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, yeah. My parents were very liberal, but I learned as I got older that a man is supposed to be the one to take care of the woman, not vice
Absolutely,
versa. No,
absolutely,
I
absolutely.
that like if you're the kind of guy that has the woman take care of you, you are I'm trying to keep this PG-13, but you are a you just know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'll just be nice here. A beta male is all I'll say.
Oh yeah. And it seems like there's a lot of beta males out there, little soy boys.
I know a few of them. I know a few of them personally. Yeah, yeah,
I'll stick to being an alpha male. I
yeah,
like my
same
alpha
here.
male status.
Same here. Like like an alpha male would not carry this flag. Well, an alpha male carries this flag around. A beta male would not.
No, no. Beta male would have a Starbucks back there.
What?
A beta male would have a Starbucks sign back there.
I
A cafe
don't.
latte.
I don't even drink coffee, so
Oh no, man, I'm Cuban, so I drink coffee like it's water.
I can't stand coffee or tea.
Oh man.
I
My great grandmother when she babysat, my great grandmother from my mother's side, when she babysat me, she would give me café con leche, which is Cuban coffee and milk. And I mean, I was 4 years old when I was drinking that stuff, so I grew up on it. And
Yeah, I could not. Every time I've ever tried to drink either, I've thrown up.
really, wow,
Yeah, yeah. But all my family, they drink both. I,
man,
I'm I'm the only one out of all of us, and I have over 100 cousins on my mom's side alone through her dad.
wow.
Through her dad alone, I have over 100 cousins. I'm the only one, as far as I know, that can't stand coffee or tea.
Oh man, no, not me. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I just could
I love it every
never.
day.
Yeah, I'll never drink either. Like, yeah, and I'll never even go to a Starbucks either. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I stopped drinking Starbucks. When their political nonsense came out, I'm like, I'm not going. I'm not going to give my money to that.
yeah,
I,
yeah.
I, I actually, but again, I'm used to drinking Cuban coffee, so that's what I get Cuban coffee.
Yeah, yeah. I just can't drink either. So
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm more. I drink more Gatorade and Sprite.
Oof, sugar. A lot of
Yeah,
sugar.
yeah. I drink
So,
water too. A lot
so
of
the only soda that I mean, occasionally if there's like if I'm at a barbecue, but I don't drink soda. If I do drink soda, it's usually when I'm eating Peruvian food. My other half, so my father's side is Peruvian, and I cannot eat Peruvian food without Peruvian soda. It's like
it.
eating a hamburger without a Coke. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's weird.
yeah.
Or pizza without Coke.
Mm.
Weird.
Uh, I can eat a pizza without Coke. I would rather use a Pepsi instead.
Or Pepsi, right? Either or. So to whoever's preference, but
Yeah,
that's the only real soda that I drink. Other
I
than
try.
that,
Yeah, I tried to avoid drinking Coke because of all their stuff that the stuff they said. Like
yes,
they told all their employees to be less white.
yes, yes, we boycotted Coke when they did that as well.
Yeah, like I still drink it once in a while, but I try to avoid it.
No,
So
I don't buy it. Like if somebody has it, like I'm not gonna say no, but me
yeah,
buy it? No, I'm not buying it.
yeah.
Like
I
it's
prefer
something.
I prefer Pepsi. Yeah.
Listen, if I'm not okay with Coke saying be less Hispanic, I shouldn't be okay with them saying be less white.
Oh yeah, yeah. Completely agree. And a lot of places they put Hispanics and whites in the same category.
Oh yes, I got told last year I have white privilege.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That yeah, and you're not even white. I take it.
No, I mean, my skin color is white. Yeah, but I'm not. I'm not Caucasian. I'm Hispanic. I grew up in the hood. I grew up in the
Yeah,
ghetto, split between Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and then blacks.
yeah,
And I just grew up in a different household. My parents taught me differently, and
yeah,
I followed the law. I respected the police officers. I
yeah,
stayed in school. I've never done drugs. I've
yeah,
never been drunk, not even as an adult.
yeah,
I've just kept my nose clean and I stuck to my books and I'm a professional.
yeah, yeah. My father's Caucasian and my mom's African American, and yeah, I grew up in the hood, so I've seen what a lot of this stuff looks like.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, and I know some people personally that did a lot of the bad stuff in the hood before. I
yeah,
know people personally that have
yeah,
friends. I have yeah friends
yeah.
and even friends' family that has done that kind of stuff. Which
Likewise. And I've actually stayed away from people like that. I've actually disfriended, like as a teenager, like because I just didn't want to be part of that environment. And let me tell you something. Nobody's given me anything. Everything that I've had to work for.
yeah,
Um, and my kids, thankfully, and listen, it has nothing to do with skin color. It has to do with legacy. What do you live? What do you leave for the next generation? My
yeah,
kids have been raised in middle class neighborhoods. Why? Because both myself and their mother are educated. We're
yeah,
professionals. We went to school, and they haven't stepped foot in the ghetto.
yeah, and that's good. They should never have to.
They never have to. And my
Yeah,
parents did not because They wanted to, but because they were low income families, and
Yeah.
thankfully through their blood and sweat, we
Yeah.
went up.
Yeah.
My sister
And
and I.
yeah. When I was a kid and like a teenager, I always thought it was cool to have like a friend who was in the hood and stuff like that. And like and when I and I was a kid. I was ignorant when I was young.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're going by what's cool.
Yeah. And as I got older, I realized no, I can't be like that. No. Yeah.
Yep,
Even
yep.
even
Let
though
me tell you, I grew up where I grew up. I said I'm never leaving this place. I need the music. I need the noise. I need the drama. I need this. And then when I started working in a professional environment, and obviously I graduated school, I was like, you know what? I need to get out of here. I need to go
yeah.
live in a better neighborhood.
Yeah. Well, personally, for me, I never did graduate, and the reason is because I had to help my mom take care of my little sister. Right. Like,
But well, I didn't graduate when I was a kid. I graduated as an adult. Like I graduated at the age of 35.
oh,
After working in corporate America, I took a time off and I dedicated myself to going back to school and finishing my degree that I didn't get to finish my first time around because I had my
yeah,
oldest son.
yeah. That's good. That's good of you. I'm eventually I will go back, but I'm just trying to like sustain myself for right now. So
Hey man, sometimes it's not even worth it with the amount of debt that you accumulate. Honestly,
yeah.
looking back at it, I graduated with a degree in computer animation.
Well,
I don't work in computer animation.
the thing is, I'm not talking about college. I'm talking about high school.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I had to help my mom take care of my sister.
I got you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's fine. Completely fine. Yeah, but eventually I do plan to get my GED, but right now I have to sustain myself at the moment.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, yeah, because my brother got his, and he didn't finish. Yeah, yeah. So
But that's a good thing, right? Your siblings motivate. Like that's what happened with me. My sister, she graduated before I did. So my sister and I are 8 years apart, and she graduated. She did uh, forensics, right? And I said to myself, "Wow, my baby sister can go to college and graduate. I should too." And
yeah,
so she motivated me, right? So likewise, it sounds like your brother's motivating you.
yeah. My brother is actually 7 years older than me. So
There you go.
yeah,
There you go. Yeah, man, you gotta do what you gotta do. You know.
yeah. I even though I grew up in the hood, I never got into that lifestyle though, because
Good.
I had role models around me that said, no, don't do that.
Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
You know who my role model was?
Who?
My dad.
Yeah. Well, not my father. Yeah.
No.
My father wasn't like that. My father was just let me put kindly words like he's stuck up a lot. I'll just say that.
But you talked a lot about your dad, like taking you to the movies and watching stuff
But
with you.
yeah, I did, but like as a role model, no, he was not.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
like if
my.
my one of my role models was his brother, my uncle. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
my dad was a great dad. My dad might not have been a great husband to my mom, but he was a great dad to me and my
Yeah.
sister. More so to me because I was his firstborn. And
Ah.
I actually, when my parents split, I grew up with, I chose to stay with my dad.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
my dad was, to this day, we have a really good relationship.
Yeah, when I was young, when my parents split up, I wanted to go stay with my father, uh, but my mom said no. And then when I got older, and I realized that she was probably right. So yeah,
Hey, let me ask you a bit of a question, changing slightly topic, going back to identity politics. You said you were on the left, right?
yes, correct.
When we're talking about identity politics, specifically where a person lands, genetically speaking, how does it go by? Like, for instance, okay, I've been told I have white privilege. I'm of Hispanic descent. Meghan Merkel is pretty much the same complexion as me, but yet she's considered a person of color.
Yeah.
So does it go by your actual skin color? Does it go by your DNA? Or does it go by the region that you were born in?
Um, my guess is it goes by just your heritage. That's just a guess I'm going with. I don't know.
That's pretty, because I feel like the goalpost moves depending on what you defend yourself with, right? Because
Yeah.
like I did a DNA test and somewhere along the lines, obviously coming from a Cuban background, right? We have African in our blood, so at some point we had a um,
African
uh,
American ancestor.
well, no, a Cuban, African Cuban
Oh,
ancestor.
my mistake.
Yeah, because we're, it comes from the Cuban side, and
Yeah.
so my dad being that he's Peruvian, he looks very Indian. I mean, native Indian, right? And so, but I get called like again, I have white privilege. So what am I going by? Am I going by my DNA? Am I going by my skin color, or am I going by what my parents are? Because, like I said, my dad is pretty darn Indian. He's pretty dark.
Yeah, well, it's a lot like me though. It's a lot like people like me, like are half black, half white. Like when you say like, are they privileged or not? They're basically saying it's basically like you're half privileged, which makes no sense.
Makes no sense. Yeah, yeah. So my sister has a biracial son, my nephew.
Yeah.
I love it. He was over here. Yeah, he was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday he was here playing around and stuff like that. I was trying to give him some Transformer toys to play with him too.
Uh,
Um, but yeah, that makes no sense. He's very privileged, and it has nothing to do with his skin color. It has to do with the fact that his mother and his dad are doing what they need to do for him.
yeah. Like if you like people, it's a fact that like people in the hood they have they don't succeed as much as people that aren't in the hood. But if they get out of it and they make the right choices, that the statistics show that they can become equally or even better than the people that don't grow up in the hood.
Absolutely. My brother-in-law is very hood. I mean, he grew up in the hood and he grew up in the hood. You know,
Yeah.
his father wasn't there. Typical statistic, right? For black men that don't grow up with their dads and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But he's been a great father to my nephew. He's saying, you know what? I didn't have this, but I want my son to have it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he's going against the statistics, and he's doing such a great job. He loves my nephew, and it just goes to show that to your point to what you just said, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with your drive, your resolve, and what you want to do.
Yeah, like what I'm trying to figure out is where this started, and from all the information that I've gathered is like this did not start under when this current guy got in the
No,
office. It didn't even start under when Obama was in
45.
office.
No, actually,
No, no,
okay.
no,
Go ahead,
no,
tell me.
no, no, no. This has been a 90-year preparation.
Okay.
Like you can look up the names if you want to. People like Antonio Gramsci or Soloninsky or Yakuza. Those people are the ones that realize that a communist revolution, like a violent one, can't happen in a country with Judaic Christian values. They
Yes,
realize it.
I've heard of those. Yes, and I've seen stuff, resources regarding that. So yes, you're right on that.
And Antonio Gramsci, if you didn't know, he's actually known as the father of Marxism.
Yes. Yep.
And basically, like he had all these radical ideas, like how you can infiltrate governments, how you can secretly destroy this, how you can put people in certain powers. Like, yeah, because like if you all these communist revolutions in like China or in Russia, they were done violently, and you can't do that in a country like the United States.
Nope.
So what do you have to do? You have to take over the culture,
Yep.
and to do that, you got to play the long game.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. But where it became more mainstream, out in the open, let's say, because those things were done in the shadows.
Yes.
Where it became mainstream was during the Obama administration, because I didn't hear any of that stuff before that time, and it was during his second term.
You can make an argument about that. Yeah, it could have started even. I think probably when it all started to come apart was after 9/11.
I didn't hear much about racial discrepancies and representation. I didn't hear that stuff during that time.
No, because like what I'm trying to say is like it united our country, but then
I see what you mean.
it united it, and then when it hit a boiling point, and then all of it started falling apart.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like, oh, we got to get it back on track. They're united. We gotta ramp things up. Yeah, that makes sense. I
Yeah.
can see that. I could see that. But where it became really obvious, again, in my opinion, in my views, was during uh, Obama's term. Where Michelle was like,
In 2012, when he said like everyone who is against me is a racist.
yeah, pretty much. And you can even go for a little bit further back from that when Michelle was like, for the first time, I'm proud to be an American.
Yeah.
right? In that speech, I'm like, wait, this is your first time, really? Because I've been proud to be an American since I was born and realized what America stood for.
Same here.
Dude, honestly, I really became proud. I guess where the rubber hit the road for me was when I was 15, and my father took me to Peru for my grandparents' 50th wedding anniversary, and I got to see what poverty looked like. And
Yeah.
I said, wow. I said to myself, thank God I am an American. Thank God I was born in America.
Yeah.
Because if you think poverty is here, when you go to a country like that, it's like way, way below that. You don't. I mean, you might see poor people standing at the light, panhandling and asking for money. But one thing I've never seen in this country is children doing that.
Yeah.
And the minute you get off of the airport over there, you're gonna have children that are 8 years old, 9 years old, begging for money,
Or
selling
food.
candy, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
or food, and you just don't see that here.
Yeah. Like even as bad as the homeless problem is in like California, it's nothing compared to other countries.
No.
But for like a country at the U.S. level, it's incredibly horrible. And they're letting it go on.
Yep. Yep. So
Like,
so I was proud when I became 15. I was like, wow, I'm proud. I'm a proud American, and I didn't mean that egotistically or to be, show off, right? Because that's the thing that we get, right? We get branded, oh, you're un creído, like you think you're all that because you're American. No, it's just that it made me really proud to be part of something great where I have a future, and that's the
yeah,
reason when my father left his home country to come over here, right?
yeah.
I can't
Like,
imagine leaving my country unless if it was through the floor.
yeah.
You know?
Well, I'm never leaving my country. Well, not even just that. I'm never even stepping outside of the country, to be honest.
Hmm.
Like the only place I would consider stepping out of it is going to Alaska but that's because would have to go take a plane through Canada to get there. That's the only reason why.
Yeah, I feel safer in the United States, to be honest with you. I went to Cancun not too long ago with my wife.
Yeah.
We went in September. We were supposed to be a group, and her best friends that I was just mentioning to you, they were supposed to accompany us, but uh, one of them, I think his mom passed away, so they had to cancel, and so we wound up going by ourselves. But I wouldn't plan it. I wouldn't have planned it that way.
Yeah.
It's no secret that a large portion of the world hates America and hates Americans.
Like in the Middle East, like they're chanting death to America and they're burning the American flag.
Yeah.
Like like and also the Taliban, they're allowed on Twitter. How is that? And 45 isn't allowed. Like
The stupidity behind these things is absurd.
like you're allowing people that have actually killed our soldiers to be
Yeah,
on your platform.
it's ridiculous, man. I can't. The injustices that are going on in this world are beyond my comprehension.
And they killed who knows how many of our soldiers they killed. Who knows? Especially with what happened in Afghanistan a few months ago. I won't get too much into that, but like they killed 13 of our men and women when they were evacuating,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and look how many of them got wounded too.
That whole it's 44 2.0 if you think about it. He did the
He's
same thing in
he's worse
Iraq.
than he's worse than Obama.
He's worse because because of where we're at, but he's a puppet. I really think that it's somebody else is pulling the strings.
Yeah,
Did you see last
yeah,
week when with that whole and the way that he ignored him and all that?
yeah,
That
yeah.
was subliminal.
A lot of people are saying Obama's the one telling him what to do. I don't believe that, not for
You
a
know?
second. I think it goes higher up the food chain.
Oh yeah. I agree. I agree. I
You
think
know,
there's somebody else
people
pulling the strings.
people like I'm not sure if I can say his name because if you want to post this video, but the BG guy, Billy G,
I
yeah,
know who you're saying.
and also how do you say the other guy's name? Schwab, him, yeah, people like those guys,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, and I agree with that with 44 as well. It's he wasn't the all in all. Somebody was pulling his strings because if you look at the first term and the second term, it, completely different. I mean, I didn't agree with either term,
yeah,
but you could see where the change happened. He literally deported so many. He deported more people than 45.
yeah. Yeah.
And then suddenly it's like, oh no, open borders, dreamers.
Yeah, because they saw like oh, this guy's going against the 45. He's actually stopping our plans. If we don't if he succeeds, we will lose. And so
But just look at
yeah,
the similarities. He said he couldn't make wave a magic one. I'm taking two things out of different. He said he couldn't change immigration without going through the Senate. Yet he did the Dreamers Act, right?
yeah,
46 did the same thing. Well, I'm never going to mandate vaccines, and yet he still did it.
yeah. Thank God the Supreme Court shut that down, though. Thank God.
Yeah.
Even though I'm a little upset how they handled the mandate in New York, though. The doctors and nurses, I'm upset about that.
It's been ridiculous. I've never seen. I'm flabbergasted at some of the things that have happened these past 2 years, or these past 6 years.
Yeah, I am flabbergasted as well. Like, where do you see the world going in the next 10 or 20 years if we even get there?
I would be. There's a lot of things that I've predicted that have come true. For example, this Russia-Ukraine event, I told my wife about it. When 46 illegitimately came into place, and sure enough, here they are. The one thing that has surprised me is China. I would have figured that they would have gone after Taiwan simultaneously to overwhelm us. What I didn't anticipate is the involvement of the other countries that have participated in the support of Ukraine.
Well, I think the reason they haven't taken Taiwan yet is because, like, there's a few reasons why. First of all, the Olympics just happened, so they didn't want to take
Correct.
anything off that. Also, Xi Jinping next year, that's when the government will basically make him president for life, or for at least the next 10 years. Who knows?
Correct.
And then after that is when they'll try to take Taiwan, but they can only take it in certain months because of how the weather is. Because if you look at the map, Taiwan and China, even though they're so close together, like it's still over, the ocean's still there. So like if the weather is the ocean, if they try to go into like a month where there's like bad weather, their ships are going to get stuck or get sunk.
Yeah.
So they have to
But
go in certain months.
the interesting part is I'm sure that they are very like they're taking notes on everything that's going on now.
Oh yeah, like they're actually. I'm gonna try to word this correctly. Like they're being praised by certain elites. That's what I'll
Yeah.
say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Uh,
that kind of makes you wonder when you have people that are calling for the downfall of this country but supporting some other country, you got to kind of wonder. Well, it's like, wait a minute, you didn't support democracy here, but you're
yeah.
supporting it elsewhere. That's interesting.
Yeah. Like like what was I about to say? Like I got stuck there for a moment, man. But yeah, like there's outside of every other, the United States is really the only free country in the world if you really look at it. If you truly look at the bones of it, the United States is the only true free country. Like even in Europe, they have a lot of limitations on their people, like free speech, like and in Canada too. Like you can be
Australia is going through a lot of stuff right now.
like in Canada or in Europe, you can be jailed for hate speech or even
Yeah,
fined.
yeah,
But
yeah. It's crazy. It is. You're right. And yet, there's still opportunity here because the illusion of democracy is not really democracy.
yeah,
And when we look at what happened in the last election that you alluded to, I
yeah.
mean, come on.
People need to understand we are not a functioning democracy. We are a constitutional republic
Correct.
because because
Everybody has to have representation.
the founders knew that this was something like this would happen, and they didn't want 51% of the population telling the other 49% how they can live their lives. They wanted to make sure they got broader support.
Correct. But I don't. I think we're and this is just my current observation based on where we're at currently today because I wouldn't have even imagined it. I don't think the forefathers really anticipated uh, the media,
Or
government
social
agencies.
media.
Well, yeah, social media. Well, let's look at regular media. Government agencies all joining together, academia, all of these institutions joining together with one political party for power. I don't think they anticipated that, because you can vote someone out, right,
Yeah.
who's corrupt, but how do you change these? I mean, you know by now the CIA, the DOJ, the FBI, they're all in the pocket of the left.
NASA.
I mean, it's not what was intended. It's not.
Yeah. Like from where we've gone, like if you know JFK, like even though he was a registered Democrat, he was actually more of the conservative wing of the Democrat
Correct.
Party. He
Correct.
was. And there was some like I disagree with his position on immigration because that's something that's actually true. He did believe in open borders, but everything else I actually agreed with him with
Well,
pretty much.
didn't Reagan grant amnesty?
Yeah, I disagreed with him on that.
I disagree
It
with
was
that as
the
well.
it was the Immigration Control Act, and
Correct.
he did say later on in his life that he regretted signing that bill.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah,
And it doesn't fix the problem. It exacerbates it, because now you got more people say, "Oh, I don't want that. Maybe I can get that too."
yeah, and you find it obvious that once Reagan signed that the Immigration Control Act, like California, it because beforehand California used to actually be a red state before that,
Correct.
and
Correct.
then
And
the
it went
election,
blue.
yeah, well, not right away because
No, 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 no. Right down the way.
George H.W. Bush, he barely won it, barely, but then after that, California's been blue ever since.
Yeah, and a strong blue.
Oh, like it's dead blue.
It's so sad.
Yeah. Now, if you saw my logo here from my intro, I actually did that. I intentionally made it blue, and I intentionally made it with the apparent triangle, the eye in the middle. That was intentional. It's supposed to be an insult.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
That's cool, man.
yeah. I literally just made it in Google Photos. I mean, not Google Photos, Google Drawings. Right before I did my very first episode.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. What else are we going to talk about, man?
I don't know, man. It's almost 2 a.m. So
Yeah, yeah. We've been going at this for like 4 hours and 45 minutes.
it's crazy. Yeah, I love talking politics. I can talk all day about
Yeah,
certain topics. I can talk about comics and whatnot.
yeah, yeah.
Like I said, I love my country, and
Same here. Yeah, we got to do another one of these conversations again.
yeah, man. Yeah,
Yeah, you,
absolutely.
you can bring your
Brother-in-law.
brother-in-law on. Yeah, next time we try to do this, like ask him to come on. Like we can go into like the conspiracy stuff as well.
Oh man, he loves that stuff. He's always
Same
talking
here.
to me about. He loves Joe Rogan.
I do too.
Yeah, he's always trying to get me to listen to it. Like, I'm very limited on time. What I do listen to is I only have enough time to listen to one thing, and that's Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
But he's always like, you gotta listen to Infowars, man. It's really good, and it's got back. And he was talking to me about it the other day, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
gosh,
I watch Alex Jones show all the time.
yes, Alex Jones. Yes, he tells me about him all the time.
And who
And
was
I'm
on
like, dude, man.
and he was targeted. They intentionally got him off because he was revealing all this stuff.
Yeah, it's disgusting, everything that's going
Like
on.
even CH, the woman that was running in 2016, she even said publicly in a speech that she looked at his entire bio and said, "Sandy Hook, get him on that." Like, and Jones, he even admitted he was wrong on that Sandy Hook's thing. He admitted he was wrong on it,
Yeah, man, it's one of those things.
and it was taken out of proportions because, like, even though he said I'm not going to reveal that because someone could clip that and take it out of context. But said what he said about it, and then basically told people to go to the parents' houses, and say that they was fake. He didn't do that. What happened was he didn't realize how powerful his audience was, and they're the ones that did that on their own.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
terrible. It's
Yeah.
terrible, all the things that are going on. But we gotta. I mean, we don't have any other choice but to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys that have these podcasts, right? These outlets, right? It's up to you guys to continue to talk and push the subject matters forward.
Yeah, and I'm effectively a nobody in the podcast network because I've only had 19 episodes. Yeah, this
That's
one's
okay.
19.
You'll get there. You'll
Yeah.
get there.
Yeah, because I started this last year, but then I took like a 6-month break, which I regret doing that. I just regret doing that because I lost so much momentum from it.
Yeah, momentum is key. Momentum is key.
Yeah, but in a way, it was a good thing too because I did 9 episodes, and those 9 episodes were just audio only, and like episode 10 and now beyond is actually a video. Like it's actually better quality too. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and that's good. And you progress, right? And that's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
You learn and you move forward and you progress. But it's
Like,
important for you guys to do this because it's something that has to get out there. People need to know about it, and it's up to people to make their own decisions, right? Do the research and make their own decisions.
yeah.
You got one party that tells you don't do any research, and you got another party that says, hey, do your research, do your own thinker.
Yeah, like Joe Rogan. Like when he very first started his podcast, he didn't even know what he was even doing. Like if you watch the very first episode of his podcast, like, and then look at it where it is now, it's absurd. Like how it's just been a natural progression. Like because like you started introducing more people to these ideas, and they get caught on it. Like you say, if you say something interesting on a podcast and people like it, they'll come and watch you, man.
Yeah,
it's that simple.
I'm telling you, I've been debating doing it myself, but between the family, the project that I'm working on, other things, it's like, oh my gosh. And then my brother-in-law lives pretty far away. He lives like 45 minutes away. But I told him, I said, listen, we can kind of go over the internet. You don't have to physically be here.
Yeah, well,
we're trying.
You can come on this podcast anytime you want, man.
Ah, thanks, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you can bring your brother-in-law, and we can just do this over video, and we can just talk for hours and hours.
Oh, that'd be great. He'd really like that.
Yeah.
Really like
Yeah.
He's let me tell you, he's really like every time he's doing whatever, he's working out, and he's a big muscular guy.
Yeah.
He's working out, he's listening to the podcast, he's listening to InfoWars, he's
Yeah.
cooking his steaks, he's listening to InfoWars.
Yeah, I'm a huge Alex Jones fan. I'm also a huge David Icke fan too.
Yeah.
Also Eddie Bravo. I'm a big fan of him, but he doesn't do a whole lot anymore because I think he's worried about they were catching on to him. That's why he hasn't been on Joe Rogan's podcast in since 2020.
Yeah.
I believe it's also possible because Spotify doesn't want him on there either.
It could be
because it's I still love Joe Rogan's podcast no matter what. But if you look at it from where it is right now to what it used to be before Spotify, it's changed a little. Like I think Spotify clearly puts restrictions on Joe, what he can and can't do. It's obvious. Like they took down over 100 episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience, and all the episodes were controversial episodes.
Listen, everything's controversial now.
Like the first two.
What isn't controversial?
Who knows?
What is it? I mean, I grew up in a time where a boy was a boy and a girl was a girl, and that's controversial now.
Yeah. What I take is not controversial is what the establishment says.
That's true.
Yeah.
Establishment, I tell you, man.
Yeah, like the first 2 episodes that Alex Jones was on Joe Rogan's podcast, they're gone. Both of them are gone. The only one that's on there is like the one he did in 2020, but that was under Spotify though. And also, even though it's on there, they put a C-19 disclaimer on it, the video.
What's the C-19? What's that?
Like COVID. Yeah.
The oh, gotcha.
Yeah, they put that
like some type of rating or something like that.
No, they put a C-19 on it. So yeah, and a lot of his other videos too, they put a lot of disclaimers on them. Like a lot of the episodes with Eddie Bravo, they put a disclaimer on. Like yeah, it's crazy. Like I just don't know where we're going, where this world's heading. Like
I don't know, man. You tell me where we're gonna be at in 10 years. It's scary because this leftist snowball is it's rolling down the hill, picking up speed, getting faster and faster and faster, and bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
it's scary.
And what happens when it eventually gets to the bottom and just smashes?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I look at things and it's just like I just want to move to Mars.
Yeah. Well, you should be glad you're in a red state, man. You should be thankful.
Dude, you have no idea how thankful I am to be in Florida.
Same. You have no idea how thankful I am to be in Iowa either. Like, yeah.
I have so many friends that live up north and they're constantly complaining. I'm like, dude, guys, come on down.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever will be able to move out of Iowa. I might, but I don't know if I ever will because I got family here.
Sure, no, of course.
Yeah, yeah. My mom's here, my sisters, my grandma, my cousins, my aunts and uncles, they're all here. So
Yeah, you need that support.
yeah. So I don't know. I might in the future, who knows? But there's only a few states I would even consider moving to anyway. Like obviously Florida is one of them, to be honest. Texas is another one. And like the other few that I would even consider others are Montana, Wyoming, Alaska, and West Virginia. Those are the only ones I would consider moving to.
I'm in Florida.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
guys have.
moving
Yeah,
anywhere.
you guys have the best governor in the country.
Man, it's just and it's an awesome state. The sunshine, the beaches. I don't live that far away from the beaches, and
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah,
I love it here in Florida.
yeah. But yeah, the only problem is all these celebrities and these bankers from New York are moving down there and buying up the properties and driving the real estate up.
They are, they are, and for the native Floridian or the person who actually lives here, it makes it very difficult for them to buy houses. Thankfully, I bought my house
Yeah.
before all this nonsense started. I
Mm.
bought it when 45 was there, and I caught it at a really good price. And I've been very fortunate. I'm paying less in my house than I was at an apartment that I was at previously. Think about that.
Yeah. Also, something I don't know what you think about this, but my view is that if you move to another state, you should not be allowed to vote for at least a few years.
That's interesting. I don't think I've ever thought about that.
I don't think so because like look at Texas. Like Texas almost went blue this in 2020. It
Sure
was
did.
yeah,
Oh,
it was only the reason why is because all the Californians that moved there. That's the only reason why it almost went blue.
it makes no sense. You're leaving. You're escaping from bad policies. That's why you're leaving that state, and you're going to go and vote for the same garbage. That makes
Yeah.
literally no sense to me.
Like there was actually a funny, a hilarious photo of it was an animated photo, I believe. It was with Joe Rogan carrying a suitcase, and he had a guy. He was walking to Texas. He had a cowboy on a horse saying, in the and on the luggage it said liberal policies, and the cowboy said, "Hey, don't bring that here. Leave that right
Yeah,
there."
yeah. We had something similar down here as well.
Yeah, like because like all these people they leave their state because they hate all the policies, but when they come to a new state, a better state, they vote for the same policies that ruined their state.
Yep.
So
And it's not so much the policies; it's the taxes, the high taxes, or the policies that lead to them spending more money, like the housing market in California. That's based on bad policies.
like California, they have a 13.3% state income tax, and they're trying to raise it up to 16.8%.
And here in
Yeah,
Florida, we don't have a state tax.
yeah, thank God. Our governor Kim Reynolds, she lowered our state tax from 8% to a solid 4%.
Oh wow, that's pretty
Yeah,
good.
was it 4% or was it 3.9%? It was somewhere around.
Either which way.
Yeah,
I-
it's good. It's good. But like and I did research on the California taxes problem because I always thought that there was no money whatsoever because they were bankrupt. But apparently, no, there is a lot of money. But guess where it's going to? Dealing with the homeless problem. They're paying so much money to these people to take care of these homeless people.
Listen, homeless is never going to get solved.
Yeah,
There's been homeless people since biblical times.
yeah. But it doesn't have to be at the level it is in LA and San Francisco. It does
No,
not have to be.
I was in San Francisco in 2016 on a business conference, and let me tell you, the amount of homelessness there was greater than when in New York City back in the 80s. I was
Yeah.
like, wow. There was one corner I remember. I took a different route to get to the convention one time, and the entire block had nothing but cardboard, you know,
Like,
houses on the
like
side of it.
there, like there's, and in San Francisco, and this is not a joke here. There is actually an app that shows you where homeless people are taking a crap on the sidewalk. There actually is an app like that.
Oh, that's
For,
pretty scary.
it's disgusting too. Like literally all the spots where it is, it's all brown. Like, and it's all packed everywhere. It's like, ugh. Like, yeah. And I know this will be controversial when I say it, but I'm going to say it though. Here's how I think the homeless problem in California should be solved. And I know most people will disagree with me on this, but I'll say it anyway. What I believe is you need to lower taxes, increase lower taxes, increase investment, force people into mental facilities, and force people into drug rehab, and arrest people for trespassing.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of those.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's controversial, but I'm just saying it. Like there's no other way to solve it. Like,
I mean, there's no way to solve it. Even if you do all those things, there's no way to solve it. I mean,
yeah,
you have a population of people that just don't want to fit a 9 to 5 scenario and
yeah,
want to be free spirits. So you're always going to have some pocket of
yeah.
homelessness.
Like
Unfortunately.
if someone wants to live in their if they're homeless and they live in their car, I don't have a problem with that because you're not on the sidewalk, you're not taking up all the space. If you're living in a car, I'm completely fine with that. But if you have all these tents that are on the sidewalk, which are public spaces, and you have a lot of trash around there, you're disrupting my lifestyle.
Agreed.
Yeah, you should not be allowed to do that.
No, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, like, and it's disgusting too because like not you see a lot of people doing drugs on the homeless people doing drugs, like a lot of the homeless people when they get money, what they do is here's an example of what they do. They use all the money to buy drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I'll tell you 2 stories. So my wife, she has a really kind heart, and we were at a stop sign, and she gave money, and I looked at her, and and she goes, I felt bad, and I said, that's fine. I support my wife in a lot of the things she does, even though I didn't agree with that, but that's her decision. And I told her why I don't do stuff like that. I think when I was maybe about 10 or 11, I went. My hometown was so small, we only had one McDonald's, right?
yeah,
And so my dad took me to McDonald's one day. We ordered whatever value meals, whatever. There's a homeless guy there by the window, and he was asking for money. My dad felt compassion. He pulled over to the parking lot, and he got off and he went and bought the guy a Big Mac value meal, and he gave it to the guy, and the guy was like, "What the hell is this?" He goes, I got you some food because I didn't ask you for food. I asked you for money." So my father, in Spanish, told him to go to hell. And
oh,
so that told me, what I needed to know when it comes to those types of things. And
yeah,
do I help? Yeah, well,
yeah,
but I don't help directly like that.
yeah, yeah. And also, I heard a similar story to that, where like this one guy, he was walking through Skid Row in L.A. and he saw like a homeless lady in a tent, homeless lady, and he gave her like $5. And here's what happened after that: a few other homeless people saw that, and one of them came and just snatched the dollar right out of her hand. And then another homeless person came in and just snatched that dollar out of his hand, and they started fighting each other over a $5 bill.
Yeah, that's bad. An old pastor, or my original pastor, when I first became a Christian, he shared with our congregation his story one time where he was getting off the highway, and there was a homeless guy there at the stop sign, and or at the traffic light, and he called the guy over. He says, "Listen, I'm the pastor I'm the head pastor of the church, and I have a pretty large property over there, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done on it, a lot of maintenance. I'm willing to pay you, minimum wage if you want to come out there and earn yourself a paycheck." The guy said, "Minimum wage? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much money I make here asking for money?" The guy declined.
Like here in my town, there's like a bunch of homeless people. Well, they say they're homeless, but they're really not. But here's what happens: they always stand on the corner asking people for money. And guess what? What happens is when they go in like shifts. Like when one guy gets done, they get into a nice car and they drive off, and
I've
another
seen
guy
those.
and the next guy comes in.
Yep, I've seen those. I've seen those. That's
They
why I don't give like that. I would do it through either my church or an organization, stuff like that. And as a matter of fact, we were just watching a special because I showed my wife, because again, she's kind-hearted, and I said, "Babe, here are people that are part of an organization, and they're themselves telling you don't give directly to the homeless person, go through the organization because you know that money is going to actual, things like food and medicine and stuff like that, as opposed to drugs, alcohol, booze, cigarettes, whatever."
Yeah, yeah, and like the vast majority of men, a lot of people think that homeless people are just people that are just down on their luck. They're a very small percentage.
Yep.
Most homeless people are drug addicts or mentally ill people. That's the vast majority.
Yep.
Like there was a story in like San Francisco, I believe, where this hotel company, they had like a few hotels. They allowed homeless people to stay in their hotels because they just wanted to solve the homeless problem. Okay, and within a week or two, they were caught dealing drugs. They started fires in the buildings and stuff like that, and like it just got out of control. And they couldn't kick them out because then they would look bad.
Yep. Yep. That's the way
Yeah,
it is.
yeah, yeah, and like you you can't just arrest people for being homeless, but what you can do is like if they're caught trespassing on your property, they should be arrested. Like
Oh, it's trespassing, of course.
yeah, or
Yeah.
if or like the mentally ill people. Like I don't think the solution for people that are drug addicted or mentally ill is to be living on the street. What they need is help. Like
Agreed.
like and some people are just so far gone that you probably can't do anything to help them. Like like a lot of these people they don't just need a place to stay because if you just put them in a place they'll just destroy their place. Like they'll punch holes in the walls, they'll smear crap everywhere, they'll steal the copper in the pipes out of the buildings. So yeah, what they need are medication and need counseling and stuff like that.
Yep. So my mom has an opinion about that, and she, talks about how a lot of mental institutions shut down back in the late '80s and stuff like that. They were defunded, if you will, and a lot of these
Well,
mental issues
well,
started to arise.
Well, some people blame Reagan for that, and it's not entirely his fault because, like, yes, the definitions of being mentally ill changed, but because they didn't want to pay for it all, because it was because of how bad inflation was and how expensive things were getting. But I forgot what the bill was called, but I'm trying to remember who passed it and what it was called. But I basically what the details were is that it had to like made it harder for someone to get into like a mental institution or something like that. I,
Yeah.
I forgot exactly what it was called, but I'll have to look it up later.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah,
All right, my friend. I'm getting pretty tired.
yeah, yeah. We've
I
been
have
on
to take the
here.
boys to school tomorrow
Yeah,
in about 4 hours, actually.
yeah. We've been going on for like 5 hours and 5 minutes. This is
Yeah.
by far the longest episode I've ever done. Like this episode will post tomorrow, actually at 9 a.m.
Oh my goodness.
Like and basically, I got another guy coming on the podcast tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So when you edit it, what are you going to? How are you going to do that?
Like I'm just gonna release it as this.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, the full
Like
5 hours.
yeah, I'll send you the file. Like you can like if there's some stuff you want to cut out, you can cut out of it. But like you can post a video to your channel if you want.
Sure, sure. I'll probably just stick it to the because I don't mix politics on my
Yeah, yeah,
on my channel. So I'll stick
yeah,
to the interviewing of the movie stuff.
yeah. So I'll send you the file, and you can edit all this part out and just keep that part on. Okay.
Okay. All right. Sounds good, buddy.
All right. Thanks for coming on, Carlos. And where can my audience find you?
You can find this over at primeanimations.com, and that has everything to do with the film and the project that we're working on.
Okay, and I'll put the link to your channel and your website in the description below.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Yeah, and when you post the interview to your channel, make sure to like include my channel in the description or the comments below.
You got it.
All right.
All right, my friend. Take care.
Take care, Carlos.
Have a good night.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Bye. And all right, everyone. This is Ray from the Ray Infinity Show. Catch you later. Peace.